Oh, ho, ho. Oh, welcome. Hello, hello. Oh, oh, how are we doing today, guys? Oh, hello, 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 hello.
Of course.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on the street.
Why?
Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan, at least pretend. Do it off stream.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it? I didn't know it was like that. Yeah, of course.
I'm sorry, I forgot.
Jesus. Oh my god. Alright. Someone's got a hate boner for you? I thought about this yesterday. I wonder what the, it feels kind of weird when like mods don't like you of big subreddits and they just start like mass posting about you. So apparently this Brainy Biscuit guy, oh no wait, he's not even a mod. Oh wait, or maybe he is down here. I thought I saw him post something like, this is why I ban all Destiny users. Oh, but he doesn't. Was he a mod? Did he used to be a mod? Oh, they were a mod. That's why. Okay. They quit being a mod. Oh, that was the one that quit. It's kind of weird. Destiny tweet. Destiny tweet. Destiny genocide clip. Like, oh, they didn't post this one at least. They just posted these two ones. Seems kind of strange. Did you see their post history? Are they out on subreddit drama? Wait, is that true? Can you hear all that feedback, that background noise? It's not like I'm picking up like radio waves. Pure catharsis.
What's up with your subreddit constantly bashing D-Man and banning?
What a dick ride. I bought a new microphone. Are you an eat all your Easter chocolate at once and feel like shit guy, or a slowly eat your Easter chocolate over weeks kind of guy? As a child, I had no self-control over sweets. I'm going to be honest. I'm going to tell you a sad story. I've done this with 2 different candies. I'm going to tell you a sad story. I fucking hate these things. Because I had an Easter where I must have eaten like 3 boxes of these guys. It was so good. And then after this, I could never eat another one again. Oh my god. Oh god, these were so good. Oh my god. Oh. What does the cam position shift every stream? I'm trying to find a position that doesn't till August. And that works. Why did we put it on the bottom instead of the top, though? Bro, I want to know what these radio waves I'm picking up are. Holy shit. Dun 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 .com. Did you hear that? Okay. The new mic is the same as the old mic. Wait, hold on 1 second. Oh, okay. We're getting rid of the voices today. Wait. How much should it cost? I think this guy, isn't this like 180 bucks or something? The baby bottle? SL? Wow, I even got my own wood carrying case. We need a full screen. You can't even see anything. Wow. Wow, same mic as our last one. The fuck does this? What do these things even do? I have buttons on it now. Okay. Don't know about this. Don't care about this. Oh, button. DB pad. High pass filter. What is, if it says negative 20 dB, does that mean that it needs 20 decibels less of gain, or it's getting, or it needs 20 decibels more of gain? Is that a dynamic mic, or is it, it's the exact same mic I just had? But this mic is like 8 years old. I think it's biting the dust. Your shirt has so much fluff. Yeah, I think I bought like new sheets and blankets for my bed, and I think they need to be washed again or something, because holy fuck, all my shirts have got like white fuzzes on them. Hair looks good at it? Yeah, because I cut like half of it off. Okay. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, probably like this. Did you want a dynamic mic? Yeah, you know, well, here we are, without that. Get fucked. Where'd the voices go? Okay, well. Alright, you can't hear anything for a little bit, so give me a sec. Oh, well, actually, I guess I could just temporarily talk into this. Hello, hello? Yeah, there you go. Play a video or some? No. How about I play? You know what we're gonna play. You know what we're gonna play with. we're gonna. Yo, mama. We do some IRL with Johnny, Somali, and Israel. Fuck no. That dude's wild. Did you read the subreddit post about the alien? I did, and then after that I started looking for reviews on it. Because after the guy's Reddit post on the alien, I was like, wait, well, the alien looks fucking awesome. But then I started looking at lay Reddit posts about the alien, and now people are saying, well, after like 1,000 rounds, it has like feed errors, and it's got a bunch of like malfunctions, and so now I'm not sure. Okay, I need to pull the trigger on one of them. That guy shit all over the 2011 platform, and I'm like, oh fuck. See my post on the sub about how Alex was constantly changing his story yesterday while pretending he didn't. I don't know. I haven't checked. Hello, hello? What does this minus 20 dB thing do? I'm going to push this and see if it... Hello, hello? Test, test, test. Testing. Hello, hello? I guess it makes it take 20 decibels more. It's minus 20 dB of input. Okay. Do we hear the voices? I don't think so. Sounds basically the same. Yeah, well, it just gets rid of the weird voices. I think that other mic was like about to bite the dust. Why the fuck is this? Hello? This is way too high now. Why does it sound a little bit more, it sounds a little more tinny. Why is it? You've got to burn it in like new headphones? The SL sound isn't near the sound of the normal baby bottle. Well, I'm pretty sure my last one was an SL. Wait. No? Aren't these the same mic? Because isn't the normal baby bottle like, isn't it like $2,000 or something? I would know. I'm pretty sure this is like a $150 or $200 microphone. This one is pretty quiet. It's for background noise. No, it's not. It's loud. The AC is just off right now. How much is this mic? It's the same as the last one. It's like $200. The baby bottle is $300. The baby bottle SL is the cheaper one. Wait, did I buy the wrong microphone? Can you tap the front and back? Wait, this is the one that I bought. Is this different than the one that I had? Why are we buying blue products? I don't know. It's just the one that I usually buy. Or I've used this mic for like 6 years. I'm not convinced. I can't tell sometimes if these are actually different microphones or if it's just like some weird schema, like it's like somebody relisting bullshit and scamming you. Like what? This is a blue microphone baby bottle. This is a blue microphone's baby bottle. This one is $500. This one that I bought is $200. Are these different Are these different mics? The non-SL doesn't have switches on the front. Did I just downgrade my mic? Did I just buy a cheaper microphone? We could spend like 30 minutes and try setting up the Re 20. Do I need a shock mount for that mic, or is it internally mounted? Like I mount your mom internally. Let me check. The fuck is the Darth Vader noise? Ooh, it is not mounted. I wonder what kind of shock mount I would use for this. Hold on. Do you not like the SM7Bs? I don't like that everybody uses them, okay? I'm not going to be a copy-paste streamer. Mr. Girl Hotline 59. Why did somebody link me this?
It's annoying when you don't put things together and say what's happening. And now he doesn't. He's trying to navigate somehow both, but it's impossible. If he starts thinking really concisely and logically and quickly and says, well, here's the problems here, here, and here, then he's probably going to get in trouble somehow, maybe even with you. And then if he doesn't do that, then he gets in trouble for being, like, incoherent. But
wait, I'm sorry, you can keep talking. I didn't mean to cut you off.
What is he talking about?
Yeah, so I just think that what you're complaining about might be in place for some other reason that's not explicitly acknowledged.
Yeah, wait, can I say something? Because I think that's true, but I don't think this specific issue with the trans scenario, I think that was just an effect from the fact that you do have this very, I don't want to be like...
Okay, I don't care. How much do you want to spend on the shock mount? What do you mean? How much can a shock mount cost? I feel like I downgraded my microphone. Now you guys are mind-fucking me. I thought they just added switches to the one that I had before. What the fuck was the microphone that I had before? Podcasters. The shock mount that's made for it is the Electro Voice 309A. The fuck is this thing? What is this? Blue microphone, Bluebird. Do you really need a step $169 microphone and $199 microphone? Like, are there really people who are like, oh man, I can't quite afford the $199, but the $169, this is the perfect price point for me. The mic you just purchased is originally priced at $400, so you likely got an upgrade? Okay. You know what, actually? You know what I just realized, too? Oh, yeah, Baby Bottle SL. I think this is the one that I have now. Or this should have been the one I just ordered. Yeah. I think it's the most expensive one they have now. Besides getting into the insane shit. Although I don't even know, because Blue got bought by Logic. I don't even know if they make those other ones anymore. Okay, fuck it. Maybe this one needs a burn-in. We'll see after Dare 2. But I think that, dude, put in minus 20 dB and the increased volume. This shit is too crisp. Increase the volume and put the 20 dB pad on. What, do you think this sounds better? Wait, hello, hello? Test, test, test. What? No more AC noise? Oh, hold on. Well, let me think about how to do this then. Okay, so you want me to put the pad on. Hello, hello? Oh my god, now I gotta do this whole volume shit again. Alright, hello, hello? Testing, testing. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hold on. Test, test, test. 1, 2. Okay. Hello, hello. All right. I think we're at the volume we were before. Let me see if I can grumble. We still got blah, 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 blah. Okay. Oh, wait. Okay, wait. This just sounds significantly better. Okay, so that pad needs to be left. Oh, the pad needs to be on. Okay. Oh, true. So now if I'm fighting with somebody and I'm getting really pissed off. Oh shit, I almost blew my ears up. Never mind. We're not going to push that button. If you move, it goes significantly quieter. I mean, test, test, test. 1, 2. Test, test, test. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Testing. 1, 2. I think this is fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I think this is... no, too loud. A little too loud. Okay. We can still hear the AC? Yeah, because it's in my room and it's making noise. You're always going to hear the AC, okay? Testing, 1, 2, test, test. Hello, hello. Are we gooning or are we edging? Okay. Electro Voice 309A. Let's see if we can... Does Amazon sell this? Oh, they do. Free delivery Wednesday. I don't need a pop filter for the Re20, right? Because it's built into the top of it, basically. So I think all I need is this shock mount. The AC noise is worse? Try minus 10 dB. This sounds too muddy. Your voice lost some of its emotive qualities. I'm not getting trolled by you guys. I don't care. Okay, you're trolling me. All right. How do you get... Oh, my AC turned off. How do you get Discord voice overlay to show up everywhere, like the browser, when your guests are on? How do I get it to show up everywhere? What do you mean show up everywhere? It just shows up. Wait, where is it right now? Oh, I'm not in Discord. You just add it to your OBS and it shows up when you make noise or when somebody in a channel you're in makes noise.
Fantastic. So I love it.
Jesus Christ.
We've had Destiny. Destiny's amazing.
I don't think I've never.
Okay, Destiny's.
Am I hearing like 5 different voices? Hello?
and it's very difficult.
We have
get
had a
turned
couple
down. Yeah,
of
we've
people
had a
on the
few.
left on our show before. We had Hassan
And they do
Piker.
fantastic.
We
So I
had-
love it.
We've had Destiny.
Destiny's amazing.
So-
I don't think I've never.
Okay,
talked to him.
Destiny's
incredible.
incredible.
Absolutely
The Daily
amazing.
Wire needs to collab with Destiny in some capacity.
Yeah.
We
I
told
think
Ben,
I was supposed to do something with him.
Why do I feel like I'm hearing like 4 people? 5, is this like meme edited? Is it just the 2 of them talking? Do they have multiple voice outputs? I feel like I'm hearing like 5 different voices in this segment. What is that? Was this edited?
It's very difficult.
we have
get
had a
turned
couple
down. Yeah,
of
we've
people
had a
on the
few.
left on our show before. We had Hassan
And they
Piker.
do fantastic.
We
So I
had-
love
I've
it.
talked
We've
to
had
Hassan.
Destiny.
Destiny's amazing.
So-
I don't think I've never. Talked
Okay,
to him.
Destiny's
incredible.
incredible.
Absolutely
The Daily
amazing.
Wire needs to collab with Destiny in some capacity.
Yeah.
We
I
told
think
Ben,
I was supposed to do something with him.
Absolutely, do it.
Well,
And the scheduling.
we
didn't work.
told him.
Amazing.
I think you were on whatever, right?
I was on
think
whatever.
Destiny
Yeah.
was on that, or he was
Yeah,
on Fresh
he
Prince,
I feel like I'm listening to a montage. Oh my god.
something like that.
Destiny and I were supposed to do something, and scheduling got
Sure.
postponed.
Do
but
it.
but
Make
we
it
should do
happen.
it. Yeah, because I like that he's willing to talk to
Yes.
conservatives. I've invited conservatives on my show a bunch, and the irony is there are some clips of me that have gone viral. You know, owning a lib with fact and logic, and having one of these intense debates. It's really not my style, though. I'll do it when I do it. I think I do it maybe a couple times a year, but I'm much more interested in long form conversations. I'll do a 2.5 hour show with a pro-abortion activist. I did one about a year ago. There were some zingers in there, but I actually do want to figure out what they think, where it comes from, how to correct that error.
Destiny would be great. He articulates everything. He has so much
He's
depth.
fantastic.
Oh my god. I like these guys. They're cool. Ooh, hold on, mate. Okay. Let's do a little itty bitty thinger. Test, test, test. I think my louds are a little bit too loud. A little bit, just a tiny bit too loud. I like the iced coffee podcast. I like the iced coffee. Okay, this is good. Wait, one touch, one smidge down. Okay, all right. I got the shock mount and the pop filter for that Re 20. I think you should get a compressor with a low ratio and soft knee to sound less boxy. I know you're just making shit up. I think if I tune this Re 20, I bet this will sound good. But I need to get the. I mean, we could fuck with it a little now. Actually, you know what? Well, I don't even like you guys. I will fuck with it because that's all I'm here to do is fuck with my audio shit. I don't even care. I'm not even a real streamer anymore. I don't care about any of you. I don't like any of you. He's not joking. You sound boxy as fuck. When you say boxy, do you mean the dynamic range is crushed too much, or? Oh yeah, if I had a third microphone, it would look like I'm at a press conference. Give it a day, okay? I think this is the difference in the AC sound on the Re 20 versus that's the baby bottle. Test, test. What's your policy for responding to family on Facebook, posting unhinged political shit? Ignore it. I responded a while ago on some things and I got removed by like half my family. So don't ask me. Turn the pad off. It ruins the mic for normal speech. No, fuck you. Test, test, 1, 2. What will we do? The Re20, what audio interface do you use? Well, I've got two different Pro Channel 2 channel strips, and then it just runs into a normal mixer. Testing 1, 2, test, test, test. Are the EQ settings from the previous mic still on? The EQ settings from the other mic are on the other channel strip. Each microphone has their own channel strip, so no. I don't need phantom power for this mic, right? It's a dynamic mic. Wait, hello? It does? Am I crazy? I thought dynamics didn't normally need... What, you don't need it? Wait, hello? Wait, why the fuck did it... I'm so confused right now. Hold on. Maybe when you turn it off, maybe it needs Wait, doesn't mean it isn't better with it. It's still more power, so you need to use less gain. Wait, is that true? I don't think that's true. I don't think putting phantom power doubles as like gain. No? Hold on. I'm going to turn this off. I don't know why. Maybe it needs like time to settle. Hello, hello? Wait, can you actually destroy a microphone with phantom power? There's no way that would be the case, right? This microphone is doing nothing without phantom power turned on. I'm so confused right now. Oh, no, wait. Wait. No, wait. It's when you push the button down, it turns it off. I'm lost. Hold on. Hello, hello? Test. No, wait. Why does this microphone... Dynamic mics don't need phantom power, but preamps like the Cloud Lifter do. Oh, I wonder if I have a Cloud Lifter running through this microphone. That might be it. Oh, okay. Jeez. I do. Oh, okay. Holy Christ, my brain was exploding there for a moment. Oh my God. Okay. How much gain does this mic need to actually work? Do I need why did I add a Cloud Lifter to this? How much gain does Read 20 need to work well? You will need over 60 decibels of gain for some applications. Okay, so cloud lifter probably needed for my channel strip. That's fine. Okay, so we have that. Okay, that's why we needed this. Okay. Dynamic mic compressor doesn't have to be as harsh, right? Because it's a dynamic mic, right? Yep. Okay. Slurp still coming in loud and clear. I thought you were planning to use an SM7B as well. I will never use the meme mic. Okay. Using an SM7B as a streamer is like buying a GTR. Okay. Even if it is really good, we're not doing it. We're not doing it. Okay. Okay, the only issue that I see with this mic is I have to add... Does the channel strip not have a preamp in the line as well? You should need a cloud lifter of a preamp. This mic needs a lot of gain. I don't think that these preamps will provide it. But, oh wait, hold on. Secret button. Hold on. Ah, okay. Ooh. This is my normal talking range now. Hello, hello. Wait. Testing 1, 2. Okay, too quiet. That's okay. We're going to increase this a little bit. Hello, hello. Nope. Are we here? Test 1, 2. We want more volume overall. So let's add gain at this stage. Testing 1, 2. Test, test. Hello, hello. Okay, we just woke up. We're kind of grumbly, mumbly, grumble, mumble, grumble, mumble. This is still pretty audible. This is actually pretty audible. Testing 1, 2. Do we need a little bit more volume on the whole thing? This is with a bit more volume on the entire thing. All right, test, test, test. Hello, 1, 2. Okay. This dynamic range is super compressed. Is this good? Does it still sound boxy or little less volume? You guys always complain that everything's too quiet. This is really compressed. Does it sound okay really compressed or? I like it. Sounds amazing. Super fucked. Dull. Too compressed. If I want to reduce some of the compression, I'm going to change my ratio, basically, right? Which is going to give me a higher, louder loud. Okay, we've changed a lot of settings here. Okay, hold on. Okay, test. We've dumped. Testing, 1, 2. Okay. Hello. Too much. Testing, 1, 2. Test. Hello. Test. 1, 2. What was the secret button you pushed? It gave me 20 dBs, 20 dBs of gains. Hello. Test. This mic needs to be EQ'd. I'd suggest a high shelf at +6 at 4 kilohertz. Oh, would you now? Hello. This should be a bit brighter. Ooh, this is a lot brighter. I can't tell if this is too crisp or not. Testing, 1, 2. Test. Hello. Test. Okay, a little bit less bright. Do I have good? Can you say yes? Ice cream, so good. Yes. You should be using between 2 to 1 and 3 to 1. Haha, bro, I'm on like 8 to 1, okay? We get loud, all right? Testing 1, 2. Test, test, test. Four to 1 is plenty, bro. I live. My normal life is 4 to 1. Okay. Testing 1, 2. Test, test, test. Hello, hello. Test, 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 test. Okay. I think this is good. Do you think? It still sounds a tiny too compressed. Way better than before. This is our compressor mic. I don't know why I said that. This is our condenser mic. This one sounds really compressed to me now, I think. And then this is the Re 20. I'll probably end up switching to this mic once the shock mount and the pop filter. Pop, pop, pop. I don't think I actually need one, though. You don't get loud enough to where it clips. Lower the ratio. Put a limiter. Right now, I can see it. I'm literally seeing it. I see it clip on OBS when I shout. Or on OBS, I guess. It doesn't mean it's clipping here. Test, test. No, it is clipping here. It literally clips here. Lower the fucking ratio and use a limiter then? What? That's it. I'm just using it as a limiter. Why not just increase the ratio to infinite? I don't think there's a separate limiter. I think this sounds fine. I think this is a testing. Hello. What a fucking Weasley little liar. The only issue right now is that I don't have a shock mount for this microphone. I think the sound people are actually wanting to hear is about the compression from ART and then a software limiter at the end of the chain with a ratio at infinity. No, I'm not going to put a software limiter at the end of my shit. If I don't have you hear these noises on the desk. This is because I don't have a shock mount. You sound retarded on the Re 20. It's because you fucking retards. Change is uncomfortable, and you guys always get ass mad at it anyway. I don't give a fuck. Could you say Eichel? Wait, am I going to get... Is that like a racial slur? Why are you spending so much time on the secondary mic? Because that one guy made that comment in chat, and now it's living in my head rent-free, and I think I'm probably going to switch to this mic completely. Because I should probably just be using a dynamic microphone for stream. I shouldn't be using a condenser in a room with an AC blasting in the background. There's no way that I'm ever going to be able to fight the sound of that AC with fucking EQ or some other cuck shit. I should just be using a dynamic mic. And I think the Re 20 is a good mic, and not many people use it, so I can still be a unique butterfly. Okay, hold on. One sec. Hold on. Can you guys say the color black in Spanish? I don't know what you mean. My fellow... If you stop using esoteric mics and start using industry standard ones, this problem would be fixed days ago. The Re 20... Fuck off. The Re 20 is a super popular mic, okay? Fuck you. Hello, hello. Test, test. Okay. I think this is... testing 1, 2. Don't even start. Oh Lord, they coming. Is there? Okay. This is the I think this is the testing 1, 2. This is probably gonna be. I don't know if I'll EQ this more. This will be the microphone that I think I'll switch to. But I'm probably going to tweak with it a bit. But until those things arrive in a couple days, I'm going to be using this mic. Somebody has a dog here for a few days, okay? So get ready for it. Damn, why does this sound... This mic sounds so much crisper. It sounds so yellow and bright. Well, that's what EQ is for. Hold on. Let's... Maybe? Can I turn these up, turn this down, test, 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 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. No, this is fine, fuck it. It still sounds like very sharp, but that's okay. It might be the... Use the Re 27? Wait, is that a real thing? There's a 27 now? Is there a low-cut filter on the channel strip that should work on the rumbles? Nah, I'm good. Can we see the dog? Well, I think she's supposed to be sleeping right now. So if I go play with her, she's going to freak the fuck out. The dynamic mic sounds way more mid-focus. Oh. Oh no. Do you think... Do I need to go pet her or something? What kind of dog? I don't know. It's a strong one. You pass for male with this mic and it's not even close. What does it mean to sound yellow? I don't know. Yellow, bright, tinny, high. Like the highs are too much. The Newman TLM 103. No, I'm not buying a $3,000 mic to be fucking mic retarded. But maybe, we'll see. I think this sounds okay. We'll get used to it. Stick with the Re-20. I don't have a shock mount for it yet, okay? Why don't you Re-20 these nuts? Oh my God. Oh my God. Wait, what the fuck is this? Wait, what? Hamas slashes food prices as Gaza flooded with humanitarian aid? Excuse me. After terror group tried to amplify famine in Gaza narrative, Israel's increased inflow of aid goods led to a drop in market prices. Hamas forced to cut taxes, pleasing traders. Wait, Ynet is pretty... Is this like a pretty pro-Israel center-right site? Where do they come from? We read this when I was doing research with Loanerbox. Happy holidays. Hope you have a good one today. Thanks, Quiet Monsoon. Do you think you can get through to Alex? The problem that I'm having right now with Alex is it feels like he genuinely has issues with deduction, and I don't know how to. I don't know what to do. I don't know how to deal with that. I'm not sure. Like, I feel like I could say, okay, Alex, if all men are mortal, and Socrates is a man. Then, and he'd be like, okay, well, who's saying that all men are mortal? And I'm like, no, hold on. I'm just saying, let's assume these two things. If all men are mortal and Socrates is a man, then we could say that Socrates is, well, I don't have any, I need more information about Socrates. Wait, no. Let's assume these two things are true. Okay, but are they true? Well, let's just assume, just for, oh man. Anytime I'm trying to shoot a link and he's like, I don't know why you would link this. It just helps me. And it's like, do you think I'm only going to link things that hurt you? I'm just trying to figure out the truth of the matter. Oh, and then also, kind of happy, kind of mad, bros. I'm going to finish this in my free time. I just need a flight where I can plug in all my information. For my Israel stuff. I spent so long looking for a timeline, and now I have one, and we hacked it a little bit, so now I can like change colors for when the leaders are there, and it's like, okay, I can kind of follow this, I guess. Right? New prime minister, new color. I was fucking on my iPad on the settings just to see, because I was bored at night. And you don't need timelines at all. I've never really looked at it much, but you can create these things. How do I do a new... How do I do like file new? Control. I'm looking for node. What is the node map? Top left, Destiny. Oh, it's this. Oh my God. The page icon. It's a super neat function, shows topics with connections. Oh, the node map is fucking worthless. I think that people just like jerk it off because it like looks cute. Because you can see like how you're... Is it this? People are like, oh, I can do that, I can do that, I can do that, I can... This is... I have no idea why you would ever use this. Other than to like jerk off your shit. But this... No! Wait, what the fuck did I just do? Control... Oh. Bro. This... I can do anything with this. The canvassing thing. I feel like you could make the best timeline in the world just using this. He has a listening issue or a bad faith issue as well, like when he just fucking got the complete opposite message from you explaining how you would respond to a Russian bombing. Wait, can you use an example? Okay, so like let's say I wanted to do let's say that we did want to make a timeline of Israel. Okay, let's say I want to do this, right? So let's say I mean, you could do anything. I could have like, it's just you get a giant graph to like do shit on. So we could do timeline of Israel. Maybe right here, I could have first prime minister. And then here we could add, and then I can add notes. I could literally add Ben Gurion. I haven't filled out his thing here, but then I could like add him here. We could do, this is so powerful. Like, this is insane. The functionality and ease of use on this. This is literally, this is more powerful than any fucking bullshit ass timeline I could have ever used. So we can do timeline, we can do year, 1948. We can go like, I could have a line here for prime ministers. You can put Ben Gurion here. We can add notes. We can add media. We can add pictures and shit. I could add first Arab-Israeli war. Did I not make an article for the... Wait, what the fuck would I have called it? 1948 War of Independence? Or, oh, the Palestine War. Well, that's kind of a weird name for it. But look, boom, I can link a whole note here. And then you can literally, if you want, you can create like a whole group of things. Like I could create a group. Call this the Israel early years. I'm pretty sure you can color it if I wanted to. I can give it a different color background. Yeah, but anyway, this is... Damn, I don't even know what all this shit does. What does this do? Oh, it's images. Oh my god. Like, anyway, sorry, yeah. You realize that the whole point of the node graph is you can essentially link nodes in a similar fashion without having to manually make this flowchart. What? No, what are you talking about? The node graph won't let you do that at all. Or wait, hold on. Wait. Before I say that. Can you actually manipulate stuff in the node graph? No, this is cringe. It's just, it's cute to see your shit connect, but... This is like way more functionality. Anyway, yeah. I should have never wasted any time dicking around with these stupid fucking timeline plugins. Jesus. The node graph is literally just data point for Redditors? Yeah. Note taking itself is a very good skill to have. Have you noticed your note taking improve over the past few months while studying shit? Or do you have any advice for that? Oh, yeah, for sure. There's definitely stuff that I would do differently now in terms of taking notes and organizing things. Like, I notice that a lot with the... shit, sorry, fuck. God damn it. My friend's car got towed. The whole idea of Obsidian is using that node map if you are properly linking notes. Why, bro? What's the point? Wait, hold on one sec. Well, I don't know why you would ever look at this thing other than to just like jerk off at how your notes are connected. Like what? Oh my God. I'm getting triggered by everything. What is the value? This is where the node map works and local views of a note. What is the functionality that I'm getting here? So I can see where this thing connects to? I don't understand. The idea is you link notes to each other that you know have some connection, and then over time you can discover links between other notes or topics that you wouldn't have consciously discovered. What do you mean, discovered links? What are you talking about? Like, oh my God. Like, I was studying the history of the United States, and then I started studying George Washington, and I see they're connected. Like, what do you mean? You have to manually link the notes within another note to even know that. You would already know by linking the thing to another thing. You put the links in yourself. Yeah, what do you mean discovering? What are you talking about? Maybe you've had Alzheimer's and you're like doing notes and you're like, oh my God, did you know that Israel is connected to fucking Jordan? I saw this linked here. They're linked. What? Anyway, fuck you. And the canvas is awesome. This, though, is awesome. And I should have never wasted time with the cringe timeline. Timelines were cringe. This is based and so cool. Oh my God. I just feel like I can make it. Can you embed videos here? I just feel like I can make the best porn collection ever in a canvas like this. Holy shit. You can make the best gooning collage. Add web page is pretty cool. Yeah, the only thing I don't like about that is adding things that you don't have control over. because web pages can change. Damn, this is super cool though, right? You gotta admit. Wait, if I wanted to... Would this add them to the group? Oh, no. Can I change the title of the thing? Oh. We've got set color, zoom, remove. Oh, wait, no, shot. Oh, wait. No? Hello? Change URL, open a browser, copy URL, change URL. Would you talk to Chris Chan? I don't know. That's the name of the browser window. Maybe you can't change it. Yeah, I think it seems like it. Well, that's so disappointing that you wouldn't be able to change that, but... Anyway, sorry. I got carried away. Prediction on the Aiden Ross XQC friendship? I don't know. Have you written off the CZ Shadow 2? Oh yeah, shit. Okay, next part. I have to make a choice on this. Okay, here's the rabbit hole that I went down, okay? Okay. Why don't you buy both? You're rich. Because I just, it feels weird. Dropping $10,000 on 2 pistols it's a little too much. It just doesn't feel good. I could, but it doesn't feel good. Oh damn, we got big Alex hate threads. Can't you resell it? I'm not reselling my fucking guns. Gotta find this stupid fucking thread now. Hold on. The transgender day visibility was not bad optically on purpose. I thought Biden chose one of the worst days to choose for this. I was like, they're just giving conservatives rage bait and talking points. It's been March 31st every year since 2009. Easter changes every year according to the first full moon of spring, which sadly I didn't know now, or I didn't know. It just happens to fall on Easter this year. I feel like I haven't heard many people explain it like this. Now conservatives are going to use this to bolster Trump. Oh, who cares? Check mine. Was Alex contradicting himself? Can't link in kick chat. Can you not? You can link in kick chat usually, sometimes. Man, can I say, I don't know if Reddit does this. I think sometimes it does. Oh, it's doing it. I don't know if this is Reddit or I don't know if this is a browser feature to save on memory, but okay. Following what the Houthis did, will Kyle Kalinske ever apologize? If I scroll down far enough, I don't know if it's going to do it now. Hold on. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it doesn't. And I control F Houthis, it's unloaded that part of this page in order to conserve RAM. That's so fucking worthless. I hate this. I hate it. I hate it. It's a chrome issue? No, I don't think it's an issue. I think it's a feature. I think this is intentional. I don't know if it's a chrome thing, if it's a Reddit thing, or if it's a... People are saying it's a Reddit thing. I bet it's a feature that's supported by Chrome that new Reddit takes advantage of. I bet that's what's happening. Okay, Destiny, subreddit, Alien, Staccato. There it is. Okay. So I read this guy. Okay, I'm going to take you. We're going to go the journey I went to yesterday. Destiny, for the love of Allah, do not. Why? Why is it like this? Hello? Test. This fucking cable. Okay. Any 2011 pistol offered by Staccato will have its roots with everyone's favorite 45, the 1911. 2 world wars. Unfortunately, the beloved 1911 and the 2011 that followed is simply a mechanically inferior design to the Laugo Alien fundamentally. Although I would never speak ill of John Moses Browning, peace and blessings be upon him, the fact is the 1911 was developed well before the year 1911. The pistol uses an, at the time novel, action in which the barrel tilts on a linkage to lock and unlock the firearm. The linkage was discarded by most firearm manufacturers going forward, who instead designed a simpler, less parts equals more reliable, lugged system. 1911 in action. Look at that. Look at that barrel tilting down there. Is this a Glock barrel? I couldn't tell you different barrels from one another. I have a Glock 17. I like it because it's reliable. Looks like a bazooka. Anyway. So what? Your barrel is whipping around constantly with every shot. Not ideal for accuracy or felt recoil. Not only that, recoil or recoil? I think it'd be either. Not only that, you're stuck with an appendix every modern gun manufacturer has been able to eliminate. Could you machine and hand fit everything so that tolerances are perfect and any play would be negligible? Sure. Could you make the linkage and every other part out of such high-strength materials you'd never have to worry? Of course, that's what Staccato does. But why invest in a pistol whose excellence falls in its ability to limit the negatives of ancient design? This guy's speaking to me on a fundamental level, okay? Enter the Laugo Alien. This is a pistol that has been designed from the ground up by the Czechs, our Israeli allies, guys, in the 40s, okay? Yes, to be perfect. Not just machined with precision or hand-fit kind of perfect, the fundamental kind of perfect that cares about the backbone of the product and not the fancy makeup. This pistol ditches the old tilting barrel action and instead uses the HK pioneered German Gucci gun company, think USP, MP5, G36, etc., system that was used in a now unicorn gun, the P7. Gas delay. What is a P7 gun? Oh, the HK P7. Look at this itty-bitty cringe pistol. Oh my god. This system allows the barrel to remain completely stationary in the frame of the pistol, along with a fixed top rail and optic. The recoil spring and gas delay system are then positioned above the barrel, allowing the bore axis to be significantly lower and more in line with the shooter's wrist, which decreases felt recoil. Wow. Look at that low bore axis, guys. The Alien has no constraints to work around besides the cartridge itself. This led it to become one of the most novel things to be produced from the pistol industry for decades. All the money paid to perfect a subpar system with the Staccato is instead paid towards all the research and development used to create one of the most advanced and unique pistols ever to be produced. I need to stop myself before I go full autist. So here's the TLDR. The Staccato is what you get when you throw millions of dollars over decades at an antiquated design. The Laugo Alien is what you get when you combine modern design and machining techniques with the advantage of a full history of small arms designs reference and create a fundamentally superior pistol. Why buy a fancy shit gun when you go buy a sexy, good gun. Fancy shit gun, sexy. Look at, and also the picture still made at the end. Look at this. Look at this guy. My God. My God. Do you ever train shooting and retention? You're getting shotgun blasted by hot exhaust by the Staccato. You mean shooting from the body? I've done it probably like one time. I don't usually. We've done like a lot of like drawing and shooting. Bro, this cable being down here is really annoying. You know what? I have an idea. Hold on one second. We'll see if that helps. Okay, so now I read this dude's write-up, and I'm like, okay, well, fuck me, okay? Looks like I have to get the Alien, because it's just, how do I not after this guy's review? So then I Google Alien versus Staccato, Reddit, and I'm curious. Oh, no, wait. Did I just look at Staccato XC Reddit? I think I did this. Oh, no, wait. No, I didn't. It wasn't the Staccato. It was the Alien. I'm sorry. Alien gun Reddit. It was this. I have this gun too, but I can't get it to run after 150 rounds before it started to jam or the slide gets stuck. I clean it every time I soak the gas piston in carbon remover and everything. Do you have any suggestions? So I saw this guy here. Okay. It's like 5K and it can run hot because of this gas system. I've seen this run hot thing a couple times. Okay, kind of weird. I start seeing a bunch of people saying that once you've put like over 1,000 rounds into it, weird shit happens. It starts like jamming and gunking and it gets fucked up. Fuck, I don't know if I'll be able to find these other threads. But now I'm not sure if is it gonna suck after like shooting twice with it or what? These people are reviewing it from a competition perspective. Yeah, but this I was seeing people saying that. Do people say that for every gun on forums? Fuck no. Said the gas system gets dirty and is hard to clean. I've yet to see a shooter in competition who's happy. I've yet to see a shooter in competition who's happy with their Alien. I find that YouTubers and reviewers who shoot the gun for 1,000 shots or under just don't give you the full story. I have yet to see an Alien that wasn't totaled for 20,000 shots. Have you even shot 1,000 rounds? Yeah, every time you go to the range, you shoot like probably two to 500. It depends on what kind of guns you brought with you and everything, but 4 mags on a Glock is almost 100 rounds. That's like 80 rounds right there almost, right? 17 is 40 and 28 is 68 rounds right there. That's just 4 mags on a Glock. And then if you bring other guns with you, if you bring rifles with you, 30-round magazines, shit, ammo goes fast, I think, if you shoot a lot. I don't understand people that go to the range and they shoot like 3 mags and then they go home. I don't know why the fuck you would do this. Have you watched Colin Noor's video on the Staccato? No. But the guy made me. The problem is, that guy made me hate the staccato on a fundamental level. He made me hate it on a fundamental level.
This is the staccato.
Did this guy used to do conservative politics? Or am I thinking of another black YouTuber guy? Get it. Oldest. My everyday carry. He does? Okay. Oh, he did. Have I talked to him before? A long time ago? I had the feeling that he was like tangentially related to the blood sports stuff. Or he was like, he knew of like Andy Worski and Tonka and everything.
I remember when talking about a zombie apocalypse.
No, wait, hold on. No, I'm not thinking of this guy. It's not this guy. It was the Colin Noor guy, right? He's gone on Joe Rogan. Maybe he was just a guy that made videos back then. Maybe that's what I remember him. Are there any non-conservative gun tubers? I don't think so. If the Alien has a flawed design, how's it better than the Staccato? I don't know if it has a flawed design. Okay. Now you're never getting rid of me, son. You gotta ban me and slander like my fam or something. Better be prepared for being attached if ever. What did I do for you, Fossil? Or is that supposed to be a nice message? I'm sorry, I didn't even watch this guy's shit.
Staccato XC. This is kind of a cheater first mag video because technically I've already shot this gun, just never did a video on it. And so, essentially, this is my first time doing a video, but not my first time shooting it. This is my absolute favorite staccato. Absolute favorite staccato. Technically, I've already shot this gun, just never did a video on it. And so, essentially, this is my first time doing a video, but not my first time
Damn, what do you think the range is on that?
shooting it.
Do you plan on carrying it? Yeah, I want to get in. Yeah, I don't know how to carry with sweatpants. I feel like you have to wear slacks or jeans or something. Carry. I've always carried with a holster on my belt. I don't know if you can carry in sweatpants. Sweatpants, conceal carry, holster. Oh, actually, I think there are ones you can wrap around your body directly. So maybe you could. When wearing sweatpants, how do you conceal carry? Oh my god, a thread from me. I don't go out in public in my leisure. A loser. Enigma. He said it. Get it? Don't ask questions you don't want the answer to. Grow up, wear fucking pants. Wow, a lot of haters in here. My god. Belly band holster. Oh, hold on. Speaking of such, another random pit stop of a pit stop of a pit stop. So I A/B test girls that I talk to sometimes, because sometimes I feel like there are certain words you use that people really like, and there are certain words that people don't like. I noticed that, I'm curious real quick, if you guys have a feeling here. Get a Steven Crowder chest holster? I would never open carry in my life. What a horrible fuck. Oh, crazy. I notice it when I talk to people. So I think that I like bellies. I think they're cute. They're usually sensitive. They connect you to fun stuff above and below. I think, and they're nice. They're like a sensitive. Yeah, they're just like a nice area. I think bellies are cute. But I notice that if you talk to a girl and like, oh, you have a very, I like your belly. They get like, ew. You think I'm like fat? And I'm like, no. But when I say tummy, it's always like, oh, thank you, cute. But in my mind, belly and tummy, it's like the same thing. Your belly or your tummy. I feel like you could say tummy equals fat. True, holy shit. Belly sounds like beer belly. I feel like stomach is okay. Stomach just sounds too like I'm about to perform surgery on you. Why would you just say? Why would you say stomach? It just sounds like that sounds like a lot. Like saying, like calling, like saying, like talking about a girl's vagina. Huh. Chat seems to be pretty divided here, though. You have to become a Minecraft YouTuber? I have so many dumb ideas about that. But it's too much. I couldn't do it. It would just be horrible. It's too edgy. I make too many child porn. I make too many pedophile jokes. It's not good, guys. I think I would start to wonder at some point. Okay, check out Beltless Receiver from Neomag. Beltless Receiver from Neomag.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Alias Beltless FAQ. I'm gonna go over very briefly how to set your beltless up.
Why does this guy look like he's being held hostage by the manufacturer? Wait, what's happening here?
Hey everybody, welcome to the Alias Beltless FAQ. I'm gonna go over very briefly how to set your beltless up.
God, also, I know it shouldn't happen, but the idea of carrying in this position, I feel like it would have to be, what do you call it, condition 2? Is condition 2 magazine loaded, no round in the chamber? A weapon with a magazine in place and a round in the chamber, but the hammer is forward. Oh, so it'd be like condition 3. The idea of just like blowing my dick off like this is just... oh God. Okay.
High round capacity. So the way I currently have it set up is, of course, I have a 20 round magazine.
What's the argument for having a gun? You'd probably never use it for self-defense or anything useful. Is the argument to keep guns because we already have the right? We have the right. And listen, if somebody wants to fuck with me, okay, I need to be able to lay this motherfucker out.
With the Surefire 300X100, Surefire X300 Turbo, and then my Loophole Delta Point Pro. And
do we need those sound effects? My God.
X300 Turbo, and then my Loophole Delta Point Pro. And the biggest part of this gun that really creates that ability for it to shoot flat is how this gun is sprung.
Holster Enigma is the move. It's not even close or comparable. It's good enough to even use when out jogging if you're careful about the holster chafing on longer runs. Belly bands and other stuff don't compare. Oh, Jacob, at the end of all of my, at the end of every other workout, I can jog for over a mile now without getting tired. Are you proud of me? Every time I run, I think about running over my midfoot just for you. Perfect tank top body armor. Jesus Christ, I don't need body armor.
From a spring standpoint, and also this island comp. And so you have that island comp that doesn't move. It's not actually part of the slide. It sits out front with the barrel. And as you can see, the front sight picture is also sitting in front of the barrel. Now, personally, I think I want to change these to night sights. I like the fiber optics during the day if I'm just kind of shooting from a leisure standpoint, from a competitive standpoint, but from a self-defense standpoint, I want some nights.
Do you think pulling out a gun when you're in a fist fight with another dude is reasonable? The way that it's supposed to work, okay? The way that it is supposed to work is if you are concealed carrying, you become the biggest bitch in the world. You don't fight anybody. You don't talk shit. If somebody calls your girl a slut and says he wants to rape your mom, then you say, listen, wear protection, take your girl, you walk away. That's it. It's always, if you are going to carry, everything has to be de-escalation from your side massively. Because the problem is that if you're concealed carrying and you get into a fight, the likelihood that somebody dies dramatically increases. Because you're not going to lose a fist fight if you got a gun on you. The other guy knows you have a gun on you. It's just everything gets really fucked at that point. If you're concealed carrying, you have to have the most meek, withdrawing, attitude ever. Otherwise, shit is gonna be fucked. He was asking what you would do. I would never get into a fight if I have a pistol on me, because I'm not gonna lose a fucking fist fight. If I got a pistol, I'm gonna kill the guy. Turn YouTube player ambient mode off, please. What is ambient mode? Wait, what does that do? Hold on.
But the beautiful thing is you have these rears, these suppressor height rears in the back that kind of clear.
Wait, why does it feel like when I push the button to go off, it undoes a thing, and then when I push it on, it is doing nothing? What is happening?
That actually sit right inside of my Delta Point Pro. And as anybody knows with Delta Point Pros, they sit kind of high. So finding sights that clears that.
Are we emulating the glow of a TV now? Why? What? Okay.
Is actually a big deal. So I can still co-witness between the front and the rear with this gun. So I love that aspect of it. And then, of course, you have these slide cuts, these deep, they're not even slide cuts, they're slide cuts, not serrations, but they're a combination of slide cuts and serrations. I get here and then look at this, look, come here. Look how smooth, it's just so easy to operate this gun. It's just, okay, it's getting a little weird. All right, so, and then of course, from an ergonomic standpoint.
Okay, but what does he say about the Alien? He doesn't even use it. Wait, he does. Oh my God, what does he say about this? I just need to pull the trigger, guys.
Joe Rogan came out here to shoot with me and Peter, and we had...
Oh wait, is this guy in No. This isn't the same place, is it? Is this San Antonio? Is this the same range that everybody else has been using?
Full autos. We had everything you could think of from a full auto standpoint. And I'm like, oh, we're gonna have a blast today. Joe's gonna love shooting all these full auto guns. And Joe comes out here and spends 90% of the time shooting this.
Oh wait, you heard that, right? Listen to these guns, bro. Is he shooting the Alien here? Do you hear how fast? If you never shot a pistol, to be able to look at a target, especially if this is like 20, 30 yards away, and just...
I'm like, oh, we're gonna have a blast today. Joe's gonna love shooting all these full auto guns.
Watch.
And Joe comes out here and spends 90% of the time shooting
Ding, 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 ding. That's insane. These guns are so nice.
All the ammo used in this video was brought to you by Nosler, maker of the most innovative, most accurate, and most effective bullets and ammunition in the industry.
So, if you know anything about 2011s, if you were one of those like STI 2011 lovers, you know what this is. This is the Infinity. I remember the first time I ever got my hands on...
Wait, this is not the Alien? Or is it called the Alien Infinity? It looks like it has Alien text. Oh no, wait, that just says Infinity. It's stretched out. Was that like an earlier model? Before it was called the Alien? No, because the Alien's been out for years. Okay, I don't care. Fuck me, dude. And then somebody in chat just like this stupid shit. What is this? The Atlas? What the fuck is this?
Hey everybody, here to show you the Artemis. This one's in
I'm sorry, the Artemis. My bad.
Millimeter. There's a different version in 40. If you're interested in that, you should watch
the Atlas Artemis. Okay, never mind. I thought I just had it.
That video. But the 9mm has the Alpha grip with adjustable or interchangeable grip panels in the Delta pattern made out of aluminum, always double undercut.
What's interesting about this gun is it's a sight block gun, but its overall barrel length is set up like a 5-inch gun.
Wait, Jacob, between the three, what do you think? The Alien, the Artemis, or the Staccato brand? Which three? Of the three, what would you go for?
So it does fit in the IPSC box. If you're shooting IPSC, that's great. If you just like the size and fit and feel of a 5-inch gun, this would be no different than a Titan in the dimensions up here, except the slide's shorter and the block does not move. That counterweight.
Yes, you're right. It's legal to carry a concealed handgun in public in all 50 states. Wait, is that a new law? You had to get a permit to conceal carry in Nebraska. 1,000 round review of the Alien. What are you looking for in a concealed carry pistol? The ability to dispatch as many targets at once as possible with ruthless, relentless accuracy and precision.
So I figured I'd do a approximately 1,000 round review on
Maybe an issue? Oh no.
the Alien. Got this about a week ago. Put a bunch of rounds on it, trying to get used to the feel for it before I take it out for, coming up matches. And I've noticed a couple things.
Uh-oh. What's he noticing? What's going on, buddy?
What's causing it, but
What?
you can see where the
Isn't it
trigger
is it supposed to do that?
pushes up in there. For some reason, the trigger will bind. I don't know if it's maybe carbon getting up in there, but kind of like trying to simulate here, but instead of being that smooth pull, it won't go.
Oh my god, good observation and kick shot. Of course it doesn't work, it's missing half the parts.
And you really have to wrench on it and then bang. It's happened a couple times, with the gun being really dirty. So I don't know how the carbon's able to get up in there.
Can tell Destiny didn't grow up with guns because people who didn't aren't weird as fuck about what's essentially a screwdriver tool.
Listen,
What?
Steven.
What?
You've fallen down a trap that's being fueled by Vivans, and I'm going to tell you something, okay?
And
Do
aside
you
from,
want the nicest
people are saying
shooting
about it being
gun
really hot,
that lets
which
you do
is,
rapid
really
fire
true.
shots,
It's more of
feels nice? Or do you want something that will always shoot no matter what? Because
I
these are
need both.
different guns.
I need both.
Well, you don't.
I need both.
Doesn't exist.
I need
It
both.
doesn't matter how much you spend.
I need
No.
both, Dan.
You can't
They
get
have
both.
to exist. It does exist.
No, it doesn't exist because the actual technologies that make something shoot better also lend themselves to creating more issues as you use it more. That's it. If you want something that's always going to shoot, like go get a fucking revolver or a Glock. If you don't, then there's other things to get.
I already have
okay?
a Glock, and I don't have a revolver because I'm a loser.
Okay, first off, revolvers are cool. Okay, so you already have a gun that's always going to shoot. Perfect. Every time.
gun, not a
Okay? It's not the best for follow-up shots.
I have
A
6.
little
Dan, if
snappy.
I'm getting attacked
That's
by
great.
people, there's going to be at least 4 of them. I can tell, okay? I got a lot of haters
Listen
online.
to me. This gun is interesting and advanced.
So if you put
and
a lot of rounds
cool,
and mag dump through it real quick.
but it
does
uses a lot of stuff. It has a gas
Thank you.
system.
Thank you, Dan,
It
for
has
telling me
small-
about literally
Yeah,
all
yeah.
of technology. I
Okay,
understand. Yes.
It means that
everything
means
is
that
like
things
this.
can go-
Yes.
Okay. No,
Thank you.
Not everything is like
Yes.
that. A Glock-
Yes.
a
Software
Glock
is the
like
same. Why
3
do people use
pieces.
old shit instead of new shit? Because old shit's
Listen
reliable.
to
New shit
me,
is more
God,
feature.
you are
Every single
so
thing. Why do people do
fucking
things with cars and everything else?
Oh, my
Okay.
God.
The
Listen.
question right now isn't going to be. The question isn't is an alien as reliable as a fucking cult whatever bullshit single action arm? Okay. The question is will it fall apart after 1,000 rounds? That's what I want to know.
Okay, well, the answer to that is no. It's not going to fall apart after 1,000 rounds. If it did, this thing would be getting dogged on every single
You're
fucking
right.
post on the internet.
You're right. We're getting the alien.
Okay.
You're right.
Instead, you
That's
find
it.
like 1 or 2 things that come out where someone's complaining that you've never heard of. Like, where are the competition fucking shooters being like, oh yeah, this gun, it's good, but after 1,000 rounds, it fucking explodes. and
My
you
guess
have
is going to be
RMA it.
competition shooters probably don't shoot stock anything. They probably buy some other bullshit, and there's like really popular mod pads.
Doesn't this gun
for-
have a warranty as well?
I'm not. Do you think I'm sending shit back for a warranty? Ain't nobody got time for that bullshit.
Okay, so what is?
I'm getting the alien. You talk into it. You're right.
Yes.
The alien was the right choice.
Yes.
And here comes Jacob
It
to
is the
cuck
right
out
choice.
for the 1911. Oh boy.
No, I'm not even here to do that. So is your goal to carry, or is your goal to have the best race gun?
I just think it's a cool gun. I want it, and I'd like to go
Yes,
back to
that's
carrying,
enough.
but I don't have a
That's
holster
enough.
right now.
Okay, so you want a range toy.
Well, I've already got nice range toys. I mean, if I can carry this, I would carry it too. Problem? Look, this even comes with a holster. Oh shit! But I need the what did you call it? The belly band?
The Filster Enigma is probably the way to go for that.
Sorry.
He has to determine which thing is gonna fit the best on him and what he likes the more. There's like fucking 10 ways to carry.
You're
a gun
doing
this
like
big.
these are like bleeding edge guns where you're taking huge sacrifices and like carryability and like
Yeah, maybe for you,
reliability
kiddo.
Okay, good. Okay, this is not worth doing, man. Good luck.
He's so mad. Look at how trolled he just got. God, he's so fucking mad.
I mean, you can
Oh my, look at how fragile the gym flares are. These guys are in their channel all day trying to attack people, shitting on me. I see you guys in your chats shit talking me all fucking day.
They
Look
do
at you.
that.
I'm gonna change all my rep ranges to 5 just to trigger you guys for the next 7 years. Okay, I'm gonna tell everybody on stream that's the only way to do it. And we're all doing go mad just because of how ass mad the fucking lifter flares.
You didn't want to talk shit when I was here? You wanted to wait till I left?
What's up? How you doing?
Oh, okay. We're doing the big dog, small dog.
Yeah, Justicle's grown in popularity, so I figured I would emulate his tactics.
Working well.
Wait, let's say hypothetically you had to get one. Would you get the Alien Creator Revolution, the Alien, or the Alien Retro?
I have no idea. I have no opinions there. I wouldn't get an Alien.
God, you're such a. If you had to, if you being fuck it, don't worry. I'll figure it out. Okay, I'll read their advertising
love
material
that.
and see which one speaks to me the most. Love you.
Yeah. High complexity generation 1 products is the way to go.
Oh yeah, as opposed to that. Look at him fucking dancing out of here. This is the type of guy who would never have the Apple Vision. He would have never gotten a Focus RS because they didn't make a second one. What about all the stuff where they just make one good one and then the second one just doesn't happen for a variety of reasons? Anything second is better than first. That means he supports World War II and the Nazis and the concentration camps. So you're also anti-Semitic and racist. Big L. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what the fuck? What is this monstrosity? Okay, whatever I get, it can't look too fucking retarded. And this one, I think, pushes. This one pushes. This looks like a fucking bicycle. What the fuck am I looking at?
Look at it's got the finger thing.
My
the
thumb break? Oh, yeah. Okay.
All that. I will say these are going to be a little frisky to carry, I guess. I don't know. How much bigger than a Glock 19 or Glock 17 is this?
Glock 17 is pretty big. My guess is going to be they're probably similar in size.
Are you buying this to be your carry pistol?
Maybe it will be. I'm not going to tell you. I'm not going to reveal my self-defense kit to the world.
Is this am I gonna be like, shit? If he had a Glock, I would have came at him. But
listen, I want these guys
the
coming at me
SIG?
thinking I'm carrying a fucking shield or some shit. Okay, listen. Realistically, this isn't something you carry. You don't know me. Okay.
Okay.
What the fuck is the difference between these? Sell me. Can they just give me advertising material to sell me on?
Hold on.
Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Well, this one has the lowest bore axis in the world. Interchangeable top rail. Gas delayed blowback action. Okay. G17 comparison. Oh, this is basically the same size as my Glock. Boom. There we go.
Okay, so it looks like the Creator model adds a slightly different grip angle, modular grips, and a different slide and top rail, as well as a different magazine base pad. So that's the difference between that one versus the normal one. Now the Retro, what does this do?
Well, it's the first of its kind. Oh, no, wait. That's the Alien pistol, the Alien Retro. It was specifically designed to comply with the rules of IPSC Production Optics Division and other competitive classes which require that the optics is... Oh, don't care.
No,
fuck that shit.
Okay, so
Lame.
so do you want the one with the updated shit as requested by customers, or do you want the original? So you can either get the original one as they first envisioned it, or
The creator one.
The creator one. We're going with the creator one for sure.
Okay, well there you go.
Can you do the John Wick press check? I don't know. I don't know why the fuck anybody would ever press check a gun in their entire life. I've never understood that. Okay.
Okay, the new one has a 2011 style grip, and the old one has the Glock angle grip. Okay. Good to know.
Okay. How much? What's the difference in cost between these? Let's check. The full kit is $6K. All right. The limited optics kit is $5K. And wait, what's the difference between this full kit and this full kit? The USA 500 full kit? LE? What is that?
Limited edition. Look at the slides and shit. It's like special shit.
Oh my God. Look at that. Wow. Oh my God. And it's got color swappable magwell flares. Oh. Can I get it in blue? Can you get different colors? Black and gold edition. Please make more Sick Nasty food review videos. Your Munch Pack food review was legendary and really educated me on the proper ratings for foreign food.
Hold on, the black and gold edition, that's the one. I don't care. Get that one. Yes. Look how sick that's the one you have to get. Steve, the black and gold edition. That.
I'm not a big gold. If it was blue, if it was like that slick dark blue, I would do it. I'm just not a big gold person.
Yeah, but this means you had like 1,000 kills in COD. You know? They're going to take you seriously with this.
Okay. I think it's going to be this one. What if somebody just beats me up at the range and takes my shit?
There might be special editions. Go on gunbroker.com.
They wouldn't have it here?
No, like past special editions that they're not doing anymore. Obviously, they're doing it. Like
I don't want older ones. That means it's worse.
Could be brand new. It doesn't mean it's worse. It could just be a different one.
Too late. I'm getting this. All right.
Well, it's not like you're pressing fucking buy now.
I am.
Okay. Okay.
Magazine capacity. 17 or 10. Why the fuck would you ever buy the 10 round magazine? Oh, California, gross.
I will say I don't know about carrying this. This is a little bit fucking wild, bro.
Why would it be wild?
To carry this?
Yeah, what part of it is wild?
It's not designed to be a carry gun. It's designed to be a competition gun.
I used to carry my Glock 17. I can carry this.
Okay.
To be fair, that was in Nebraska with a winter coat on, but...
Yeah, like... Listen, you know the fucking meme. The best carry gun is the one that you'll take with you. This thing is going to be heavy
God, true.
and uncomfortable.
True.
And
good. If it's uncomfortable, I'll take it out and I'll set it on the table next to me while I'm eating, and then no one will fuck with us.
Jacob, you need to chill the fuck out, okay? Because the Staccato is just as retarded as this. I don't know, like, you're like, oh no, the Staccato.
Ooh.
It's a great carry gun, and this is totally wild. They're both retarded for carry, okay? So I'll agree with you on that, but on anything else, like, I don't understand. You know, stick in your fucking lane, all right? Go talk about 45-pound weights or some shit.
Ooh.
I'm a military veteran, okay?
Sorry.
I demand to be respected as such.
Wait, how many... Can it tell me what this comes with? How many magazines does it come with? 4 or 3?
I don't know.
Well, I'm looking. 1, 2, 3. Is there one in? I'm guessing it comes with 3 mags?
No, there could be one inside of it. Let's see. No, 3 magazines is what comes with it.
Does it say that somewhere?
Well, I'm looking at the photo, and I see.
Thanks, Dan. I saw the photo. But what if they like only ship with 1 and you've got to order 2 more to fill the case up or something stupid?
You think that's something they would do? Just lie to you like that?
Oh, full kit contents. I see. Okay.
You know that Jacob was actually a cook in the fucking army, but he thinks he's like special forces because of that.
Whoa,
so he talks all this shit. Isn't that the funniest shit ever?
Whoa.
These guys who like never have left the mess hall out here talking. I was on the fucking high seas, motherfucker. Okay, dealing with terrorists. Okay, You were out there dealing with flapjacks. You gotta stay in your lane, Jacob. All right. Watch yourself.
What is the battery life on the average like red dot site these days?
A long time.
Does long
Like a
time mean hundreds of hours, thousands of hours, or tens of thousands?
year.
Of hours? Like a year if it's left on continuously, or just like?
Yes, left on continuously.
Really?
Yep.
Damn. Oh my god. You normally toggle them on and off though, right? Or does it just?
No, they're staying. I mean, the one I have is on all the time.
Huh.
I have the. Oh, I forget the name of the one I have. It's the good one though.
Jacob says only 20,000 hours.
How many hours are in a year?
I don't know. I don't know why I said that. Only 8,700.
What is the optic I got? So this isn't my carry gun, by the way. I carry the P365, but my other gun I have a Shadow Systems MR920, and then the optic I have on it. Why can't I find where this is? I'm never going to be able to find the one I have. Say the most popular ones.
You're talking to me? Wait, there are no. Never mind. There are no gun shops in South Beach anymore, right?
There used to be one, but it was really fucking garbage. You didn't want to go in there anyways.
Hold on, there's no chance that like the website would have out of date people to ship to. Here, I'm looking at this. I've never heard of this place. I feel like I've walked around here quite a bit.
No. Like, that's just going to be someone who can possibly resell. Like, the one you want to go to is, like, probably Johnson Firearms or...
Wait. It doesn't matter if I'm just, like, ordering the gun to this place, right?
Yeah, it does, because there's no fucking retail, there's no accountability, there's no nothing. Order it from Johnson Firearms if you can. They also... I think that place is a pro-Israel gun shop. I think they do free training for the Jewish people.
Shut up. Wait, you think this guy would just steal this gun if I were to order it?
There is no gun store at that location. Do you understand that?
There must be somebody with an FFL or something. No, what?
That's like some fucking dude.
Okay.
Who's like apartment. So you want to order through that? You can. You know what you should do? Hold on, let me just check something. You know how most people buy guns? I'm going to show you something.
Yeah, you walk into a gun store, you see one in the glass.
Stupid fuck. Shut up and listen and learn.
Well, I've already ordered guns online. I understand. You get them shipped to a gun store for a guy you trust. You walk in, you buy it, and you pay like a $20 fucking fee or bullshit.
You buy guns. You go to a gun broker, you search, and then you get it shipped to your fucking local dealer.
What's the difference between doing this and doing this on the website? It's the same shit.
It's not the same shit.
What's the difference?
This stuff ships instantly. The stuff you buy on the website might not ship for months. Longer. It could be fucking wild. I remember that people were trying to get shit from
Isn't that just going to depend if they're sold out or not?
No, they just have really long queues for some of these guns.
So you want me to buy a used fucking gun?
These are new guns.
How do they open the kit and take a picture then, Dan?
I really don't like you. You understand that? I don't know. Okay. I'm thinking. Okay, here's how I can do it. There was a gun that I was going to get. It's called a Noveske. Okay.
Cool. Wait, they don't even sell the model I'm looking for here. You're trying to fuck me, Dan. I know.
What's the model you're trying to get?
We want the limited edition, the USA 500 one. It's not here. Oh, never mind. I see one. Hold on.
Okay.
You're lucky.
Listen, ordering it, how you're doing it, it's not going to be instant. You just need to know that. Like, could be months, 6 months, longer for some of this shit, unironically.
Palm Beach Tactical. They have them in stock. Wait, really? No shot. Shop products. Oh my god, wait, what is this? What is a Terran Tactical Innovations? Pit Viper, updated. This is a $9,000 pistol. What the fuck is this one?
Isn't that the John Wick gun?
Is
Is
it?
that like
I
the
don't know.
modified Staccato? Where are you looking at?
I don't know. I just clicked this website and they've got. Holy shit. That is John Wick's gun. Oh, okay. Damn.
Yeah. Okay.
You were telling a story about some dumb gun you bought.
I don't think I was telling a story about it, was I? Well, how did the story go?
I don't know, but I don't think you had shoes on for it.
Classic joke.
Oh, let us trigger down. Wait. Okay, click.
You understand this is going to be like a retarded carry gun.
I don't even know if I'll ever carry it. I just think it looks cool.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. That's fine then. If
I'm
that's
gonna
cool,
take
if
it.
you're going to shoot it at the range
I'm
and
gonna
have fun, then this is like the best.
Your mama. Okay, dimension. Okay. If I'm, fuck, you're gonna tell me to call them.
No, wait, what?
Does this look like they have this in stock?
Never trust their websites. Yeah, like basically you call them. Look, because look, right now, can I do 99999 add to cart? Oh no, only one left in stock. Okay. Whoa.
No shot.
That's normally how you find out if they're full of shit or not.
This is gonna be brand new. It's not gonna be like they've used this like to rent to people at the fucking range or some cuck shit, right?
Hold on, I'm tuning in to the owner's mind through my psychic ability to answer that question for you right now. Yes, it's brand new. Correct. It has never been shot.
Good one, Dan.
Glad that I
Wow,
can answer
you're
that
really
for you.
writing material for stream now, huh?
Well, I mean, ask stupid questions, get stupid answers.
Okay, when I go to check out, there's a delivery thing written on this.
Please just call them.
That makes me think that they're probably just ordering it themselves from the fucking place. That's what they're doing,
could
right?
be. It could be the case.
Okay.
That's why you would want to call them and verify.
Nope, I'm gonna do the gun broker site. You said that one.
Yep.
Yeah.
Johnson Firearms. Send it there.
Why? Stop saying the name of the place.
Why?
What if somebody breaks in to steal the gun I'm ordering?
Well, then I'm sure you'll get compensated and another one will come.
Oh my god, this is so complicated. What have you been up to today, Dan?
Not much. What about you?
Just chilling.
Oh,
man.
do you see the other shit I sent you in messages? That's the next thing you need to consider getting. That's
Probably.
also important. I'm getting one. I'm not sure which one. I'm gonna find out. By tomorrow, I'll buy one of them.
Wait, are you allowed to say what it is, or is it like top secret?
Well, I'm not saying what it is for your benefit.
Oh, hold on. Let me see. Oh. Okay.
The Noveski, I think it's the NR4, I think it's what it's called, in Bazooka Green. That was the gun I wanted to get, but that, again, that was when the, you could get the fake SBR shit. I don't know how I wouldn't do it now, knowing that I'd have to get a tax stamp if, like, the appeal or whatever doesn't go through, so.
Okay.
I think it's the NR4. Let me see.
Oh my god. Wait, what technology did you use, Jader? That's a perfect sunny side up egg. How did he do it? Ah. Okay, I'll order this later. Fuck this. What's the note-taking app called? Obsidian. He cooked it on a $25,000 gun. Scroll up and rate my keyboard. Jader, are we doing the rebrand? Where the fuck is that at? Oh, wait. Scroll up. You mean on this? I don't know anything about these keyboards. It looks like some piece of shit $20 keyboard, but my guess is probably like some $700 custom manufactured bullshit. You just drag the egg white off the egg? Sounds like cheating. Why are you not preparing for the Alex debate? What am I supposed to prepare for? It's just going to be us watching videos and not agreeing on anything.
Is this the guy that did the Lauren De Laguna dating video?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Well,
Bunch of analysis. Can you watch this and compare? This video includes scenes of graphic violence from the outset. This is a year old. Oh, this is the Buka stuff.
4, 5, 6. Реально дорога смерти.
Can I stay and hang around for the Alex debate?
Some of the most chilling images.
Nice what?
What?
Did you say nice day to hang around for the Alex
No,
debate?
I said can I stay around for this Alex debate?
Sure, if you want to be on stream for 29 hours, because it's not till
Oh,
tomorrow
don't
night.
worry. It's not going to be... Oh, okay. Tomorrow night, then. That's fine. Yeah.
To emerge from Vladimir Putin's war in Ukraine.
Oh,
came
it's
from
Bucha.
A town that his forces occupied for a month in March. These videos, being seen now for the first time, are among a trove of evidence the New York Times has obtained that reveals how one military unit committed potential war crimes on one street in Bucha, Yablonska Street. Residents like Victor Shatilo bore witness.
Мысли были от того, чтобы были какие-то хоть доказательства. Не со слов было, чтобы понятно, что происходит, а то, что было документально видно.
A few doors away, Irina Abramova was hiding with her husband and father when soldiers barged into their home.
За 3 минуты нас отсюда киш, все горит тут, Олег застрелен лежит.
They executed her husband.
Лежить ровненько. Я бачу, що тут пусто.
Forty-year-old Oleg is one of dozens of people the Times has identified who were killed along Yablonska Street. Death certificates show that most of them were shot dead.
What are we watching this for?
For families to see the perpetrators in court, it is not enough to simply say the Russians did this. Evidence must link a specific military unit and its commanders to these crimes. Over 8 months of reporting in Bucha and New York, our investigation set out to determine who was responsible. We analysed thousands of hours of video, from street cameras, residents' phones, and drones flown by the Ukrainian military, to retrace the Russians' movements hour by hour, as one military unit took over Yablonska Street. Wherever they moved, we found conclusive evidence directly linking that unit and its commanders to the killings of civilians. At 4 locations, we caught soldiers in the act of killing.
How isn't this just Ukrainian Hollywood? Weird how the cameras were there so fast. Wait, what? I can't. That was a meme comment, right, Brandon? Are there videos of Ukrainians walking up to Russian soldiers being like, hey, we're going to go here and break our friends out? Probably not, because I think Russia would actually just shoot them. God, fuck. I don't want to think about this. I'm going to get fucking triggered. Oh my God. Bro, that Alex combo was insane. Alex, why do you think they were walking with a white flag and a passport out unless they knew there was danger ahead? Well, maybe they just do that to be cautious? Fuck. You know what I was seeing on like Epic Reddits? You know it's a good point. You know what would be interesting? Sorry, fuck. We're getting on the genocidal side of things. But if there was like an Arab coalition government for the Gaza Strip, and like Hamas existed, where people started acting up, oof. You want to see some real civilian casualty shit? You think fucking Syria? Well, they wouldn't be involved in that coalition. But do you think like fucking Egypt is going to be dropping flyers or making phone calls saying like, "Hey, we're going to come bomb your building"? Oof. And you wouldn't be able to cry to anybody because they don't give a fuck. You think Jordan? You think fucking Egypt? You think it's gonna give a fuck? Or Saudi Arabia's gonna give a fuck if the UN is like, we actually just passed a resolution that says that you guys are killing way too many civilians, so you need to stop. Oh, bro. Whoa, you'd see some wild shit.
Identifying vehicle markings.
And then but then I guess progressives wouldn't care. Oh shit. Well, it's one of many lenses. They wouldn't care because it would be brown on brown violence, so they wouldn't care anymore.
I'm curious. I hear something brought up a lot, which is like the resolution shit. Like, oh, well, there was a resolution against Israel. Resolution. That happens all the time.
Mm-hmm.
Israel just always loses that? It doesn't matter, right? Like, is that the case? Like, if there was a resolution that like Israel
basically, but
smells like shit, like
kind of, yeah,
it would pass.
Let me wait. Let me get a Red Bull real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Well, here we are again. You guys having a good time? Have you thought any good thoughts? Is Dan a gym bro? Huge gym bro. So much bigger than all those other guys with the gym flares. Entertain us. God, I hate when he does this shit. God, I hate the gun shit. I hate the gun shit so much. Yeah. Just, God, it's the worst. Who's the next anything else guest? Man, fuck if I know. We're still, we just set up the Patreon. Patreon.com/anything else. If you want any shot at being on viewer call-ins on the next show, you better fucking go there now and do your thing. Otherwise, you know. Yeah. Dan,
Okay, sorry, I'm here. What were you saying?
Why did you go Noveski instead of LMT? I actually didn't go with any of them because they were too hard to get. Dan,
wait, what were you saying before? When I just
I'm just arguing with chatters.
Oh my god.
About what?
What the fuck is this? I don't know. You were saying something, and I walked away to go to Red Bull, and I came back.
You did. Yeah, and you completely threw me off my game, and now I don't know.
Well, fuck you. Don't you think
Fuck
saying
you.
shit like Pallywood is a bit dehumanizing? I don't doubt there's cases of people setting up the IDF to kill some retard throwing rocks, but people usually aren't willing to sacrifice their loved ones for the hopes of the world, seeing the IDF doing something bad. I can speak from a personal point of view, and then I can speak from a I fully disagree with you. I completely and totally disagree with you. If I had like a family, if I was married and we were all in a fucking war zone, okay, I could not imagine my wife being back here, and I think the guy had children too, and then me saying, I'm going to walk over there in front of the IDF while this guy records. I don't believe that. I don't believe that. I don't. I can't believe that. I'm sorry. I can't believe that. There's no shot. That's crazy. The fact that that wife was ready to be brought up to cry like a minute or whatever after this dude got shot and killed, that's unbelievable to me. With cameras and everything recording, standing by, with them holding the flag, knowing that they're entering a danger zone, with his brother having been captured by the ADF, that's unbelievable to me. I'm curious, maybe I would be swayed. Are there like, does this happen in other war zones? Like I feel like, I'm going by feelings here, on the Ukrainian side, I can't imagine Ukrainians, because they know they would just get killed and nobody would give a fuck because it's Russia. Who the fuck, like, of course Russia's going to fucking shoot and kill you if you're entering a combat zone. And it would just be that. And people just like, yeah. Do you think the guy intentionally wanted to get killed? No, I don't think he wanted to die. I don't think they were thinking they were going to die, but they probably were hoping to get shot at, or maybe, so you're saying the woman was acting? I don't think the woman was acting. She probably was sincerely sad. Her husband got fucking killed. But I think they were farming TikTok clips. It reminds me of that kid with the rock. Kid, sling, shot, IDF. On the truck. I'm not gonna be able to find it. I wonder if it was a lay Reddit clip. I need more videos also. I can't rely on just this one video. I'm sure there's other examples of it, but... 13-year-old used a slingshot to save sis from kidnap attempt. What? That guy genuinely believes he could have talked to the IDF. If that guy genuinely believes he could have talked to the IDF and tell them his brother was innocent or whatever, how do you think he would have acted differently? You can't, bro. It's a war zone. You guys have been mind-fucked because it's the ID cuck, the cuck DF, the cuck Defense Force that's dropping thousands of pounds of fucking paper leaflets and making phone calls to buildings and telling everybody, go in this place, it's going to be safe, and doing all this cuck shit. And you're like, what? They didn't bring out a negotiator to talk to that poor man, to talk him down. Bro, it's an active fucking war zone. And remember, here's another huge thing, okay? Remember, here's another huge thing too. Hamas's goal and Hamas's methods of fighting are meant to induce the exact type of civilian casualties that get caught on camera and then thrown to us in the West that we're supposed to be indignant about. Like, this is the goal of booby-trapping houses. This is the goal of using suicide bombers. This is the goal of fighting without uniforms. This is the goal of hiding weapons and munitions and shit in apartment houses. The goal is to induce exactly this type of stuff. And then it happens, even in ways it's it's not even like a random civilian got shot and killed. They're like literally walking up to a combat zone saying like, hey, you captured my brother, release him. What does that even, why, what? Also, the incident is super not clear either. Apparently from the CNN analysis, they show that the first bullet actually hit the wall near them, not the man. Well, but there was a continuous footage. There was a continuous clip, and it looks like he did get killed by that first 3-round burst. Did you get gaslit? I don't remember the idea of saying they were holding the relatives. Sounded like the relatives were in the war zone. They wanted to go into it. One of the articles you read said that the brother had been captured. Hi, what's up?
Hey, yeah, I just wanted to add a little bit to this. There's a phenomenon that happens in like court cases where if there's video footage, you immediately get sympathy no matter whether you're the defense or the victim. there was a guy who murdered his girlfriend and her unborn baby. But there's video footage of the police viciously beating the guy. They actually broke his orbital bone so bad that he went blind in one eye. He actually avoided the death penalty and got a relatively light sentence considering what he did because there was video footage that was shown to the jury. So whenever you're seeing war footage like this, where possibly civilians are getting killed, it may be Hamas members that just aren't in uniform, but there may be civilians. You kind of have to, disassociate yourself from your emotions and try to put things into context as much as you possibly can, because people are just wired to give a lot of emotional sympathy when they see video footage and just remove all context from the situation.
Yeah, of course.
It
Yeah, it's
happens,
really, we're naturally empathetic creatures. Yeah, it's the human condition, yeah.
Yeah, and Hamas is expert at doing this. They're deliberately trying to make sure this is one of the most, documented wars ever because it plays to their advantage. This is a very highly dense civilian area. A lot of Hamas members also aren't in uniform, so even when Israel
They don't operate in
performs-
uniform at all since the war started, yeah.
Yeah. So it plays to their advantage for there to be more footage than less footage, because they know anytime anybody sees any kind of footage of war on the ground, the sympathy is immediately going to go towards Palestinians and Hamas and not to the IDF.
Yeah.
So it's very important that when anybody sees war footage like this, you try to disassociate yourself from your emotions as much as you can and look at things objectively and put things into context.
Yeah, I agree.
So, what's been going on, dude?
Nothing much. Just reading and working and streaming, yeah.
Yeah, you training at all?
Yeah, I gym semi-regularly, pretty regularly.
Okay.
I'm also losing weight.
That's
so,
good. I was seeing you work out with Turkey Time.
Oh yeah, I just started then. Okay, don't judge me. I said we're having
Yeah,
a
you
lift off
gotta-
in June. Okay, well we'll beat them.
Okay. Yeah, if you need any help with training, just ask.
Yeah. Okay.
All right, we'll take care.
Some
dude.
guys, wait, can I ask a question? I'm not trying to shit on Turkey Tom or
Yeah.
anybody. Some guys if you look at Turkey Tom, his upper body, in my opinion, he looks pretty good. His arms are pretty big. Why does it seem like some guys, he looks really, 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 in my opinion, he looks big from the top. But I think his max bench for 4 or 5 reps, I think was 145. Do you remember in that video when he was?
When I was working out with him, I estimated his max would be probably around 185, 195 for a single.
Oh, for a single. What did you see him rep?
I think he got up to 155. I think.
Yeah. Okay. I think I saw him benching either 145 or 155, and it looked pretty heavy. I think he could probably do 4 or 5 reps. But if I just saw a guy like that, his upper body, I'd be like, oh, that dude benches 2 plates easy.
No, I wouldn't assume.
Oh. Okay.
He looks good, especially since a few months ago he's gotten a lot bigger.
Mm-hmm.
I wouldn't assume he'd be able to just rep out 225 though. It's a lot of people will a lot of kids who watch Larry Wheels and shit. They're used to seeing dudes, rep 600 pounds and crap, and then when they hear, oh, you only bench 225. Well, 225 is fairly heavy. That's probably intermediate lifter territory if you're repping 225.
Mm-hmm.
It's fairly difficult to get to that level. So, yeah, I wouldn't assume somebody Turkey Tom size would be able to rep 225 easily.
Okay. All right.
All right.
Well,
but if you need any lifting help, just ask.
Yeah. Love you. Be careful.
Take care, dude.
Bye. Okay, wait. Somebody said this had that shooting from yesterday here. Is 1 rep enough to say you can do 225? Usually people are asking for a max. They mean, what can you do? One rep with full range of motion on. Well, depending on the lift.
Most recent incident just this week in Mawasi in southern Gaza. 51-year-old Ramzi Abu Sahul says he is trying to get back to the house where his brother is being held by Israeli forces.
Yeah, that's what. Okay, this is what I remember reading. But like, just think, like, you've been so conditioned to think about this war in such a weird way. Your mind thinks about this war like it's a policing instance. So this is an innocent civilian, and the IDF police force are unjustly holding this poor man's brother for no reason. And now he's going to go talk to the police to get them to release it. Like, that's what you. But like in any other situation, right? Like, two countries are at war with each other, and part of the one civilian is going to run to the other thing and say, "Can you, the military, release this guy they captured?" Like, it just doesn't make any sense. It's like,
trying to get back to the house where his brother is being held by Israeli forces to plead for his release. The camera zooms in on 2 Israeli tanks beyond a berm. A drone can be heard overhead. Ramzi and 4 other family members move 10.
not Destiny. You're speculating. Not saying you're wrong necessarily, but you're so sure of it with no evidence. I mean, I don't have rock solid evidence, but inductively, like, I feel pretty, here are claims that I feel I can make pretty comfortably. 1, he was told to evacuate. I've seen that in several places, and I've seen him say it. 2, his brother is being either held or was sectioned off by the IDF. Seems to be obvious. That's been stated in multiple arguments, and I think they kind of just said it here. And then 3, they're approaching an area where they know the military is. That's why they've got the flags up and the passports out. Like, that's it. Like, that's enough information to be like, yeah, you're going to get shot at, and I'm not going to feel bad for you. Obviously, what are you doing? You're walking into an active battle area, battle lines. You're crossing battle lines, knowing that the military is going to shoot at you, and you're doing it to free an enemy prisoner, captor? Like, what do you... Or captive? That's not the point I was making. I'm not saying the guy is smart. What I was asking was that if that guy believed that he could plead to the IDF that his brother's innocent, how do you think he would have acted differently? You just wait until it's over. I don't know. You call them, or you wait until he goes to a prison, and you go and... I don't know. There's probably some process that you go through. But that's like, it's like saying that, like, now I'm going to compare it to policing. If a friend of mine gets arrested, I'm not going to, like, follow the cop car and beg the cop to let him out of the back, because I'm like, bro, my friend's innocent. You'd go through whatever process or procedure there is to release somebody.
Ramzi and 4 other family members move tentatively forward, hands in the air, white flag held high. Then suddenly, a burst of gunfire. Ramzi falls to the ground.
Oh, actually, was this one shot?
Fire.
I can't tell. It could have just been one bullet.
Fire. Ramzi.
I don't know. I don't even know if I'd be able to tell. It hit the wall in that clip. Yeah. So you've got the bullet. Okay, so when you fire a rifle, you're going to hear a bullet here. You're going to hear the bullet actually strike a surface. You're going to hear and then if it ricochets, you're going to hear a second strike. And then you're going to hear the sound from the firing of the bullet when it travels to you. That'll be slower. That'll come after the bullet. So there might be 3. There's going to be 2 cracks, I think, at least for a shot. Maybe 3 if it ricocheted. But how... This guy would have to be unbelievably unlucky, though, if this guy got killed by a single ricocheted round. But also, you could also be hearing, like, a second shot could be fired at the same time or around the same time this thing cracks and you hear it.
Then suddenly, a burst of gunfire. Ramzi falls to the ground.
One of the videos pointed out there were multiple shots hitting the wall. Maybe.
If you slow down the video, you can see the impact of the first round against the wall. Clearly fired from the direction of...
Hey, just want to add, in case you didn't know, bullets typically ricochet right along the object in which they hit. So the guy who got shot along the wall, that could, in theory, be a ricochet. He's about a foot away from the wall, though. I don't know if that would actually have been a ricochet. But they don't just bounce off, just so you know.
Okay.
All right, take care.
The tanks. The men hastily drag Ramzi's body away.
One thing I'm just curious. I don't know the answer to this. If you're in the military and you're making a shot at, what, do you think it's like over 100 yards? It must be, right? It's pretty far away. Would you be firing 3-round burst, or wouldn't you just be firing 1 or 2 shots? The round came from a tank, right? If so, it's a massive round. Wait, do you think that this was like a, I don't even know, the caliber of like an anti-armor gun, like a huge? No, I think that, wouldn't that just like blow the wall up, or wouldn't it go through the wall? I feel like you'd hear a way bigger. This sounds, it sounds like a JDAM.
The tanks.
I don't actually know. Let's listen. What does it sound like if a tank round? Well, here. What millimeter cannon tank use bullets? What caliber is a tank bullet? Is that going to be what's coming out of like the cannon, or 50 cal? 50 cal shooting concrete wall. I feel like it would destroy the... Would this go through a concrete wall? Or would it just like... Or would it cause like a chunk? Would it really just ding off the wall? I have no idea. I don't even know if that wall is concrete. Let's find out. I don't know.
Hey everybody, welcome back to Going Ballistic. We got a crazy video for you guys today.
All right, let's cause some destruction.
Yeah, the angle and everything would matter a lot too. Oof, Jesus. Yeah, because this, to be fair, this is like a direct shot as well. And it's closer, so there's going to be more kinetic energy still in the bullet, right?
Impressive.
I don't even know the material of it. This analysis is kind of wild. I don't even know the material of the wall they're shooting at. Was there another angle for this video? There was. White flag, Palestinian, civilian shot. This. Oh, like that. It sounds like multiple shots. I think. I don't know. I don't know actually. I'm sorry. I don't know. The term Pallywood implies that this was faked in some way. No. No. Pallywood doesn't mean that it's necessarily fake. Kind of. What Pallywood means is that you're capturing intentional video footage to sell a certain narrative about what's going on, basically. So Pallywood might be, this, right? So the idea is that like 4 innocent civilians are like walking up, and you just want like a clip here of the IDF shooting them for no reason because they're civilians with white flags. And you kind of ignore the fact that like, okay, well, they're in a battle zone in an area they were told to evacuate from, and they're going back to try to release somebody that was captured. Like that's like Pallywood, I think. You're essentially provoking the enemy to take what is largely a justified action and then trying to say that it's like indiscriminate civilian killing. It's like a setup. It's not fake, but... Did they get warning shots first and walk on anyway? No, I think that it looks like whatever shot here happens, this guy does get hit. This guy here, I think? Even though there's a cut here, there's another video, and it's not... They don't fire a second barrage. One, two, three, four. The secondary cracks are covered up with the impact bullets. I don't know. How do you respond by Alex saying they should have given another warning? What do you say? Like, let's say they do one warning shot and the guys pause a little bit and then they keep walking. Then what do you say? Well, they should give a second warning shot? Why do you have to give a warning shot? I don't understand that. This is my Nebraska conservative brain ticks on, right? If there's an area and you're not supposed to go there, and there's a sign that says don't go there, and I go there, my expectation is I need to be careful. I need to be hidden, because if somebody catches me, they're going to whip my ass or they're going to call the cops on me. That's instantly where my mind goes. I can't imagine trespassing. Like if you trespass in a neighbor's yard and he catches you, you either try to run away or you sit there and he shouts at you and you get fucked or whatever. Yeah, fuck me. All right, tell my mom, yeah, fuck us. We're fucked, okay? But we never got caught. But you know that when you're crossing a neighbor's yard, yeah, if he catches us, he's going to shout, we're going to get in fucking trouble, so you don't get caught. But that's the expectation. You would never go to a neighbor's yard and get caught and be like, well, you weren't out there telling us we weren't allowed to be here. You weren't out here shouting at us. You didn't say blah, blah, blah. You know you're fucking up, right? You know that. You know what's missing from society? I realize this. I just got a huge overlap between this and the pirating argument. Something happened to where at least when we were kids, you did shit knowing that it was wrong, and if you got caught, you get fucked, but you did it because you were dumb and kids and you thought it was funny, right? You know, ding dong ditch, calling 911 from a fucking payphone and running around the corner and see who shows up. You do dumb shit like this, but you know if you get caught, you're fucked, right? Because you're fucking around. You know that. Something happened to where, and same thing with like pirating, you know, you pirate shit and it's probably wrong. You're ripping off the devs. You're not paying what you should. You got free shit on your computer. It's probably not right, but you know, hey, fuck it. You don't have money for it. Or, you know, it's too complicated, but whatever, fuck it. You do it. You know it's wrong. And if you get caught, yep, fuck me. Yep, I got caught. Fuck me. And you take it on the chin because you get caught fucking around. But something happened over the past, like, I don't know, what, 10 or 20 years where people feel like every wrong thing they do, it's not actually wrong. It's actually fully justified. Actually, let me tell you the 52 reasons why pirating is actually based. And at the end of the day, it actually helps companies. And actually, it's all digital at the end of the day. So there's no real thieving because they still have the original thing. And actually, I should be able to say and do whatever I want to a cop, but I need 50 million warnings. And why did he break my window after shouting at me twice and he didn't even pepper spray it? Why didn't he blah, blah, blah? Like, no, what the fuck? Like, I feel like sometimes people would do wrong things. They knew they'd do wrong things, but you wouldn't justify. You know you're doing some wrong shit. You get caught, you're fucked. That's it. And yeah, I don't know. I take issue with the definition of the term Pallywood. The term itself highly implies some fakery or fraud. Pallywood is a portmanteau of Palestine and Hollywood, is a derogatory label used to describe supposed media manipulation, distortion, or fraud by some Palestinians putatively designed to win the public relations war with Israel. Okay, you can say that, but I disagree. I don't know. I think that fake and misleading footage... Actually, I just realized you're having the same problem that Alex had. Holy shit. Because he kept saying it was verified, it was verified, it was verified. Footage being real doesn't mean you're not being manipulated. For instance, the Flower Massacre. That footage is real. There were people getting shot by the IDF. There were people stampeding trucks. That was real footage. It was verified as being authentic and real. However, when somebody shows you that footage and they say, oh, well, here's footage of a bunch of poor Palestinians that were just walking up to a truck asking for food, and then the IDF started shooting at them, right? Or let's say that they even started the stampede knowing that, like, well, fuck, let's go get some fucking shit. And if the IDF shoots at us, we'll just fucking record it and we'll fucking ship it to the West and shit on the IDF. That's Pallywood. It's real. The IDF can even be shooting people that they shouldn't be and make a mistake, but that's Pallywood. You're trying to induce mistakes to capture on camera so that you can send it to the West.
Do you remember the scene in American Sniper where there's the woman and the kid who had, like, the concealed grenade? Do you know what I'm talking about?
I've probably seen like a YouTube clip of it though. Is it the one where, is this the Chris Kyle movie where they're like freaking out over whether they should shoot him or not? And
yeah, like it's here.
The next paragraph says it explicitly staged productions. The term was coined and publicized in part by Richard Landis as a result of a 2005 online documentary video in which he called Pallywood, according to Palestinian sources, alleging specific instances of media manipulation. Journalist Ruthie Blum describes Pallywood as a term coined by Landis to refer to production staged by the Palestinians in front of and often with cooperation from Western camera crews for the purpose of promoting anti-Israel propaganda by disguising it as news. Landis himself describes Pallywood as a term I coined to describe staged material disguised as news. This isn't disagreeing with what I'm saying. Like, hold on. We're going to find this now. Like, this would be considered Pallywood, okay? Depending on the footage that you're seeing. So all it is it's just a kid slinging rocks at the IDF. I say just, but you can kill people with this. And then he gets shot. So he really did get shot. He got shot. That's true. That's not fake, but it's staged. Look at all these cameramen. Why the fuck do you have multiple cameramen capturing this on camera, and you've got a whole medical crew right here on standby to do first aid for this kid that just got shot? So he really got shot, but it's a production, right? This is film. This is cinema. This is kino, okay? This is staged, but it's really happening. But it's not really what you think it is. It's not just a freedom fighter on a truck that's just trying to kill evil Israeli soldiers that are walking by. It's a guy with a full medical crew on standby, captured from 4 different camera angles, that's trying to get shot by the IDF so that he can get footage and then it looks good when it goes viral. That's what's happening. So do you believe the guy walking knew he was going to get shot? Shot at? Yes, absolutely. Yes, absolutely that guy knew he was going to get shot at. In the other video, of course. You're literally walking towards tanks in an area that's an active combat zone. You could literally see smoke billowing from the combat zone. Yes, that's why if you watch the rest of that footage that we were watching after, I'm not going to be able to find it. We had like multiple videos that we were watching for this. Wait, this was last night, right? Fucking Hassan. Why the fuck is this not? Was I watching these on my stream over here? Oh, it was this.
Tonight, news at 10.
Fuck. Like, these guys are all hidden behind walls. There's other fire going on here. Like, they're all in position. They know that this is like an active zone, kind of, that there's shots going on over there, right? Like, there's other people over here. I don't know if these people are scouting or if they're doing video, if these are communicators or whatever. But look, there's like a whole fucking operation. There's not like just random people like scattered around here. Like,
by this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
and then like, what does this mean? The wife has heard what happened. Like, bro, this is crazy. I'm sorry. The tracking live movement shot of the lady running up to her dead husband? Like, what is this?
By this stage, the man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened.
Somebody went back and told her, right? The 5 martyrs that walked forward, you know, your husband was the unlucky guy. He drew the short stick today, so come forward, cry for us on camera.
To the scene, she meets the party carrying away the body on a makeshift stretcher. When they're satisfied they're a safe distance away, they stop. And the mourning starts. These tragic scenes have been repeated time and
Feels weird that you're holding Alex to such a high standard of proof, but you're intuitively determining that it's all a production and not just some dude with a phone noticing people doing stupid shit. It's, bro, I can't tell if I'm getting trolled or not. No, it's not just a dude with a phone. These guys were literally communicating beforehand. All of it is here. There's more here. I want to say that the propaganda is not even good because they included too much, but apparently it is because retards like you don't actually give a fuck. Everything is here.
Al-Mawasi
like
that the Israelis have been encouraging Gazan civilians to flee to. These makeshift homes have been vacated because the war is getting closer. The billowing smoke was evidence of the new Israeli offensive in Khan Yunis that has been forcing more families to evacuate and seek safety elsewhere.
No place safety in Gaza. Everywhere you are going, you will find the Israeli army. They are shoot us at home, any building.
Just because it's staged doesn't automatically make it not valid. The Rosa Parks bus protest was super staged. That's true. That is true. Just because something is staged doesn't necessarily make it invalid. So for instance, like the First Amendment auditors, that's staged, but it doesn't necessarily make it invalid. Let's say a First Amendment auditor goes in a building like, hey, it's my right to hear, I want to request some documents, and like 3 cops come out and beat the shit out of him, right? Technically, it's induced because he's trying to get cops to come out and see if they fuck around, and they do, and that's wrong, right? What the cops do is wrong. So technically, something can still be induced or staged, but it's not invalid. I do agree with you there. However, here, this is obviously, if you're walking into an open combat zone and they've told you to leave and you continue to advance, this is stupid.
In the street, everywhere you are, they will give you a chance sometimes, just for 5 minutes, sometimes do not give.
Why wouldn't they just fake being shot? I mean, I can see the logical conclusion, but it's a hard premise to swallow regardless, probably because of differences in Western Islamic mindsets. I mean, remember, these people, not these people, I mean these people, actually, yeah, like have suicide bombers. So it's not that big of a stretch to imagine that they would be willing to get shot. However, now, I haven't gone down this road because this is way more, it would require me to make a lot more assumptions, but it's also possible he didn't get shot, right? Now, do we know the name of the guy? Is he actually dead? Do we even know if that's his wife? These are a whole bunch of questions that would be valid. Now, if I was way more on the pro-Zionist side, I would be asking those questions. Who is this guy? Do we even know if he's actually fucking dead? Like, we don't actually see the wound, right? It seems like they don't have any problem showing anything else. Like, why just the white flag so that it can look all bloody? Like, show us the actual gunshot. You have no problem showing other violence, right? But I don't need to go that conspiratorial. I call it conspiratorial. Yeah, it would be a conspiracy to make this up. I don't even have to go that far down to already see that what I'm being shown is stupid and wrong, right? On the Palestinian side. You can criticize this, but your use of the term Pallywood borders on some conspiracy lexicon. The wiki presents a way less derogatory usage than you're using. I disagree, but okay.
Give you a chance to take your clothes, to take your children, to take your family, and to get out of the building. This is our life in Gaza. It's very difficult.
These pictures were filmed by a cameraman working for ITV News in Gaza. As he moved forwards towards the combat zone, he noticed this group of men doing their utmost to appear non-threatening, trying to proceed with care. They wanted to reach 2 other family members and get them out of harm's way. So he says, I have my mother and brother in there, with around 50 or 70 displaced people in another house. The Israelis came to us and told us to evacuate, but they didn't let my brother out. We want to go and try to get them, God willing. Like... The interview complete, our cameraman walked away.
So like why? So he is interviewing the guy who's about to go do some shit to get himself killed, basically. That's what's gonna happen. We know from this point, that's what's gonna happen. So he walks away, gets back a little bit, and then he sets up behind this thing, right? Is this concealment, I guess? Not cover, concealment, right? Because I think the tank's over here. So now he can capture the footage right here. He sees the guys walking, knowing that they're about to get shot, because that's what's gonna happen. And then eventually they get shot and everything is, this is it. It's like act 1, 2, and 3. It's like all here. Now this guy is down. He's dead. These guys are like...
and fatally wounded.
They're not even like... They're not even running. They're not even like cowering and running away and screaming in fear. They're just like, okay, well, they did it. We got our shots. Okay, is this guy done? Oh, shit. Well, okay. Well, we brought the white flag so we can put that over the bleeding part. Assuming he got shot and is actually right.
Flag.
And then this guy, what is this guy running back to grab the wife? This one guy runs back. We've got the press dude here with the phone.
As he was carried away,
the ITV guy is now like
was turning red.
And God, they love this. The white flag turning red. Beautiful journalistic shot.
Carry him. They've killed him. Yells this youth.
Now once they're in like a, I guess behind the corner or super safe area or something, I don't know, this guy starts screaming.
They've killed him, yells this youth. Then suddenly...
Inshallah is a very common word. It doesn't have that strong of a feeling you're making it out to be. Wait, who said I made it out to have a really strong feeling? What?
More gunfire.
I don't know what they're saying here. I don't know why they wouldn't translate everything. It's fucking annoying.
They scream at a child, telling him to find cover.
Nobody said inshallah, I don't think. Oh, and then here comes the wife coming up. We've got our running action shot.
The man's wife, his widow, has heard what happened. And as she rushes to the scene, she meets the party carrying...
Did this guy, like, point her in the right direction? Oh, no, he's just on his phone. Sorry, it looked like a pointing finger. It was on his phone.
His widow has heard what happened. And as she rushes to the scene, she meets the party carrying away the body on a makeshift stretcher. When they're satisfied they're a safe distance away, they stop. And the mourning starts. These tragic scenes have been repeated time and time again since this war began.
Like what is happening here? Like all of this was avoidable. All of this is so stupid. But turning to a question, when do you think this goes to move to something besides Israel-Palestine? As the election season picks up, I imagine we'll be getting less of this, but Destiny, it's funny. You always shit on Christopher Nolan and his exposition, but now you're begging for it here. Destiny, come on. How is this not pure dehumanization of these people? Even look at chat's reaction. This is fucked. Because they're doing it to themselves. You're dehumanizing yourself. You're suiciding and sacrificing your civilian population. You want them to die, right? People in the West want more Palestinian deaths because they can hype the number. People like Finkelstein want more Palestinian deaths so they can continue to get popular off of it. Mouin Rabbani wants more Palestinian deaths so they can tweet about it and publish it and get invited to speak in places. Everybody here Hamas, all of them want more Palestinian deaths. You know what? Here, you know what I can do? Are you ready? Hold on. Are you ready? I can solve the entire Israel-Palestinian conflict right now. Ready? Here you go. You want the solution? You want to completely and totally dismantle the state of Israel? Here's what you do, okay? Hamas diverts 10% of the fucking funds that they use on digging their stupid fucking tunnels all day, okay? Build some civilian designated bomb shelters. Don't store any fucking weapons in them whatsoever. Run surveillance 24/7. Just let civilians hide in there when the fighting starts. If Israel bombed one of these places, it would be over. They would lose all Western support. They would have their inside of the country would tear itself apart because the center left and the left inside Israel wouldn't stand for it. It would be over. Do you think that if there was a civilian designated area that only civilians were in, that Hamas never operated, do you think Israel would bomb this area? Palestinian pro-Palestinians say, yeah, they would. They would just bomb it to kill civilians. Then fine, then do it. You say they're doing it anyway. Let them do it one time, and then it's over. The whole conflict is done. Look, we built a bomb shelter. We put civilians in there. No weapons, nothing stored. Surveillance running 24/7. They bombed it anyway. Goodbye, Israel. Bye-bye. Bye-bye to your country. Bye-bye, Israel. Bye-bye. You'd be done. Like, that's it. But they're never going to do that. That'll never happen. Just because they're doing it to themselves doesn't necessarily mean they're doing it solely to farm sympathy. Is it not possible they actually were going to get their family? I don't know. An article just came out that Hamas uses ambulances to transport hostages. Yeah, that's already been established in 2008 and 2014. Even Amnesty International and other people, I think, have written about this. Yeah. Is it possible that both are true? The old man and his posse are genuinely trying to investigate their relatives' whereabouts, and someone saw an opportunity for a risky development and wanted to record it for either the purposes of witnessing or... is it possible? I mean, I would have to say yes. I'm not going to say that it's impossible. The story that I'm giving you, I feel like 75% that is probably what's happening. That would be my guess. But is it possible? Yeah, there's a lot of other possibilities that could be the case. It could be that the people are kind of dumb and they think like, fuck it, will they really kill us if we go for it? Like, no. It could be that genuinely he really feels like his brother got sectioned off for no reason. They captured my brother. My brother is 22 years old. He's disabled. He's like in a wheelchair, or he just plays video games. There's no reason, and I want to go talk to the commander. That's all possible. These are possibilities. I think that they're unlikely. It is possible. I can't sit here and tell you with 100%. I'm inductively reasoning all of this, right? I don't know 100% what's happening. So yeah, you have to make some assumptions, but we should look into the shooting. I haven't watched any video footage. Is there video footage of the 3 hostages that got shot? What actually happened there? I just read articles about it, but has any video footage of that been released? What's the difference between this and the way the Ray Epps situation was staged? I agree with you on both, by the way. Why? I don't understand these questions. What's the difference between this and the way the Ray Epps situation? I got a whole 90-page Inspector General report on the conditions of the hospital or the prison and everything where Ray Epps died. I've got an autopsy of Ray Epps' body What do you mean? I've got so much information about that. It's not even remotely comparable. I don't even know the name of the guy that supposedly got shot and killed. You just fucked up Ray Epps and Epstein? Oh shit, I did. I'm sorry. All the conservative shit bleeds together. For the Ray Epps thing, who just joined and left? For the Ray Epps thing, there's not even any information on him. There's just like, it was one video of him getting, one video of him shouting. There were plenty of other people saying crazy shit. There's just no evidence. That's not even like, we haven't even built a story there for the Ray Epps guy. What is this? The video footage captured from this.
حجة واخويا وعنده حوالي 50 نازح او 70 نازح موجودين في البيت الثاني اللي يخش علينا اليهود يطلعونا واخويا ما طلعوش.
If you don't have an issue with the civil rights protesters staging events, maybe then don't focus on criticizing the tactic and just criticize the cause. It has to go hand in hand because you have to be aware of the tactic and the cause. Like these kind of go hand in hand. Yeah, I don't know. They go hand in hand. It's good to be aware of both. But I mean, the main criticism I have here is of the cause, right? That's mainly what we're fighting. Because I'm saying that, like, if you're entering a combat zone, you can be shot. If they tell you if you come here, you're going to be shot. That's going to happen in a combat zone. But then people are like, well, why would this happen? Then I'm like, okay, well, also it's part of this tactic. That's what's happening.
بدنا نروح نطلع ان شاء الله.
يعني هنا متواجدة آليات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي.
Funny how Destiny calls Epstein a conservative thing when my crazy leftist friends all think he was killed unattached from reality. Hold on. First of all, everybody thinks that Epstein was killed. That's not really a conservative or a lefty thing. I shouldn't have called it conservative, I guess. Everybody thinks that Epstein was killed. But I think lefties think he was killed for, like, oh, elites and powerful and hiding and blah, blah, blah. People on the right think he was killed because he was part of a global, hegemonically enforced child pedophilia ring that involves every single rich and powerful person and everybody with the last names Clinton and Kennedy. It's a difference in delusion there. Wait, Epstein. These guys' names are too similar. You know what? That's the real conspiracy. Epstein. Wait, what the fuck was Epstein's first name? Wait, Epstein. It's Ray Epps, and it's Will, John, Epstein. Oh, why? I can't even... Have we even said his first name before? No, I have. John Epstein. It's not John. William. Dave? No. Dan Epstein? No. Oh my God. Kevin Epstein? No. What's a good pedophile name? What's a real... I can't. Oh my God. Oh, Jeffrey Epstein.
هذه العائلة باقي أفراد عائلتها موجودين في البيت فبيحاولوا أنهم يروحوا يطلعوا أكثر من 50 فرد محاصرين في البيت ولكن آليات الاحتلال الإسرائيلي بتمنحهم من التقدم أكثر فهم حاولوا أنهم يرفعوا الهوية والعلامة البيضاء.
I think I agree with almost everything you've said regarding the facts, but some say the shooting is justified. If a non-combatant doesn't follow the directions of the military, can the idea of shoot them, or do they have a responsibility to arrest them or hold them off until they pose a direct threat? I just don't see the military purpose in shooting the guy. Because it's an active combat zone. You don't have time to run troops out and arrest people and do. You probably don't. I don't know. What is the... Find me an IHL rule on this. I'm curious. IHL. Can you shoot civilians if they enter restricted military area? Are the rules of engagement even used here? Yes. All of this is like international humanitarian law of armed conflict law of armed conflict stuff. What do you assume the IDF command's reasoning is? Because it's a section of combat area. You don't know who's going to be a combatant or who's not. So if somebody starts to enter and they're not allowed and you tell them no, you shoot them. But now I am curious, actually. I don't actually know 100%. I'm using like a it's not like common sense, but like this is how I would imagine a war would go. But I don't actually know in terms of the law of armed conflict or international law, I don't actually know. Like if a civilian aircraft enters a restricted area, I think you can shoot down a civilian aircraft, right? If U.S. citizens have died crossing the perimeter of U.S. bases like Area 51, yeah, but that's a policing thing, not a not a armed conflict thing. Do civilians become military objectives if enter restricted combat zone? Oh shit, I actually don't know. There's a guy that writes... I wonder if I could tweet at that dude whose articles I read all the time. Alex Part 3 better be tonight and not tomorrow night? Wait, is it? Hold on. I'm pretty sure it was tomorrow night. I think he said Monday. Would Monday at 7 p.m. work instead? Yes. I don't know what he does in the morning all the time. Wait, they knew exactly where to stop to give the interview. Plastic cover on wall. Cloth on wall. Oh, were you just showing where they walked to? I don't know what... Wait. No. What's the name of the guy who... I need to do a lot better of a job remembering names. Michael Schmidt. Oof. Oh, wait. No. Is this him? Schmidt Law. Oh, no. This is him, right? West Point, USMA. Yeah, this must be him, right? Is waving a white flag not a widely recognized message of peaceful intent? Are you saying the IDF is justified in ignoring that under all circumstances? No. Nobody, I don't think anybody said that. But my guess is there's probably going to be a procedure to surrender. I seriously doubt that like a bunch of soldiers could just start waving white flags and running towards the enemy. Like... Imagine from military POV, civilians are walking towards a combat zone. You do not want to endanger your troops positioned by sending them out of the fortified spot. That could be sending ducks. Yeah, I know, yeah. That would be my guess. I don't actually know, though. Hold on. If a military has designated a zone as a combat area and has posted warnings or through audio communications told people to stay out, is the military within their legal right to kill civilians who are given the warnings but ignore them anyway? Question mark. Do the civilians become military objects? Are they counted as aiding the enemy? Or how does that interaction work? Taking part in hostilities. Assuming here civilians are fully aware of the warning. Military is clearly operating in the area. Civilians are aware of what they are doing. My backdrop for this question is this video footage people have been recirculating lately. Thanks a ton if you read/respond. Okay. Tweet at. Hey. Possible, could you check your DMs quickly? Long-arm conflict question. Is that rude? Hey, check your DMs, I have a question. Do you think that's like a mean thing to do? Okay. Could you guys like and retweet this? You asked about the 3 hostages that Israel killed by mistake. Intent matters more here. There's really no designated aerial space in almost every modern war. Aerial supremacy or denial has been in effect, which means no planes enter. The times when accidents have happened has been with groups like the Donetsk separatists. The Malaysian resolution received the support of 11 of 15. Wait, there's absolutely designated airspace. Really? No? Or am I completely... Is that just an assumption I've had for a long time that is total bullshit? You're saying there's no recognized airspace for where people have to operate or not operate in? What is this? Okay. I don't want to deep dive into all this today, but we'll listen. How much do you think our U.S. view on war skews our views and expectations of these people and their actions? Never been through this, so maybe we're off. I mean, a little bit, but then also keep in mind, this is a very unique war, right? Like, everything about this setting is, like, very different than anything really anywhere in the world ever, through all of human history, so... Fuck me. Wait, scripting next chatter meme text? Wait, does he actually do this, RTBA? Can you prove this? I thought, oh fuck, I should have looked into this. Fuck! I should have been I try hard when I can to be charitable on the Palestinian side. I really do. just because it's so hard to find these instances. I assumed that this was like there were snipers set up or some shit, and there were snipers set up or something, and like just 3 hostages just wandered out with white flags, and snipers just shot and killed them. Was this like part of like an active combat zone and shit? And was this in closer proximity than I thought? Ah, fuck me. I shouldn't have been charitable on any of these. This audio is from 3 days before they were killed. Wait, what? Well, what do I think? But ultimately, sometimes hostages have to be collateral and obliteration of the enemy. Can't let human shields dissuade. Well, sure, but if they're just being shot for no reason, that's not like collateral, but... IDF says the dog was killed by a Hamas fighter, and IDF later recovered the camera. Oh, a dog was who caught the audio? One thing that I don't like, I don't know right now. I don't think you should... I know it's bad. I know this is rough, and you want to make it entertaining, and you want to have new stuff that looks cool. I don't think you should be allowed to use B-side war footage ever. I don't like sometimes that when you're talking about a particular military thing, they'll just roll random footage to like make it seem like we're talking about war. I don't know if is this relevant to what we're talking about right now, or is this just random B-side footage? I hate that. That drives me fucking crazy. Like, is this the building that they were going through? I don't know. I have no idea. At Destiny, is this a war? Is this a fight between the state of Palestine and the state of Israel, or is this the state of Israel fighting a domestic terror group within its area of control? It's certainly treated as a war. The Gaza Strip, to say that it's an area within Israel's control, I don't think really makes sense for the purposes of this conflict. What is it that bothers you about it? Because sometimes I'll see footage and I don't know if it's like relevant to what we're watching or if it's just like random shit. It's just annoying. It can be misleading. Is it B-roll or B-side? I don't know, B-roll. So like it's frustrating because people just like, oh, the IDF always has an excuse. Like that's going to be the somebody in chat even said that. Oh, so by your logic, the IDF can never be wrong. No, the IDF can be wrong. But again, remember, Hamas does stuff exactly like this in order to induce these exact types of mistakes, right? I think it was for a protective edge. I think Amnesty International wrote a lot about this. So I'm not even going by... Protective edge, booby traps, Israel. Fuck, I think it was Amnesty International, right? Who did we read? Oh, fuck. Let's see. I think I have this somewhere in my notes. Booby. When the IDF was doing the protective edge in 2014, when they were doing that military conflict, Hamas would booby trap civilian bodies. They would booby trap houses so that if you went in, it might explode. What is this video? Hindustan Times. A commander of the Al-Qasim brigades has told Al Jazeera that Hamas fighters are managing the battle in the Zeltun neighborhood near Khan Yunis city in southern Gaza. Hamas also released a video showing high-intensity clashes between its fighters and the Israel army in the area a day after the IDF said it lost 2 soldiers. See, like this. I don't know. Is this like B-roll or... Fuck me. Whatever. Hindustan Times. I feel like I would have heard about this. 15 soldiers got killed in one house. 15 soldiers, Israeli, IDF killed. This is what Hamas says. Mortar shell at border. Is this the same thing? February. No, it's not. Fuck me. Okay, well. 4 months ago. Wait, no, that's this thing. If you want the original Hamas combat footage, check the YouTube channel Al Jazeera Mubashar. You can tell which ones are combat footage by thumbnails. Oh, sure. I'm just saying in general. Fuck me. I feel like I need to save this in my notes next time. I thought there was an Amnesty International write-up on this. Or I thought that was one of the sources for this. I try to use the Cuck humanitarian orgs because I know that people like that one the most. Or the pro-Palestinian people do, or they can't argue against it as much. I think it's all my humanitarian law stuff. Oh, and apparently they were accused of doing it in Operation Castlet as well. But if you booby trap houses, this is the type of stuff that happens, right? People are more on guard when they're entering civilian houses because they don't know if they're going to be fucking exploding or not. Fuck, I'm so irritated that I've used this in the past as a reason why, or a potential for something really fucked up happening. I thought it was 3. Why do I have this so strongly in my mind? I thought there were 3 hostages with white flags coming out of a building, and they were approaching the IDF, and then snipers killed all 3 hostages, and it wasn't like an active, like there wasn't ongoing fighting. That was the impression that I had in my head. And fuck me. Will it be in your notes? No, I don't have anything in my notes for like current conflict. This is all history stuff. Okay, well. I did that and some extra. Did we watch this on stream or did I watch this off stream?
Yeah, of course.
Oh no, we watched this on stream. That's a good one. Bro, this clip is wild.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on stream. It's boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking all this boycott stuff. Please, Hassan. At least pretend. Do it off stream. Please.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
Is it...
No
Okay.
soda, Hassan.
I didn't know it was like that.
I've been trying to stop it. He's an animal. Yeah, of course.
You haven't really explained why Palestinians inducing Israel to make mistakes is any different than black civil rights activists doing the same with the police during that era. If you think the Palestinian cause is just and this inducement is fine. No, because when you're trying to induce somebody to make a mistake, whether or not it's good or bad has to do with is the conduct that the person I'm inducing exhibiting conduct that we want universalized, or is he making a mistake and it should change? Let me give you an example, okay? Let's say that we have an argument, okay? Let's say that we have this feeling, okay? The police officers in the United States are violent and they use violence in unacceptable ways. And I'm gonna prove that to you. I'm gonna induce an event, okay? Now let's say that my way of inducing the event is me and two black friends, okay, with the most hanging low whatever pants they got, walk with backpacks outside for 30 minutes. And let's say that we do this and then cops show up, pull their guns out, say, you're suspected of crimes and bullshit, okay, right? I'm inducing that event, okay? Like it's, in a way, it's kind of staged because I'm showing you, look. However, the police response there is wrong and bad, right? So we catch it on video, we expose them for it, that's fine. Rosa Parks would be an example of this, right? I'm gonna sit in the back of the bus, or the front of the bus, I'm gonna get people mad, we're gonna get it on video. Oh, the children in, not Albany, Birmingham is an example. We're gonna send these children out to get bitten by dogs. They're inducing that. We want them to get bitten by dogs. The whole world see how fucked up. But that's because sending attack dogs on children is probably not good. Shouldn't do that, right? Or police officers doing crazy things to people is not good. However, let's rewind a bit, okay? Because you're saying, well, if you support the cause, then you should support them inducing the action. No. It depends on what the reaction should be. So let's go back to the very, very, very same thing, okay? Let's go back to the very same thing. Rewind. Now let's say we're like, okay, I think the police are violent. I think that they use violence in unacceptable ways. And I'm going to prove that to you. I'm going to show you, okay? And let's say that the way that I show you that is I'm walking around until I see a police officer who stopped somebody on a traffic infraction. And let's say I'm kind of like walking around looking at him and the cop is looking at me. He's like, hey, can I help you? And let's say that when I'm walking near him, let's say I reach into my pocket and really quickly I pull out my phone. And then I just look at it. And let's say that in one of these interactions, the cop pulls his gun on me. He's like, hey, sit down. And I'm like, look, bullshit. He pulled a fucking gun on me for no reason. Well, in that case, you might agree with the initial cause. Okay, the police are too violent. So then and you might agree that like inducing something is okay. But the way that you induce it, and then you look at the response, like, okay, well, hold on. Is it unreasonable that a cop would feel jittery if you reach in your pocket and pull something out really quickly next to him that might look like a gun and he's in a traffic stop, right? That's the difference, is whether you feel like the response is justified or not. So in this case, do we feel like if people are being told, don't come into an active combat zone, you can't be here, this is sectioned off, we're literally actively fighting here, and the people choose to proceed anyway despite getting warnings, we'd probably say like, okay, yeah, it's probably reasonable, you're gonna shoot at these people. Yeah, that's the difference. Hi, what's up, what do you want?
Hey, what's going on? So about the hostages that were carrying the flags, my impression was that there was it for sure was a combat zone. It was an active combat zone. There's no question about that. It was the area of Shijaya. I can't pronounce it, but Shijaya. I sent to you in DMs like a whole article on it, the initial probe.
Uh-huh.
And in that area, basically what was going on per the IDF was that they were essentially just encountering, because this was still like in the area of like Gaza City or such North Gaza, and they were just encountering a slew of just unarmed Hamas terrorists that were going from building to building, where they were having these weapons stored in the buildings. They would go from a building, fire at the IDF from one building, and then when the IDF would fire at the building, they would run away from the building unarmed to the next building where they had more weapons. So in civilian clothing, and then rinse and repeat. So they haven't really, per the IDF, there was a given period of time, I forget how many days it was, where they just weren't really encountering civilians. And they previously saw something on a like graffiti on a wall that said like help 3 hostages, and they were like on alert because they thought it was like a booby trap.
Uh-huh.
So when this event happened, like there was like a trigger happy reflex, like, okay, like this is it, like this is the booby trap.
Sure.
Yeah. So, and I mean, look, there's no question about it. It's a complete failure. I mean, everyone acknowledges that it was. It was like hindsight's 2020, and obviously it was.
Yeah, I understand. I'm just saying that when you say it's a complete failure, my understanding before was that it was like a complete failure. I'm thinking like Great March of Return, snipers on the wall, shooting guys walking with white flags. That was my initial impression. That's why I've always like. That was just like where it's like obviously a huge fuck up, and it should make you question how the IDF is conducting itself. Whereas this is like a far more retarded event where, yeah, obviously you don't ever want to kill hostages. That's horrible. But this is like just how fighting in the Gaza Strip happens, and it's the type of exact behavior that Hamas is trying to induce, right, with the way that they conduct war.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I don't know if there was like an active firefight during the time when the hostages came out. That I'm not sure of. But there definitely it was definitely an active combat zone, and in proximity to when this happened, there was active fighting.
Sure.
And for over an extended period of time in this exact type of manner, where you have like these unarmed civilians, and you have warnings of booby traps and everything like that. Again, doesn't like overall excuse it, but it explains like what's, it provides some partial explanation as to why there was too much of a trigger happiness in this incident.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, that's all I wanted to clear up.
All right. I love you. Be
Okay.
careful, buddy.
You too.
Wait. Wait, real quick. Do you want to DM Alex and ask if you can moderate our conversation Monday night?
Sure, no problem.
Okay.
Well, actually, I don't know if he'll say yes because he asked my. Okay, so this is like the worst timing for this because.
Oh no.
I'll tell you why. Because Isaac was going to give Alex feedback, but Isaac baited me into giving Alex feedback instead, and I'm like, does he really want my feedback? And then like I got baited into giving it, and it was like the most harsh feedback ever.
Why? Be nice. Jeez.
Well, I mean, I'm honest. I mean, to me, it's the night. I mean, I'm not going to lie about my feedback.
Okay, House. All right.
All right. And so basically, I just, yeah, it was, I basically just said like he just humiliated himself, and I've seen a lot of pro-Palestinians humiliate themselves, and like this was beyond the pale.
Jesus.
In paragraphs detailing it, all like numerous failures. So
I feel like for Alex, I don't even know, in terms of like getting into more abstract stuff, I don't think it even matters as much. I just think that I feel like the important fundamental things that could help are like a little bit of prop logic, or like a little bit of like basic argumentation, and then like a little bit of media literacy. I don't know if you noticed when we were talking, but it was triggering the fuck out of me when he'd be like, what's your source for this? And he'd say like Twitter. And I'd be like, well, hold on. It's who's the tweet? Or like, I know this is legit because the source is CNN. It's like, wait, hold on. CNN, I don't even know they have reporters on the ground in fucking Gaza. They're sourcing somebody else. Like, yeah.
So I fully agree, and I totally get with everything you're saying. So I'm happy to extend the offer. So just so you know, in this, like the chat reads like this, like, it reads. So this is directly after me, like completely digging into him and explaining to him how he was like the most humiliating and he should be totally involved with the forwards. And now I'm saying, hey, so Destiny is asking if I could moderate the next conversation.
Okay, well, we could have two moderators. You could pick one, and then you could be the second moderator if you want.
Sure. Moderate the next conversation on Monday. If you want to pick another moderator, he's fine with that too. Like as a moderator or a second moderator, he's fine with that too. Hope the harsh feedback isn't taken personally.
Jesus.
Awkward. All right. That was probably the most awkward text I just sent.
All right.
All right. We'll see what happens.
Be careful. Love you.
All right. Bye.
Okay, let me use the restroom real quick and then we'll keep going. Oh, the Dark Device. Thanks for gifting 5 subs. I love you, buddy. 1 sec. Oh. A message to Hassan's community: stop clipping shit to LSF, please. Someone who I've now banned clipped the fan scolding Hassan for drinking Coke onto LSF. It has now spread to the worst Twitter users and all context is removed. Please stop living on LSF. Holy shit! Privating out temporarily because I don't want this tweet brigaded. Just spread this message among Hassan's community. So Hassan's stream is set to members only on Twitch. And I'm guessing what happened is he saw who clipped the who clipped the video for LSF and he banned that person. What is the context that was removed from the clip? I don't know. Do you think they'll ever explain? That was a 31-month sub.
على نصرة حرائرنا في فلسطين اللهم اجعل هذا الشهر شهر نصر وتمكين يا أرحم الراحمين اللهم ارحمنا فإنك بنا راحم ولا تعذبنا فإنك علينا قادر اللهم ارحم شهداءنا يا الله.
Like, how does it not feel gross? God, I would hate. God, bro, I think if there was any cause that I championed or that was like personal to me, and Hassan started wearing like memorabilia of it, I would kill myself. Oh my God. The girl in the Hassan clip is my sister, recently recruited to the DGG PSYOP agency. Nice. You missed my super chat. What was it? Give her the 10K and dip. Man stole 10K from his girlfriend to place a bet, wins 100 million and gives her money back. Now she wants 40 million. The article title is wrong. This is a Nigerian naira, not US dollars. In reality, 10K naira is only about $7 and 100 million naira is about 70K. I was recommending Mermaid for diagrams and Obsidian. Holy AIDS. $3 years ago, Jesus. Oh, why do I care about this? Do I need this? Wait, oh my god, that kid looked evil. What was this?
I would submit that this.
Oh. Learns he will spend the rest of his life in prison for murder. Okay, I guess he is evil. That just the way his face comes up here. This is some Anakin shit. My god.
I would submit that this case is probably the most difficult and shocking case that this county in St. Johns County has dealt with. In the 20 years that I have been, or 16 years that I have been practicing law, and the 30 years that I have...
Wrap it up, dummy.
Burn shit, bro? Hell nah, bro. What the fuck? Oh, you want a hug? Oh, you want a hug? What's up? How you doing? I'm good. You like the car? It's cool. What you mean it's cool? Come over here and see the car. Sniff it out. Come on. Come on, honey. Come on, come back. Burn shit, bro.
It's got to be like a troll, right? I feel like the kind of people he hangs out with, there's no way that if he smelled like shit, that people wouldn't be able to tell him. It's got to be fake. It's probably like a meme. A lot of his shit is skits, or it's just like a meme from a fan, I think, right? That guy stabbed a 13-year-old girl 114 times. He's a psycho. Wait, really? Holy shit.
I would submit.
Wait, how old was he? How old is he, though? This kid looks like he's like 15? Hold on. Hassan wearing boycotted company's merch McDonald's to a Palestine rally in Australia. It's like 4 levels of irony deep and base as fuck. Ah. Did you know Hassan is like the largest streamer subreddit on all of Reddit? It's called reddit.com/r/destiny. One. 2. 3, 4, 5. Six. It's not even that good of a meme. You know what would have even been better? I wish I could edit things. It would have been better to have a zoom in of Hassan talking, and then there should have been that, I don't know what the song is, but it's like the meme song for Attack on Titan. And then it would have done the ba 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 when she shows up in the background, and then she would have done her thing. That would have been a better meme, okay? Somebody edit that, please. That would have been a good ass meme. One day I'll learn to edit my own memes, and I'll stop stealing from you guys. Is Norman Finkelstein actually retarded? Fuck! Am I... Wait. Let me read real quick. Hold on. Norm is insane. I can't... Well, I can say this. Somebody who is in contact with Norm for professional reasons emailed me an email chain with Norm. He's actually a crazy person. He's a crazy man. Oh my God. He's crazy. He's unhinged. I mean, I guess our conversation was enough, but I don't know how this isn't talked about more. Before me. He was 14 at the time of the stabbing. The girl was 13. Here's the story. And he got life in prison? Do you think he actually uses his own Twitter? I'm convinced it's just him. I think it might be, or he writes stuff and he has people tweet it for him.
Everyone's just pushing their scooters so they can be a pedestrian. I mean, I should have done that for my bike.
Wait, what? Base.
Everyone's just pushing their scooters so they can be a pedestrian. I mean, I should have done that for my bike.
Okay, well now I kind of want to... Please make the screen resolution bigger. This looks like dog shit. Nope, this is how you watch it from now on. This is what August wants. I could make my camera a bit smaller and then that a bit bigger, but isn't this how Hassan does his stream?
I want to clean up Hoscore to.
Yeah, basically, right? How does Hassan full screen stuff? Now I got this stupid Attack on Titan song stuck in my fucking head.
At the American criminal justice system like treats like routine
Okay,
offenders of like.
what's going on here? Does Hassan have, is this two different elements on OBS or is this just his desktop? We truly are inversely proportioned. My God. Of course, August wants that. You're sacrificing live audience for YouTube viewers. True, actually. Yeah, fuck you guys. I guess he never full screens anything, huh? As a famous person, what's the etiquette when meeting famous people in public? Is it cringe slash annoying? When someone comes up to say hi, when you're doing random stuff like shopping or whatever, do all influencers see it differently? Or is there a consensus? Here's what I would say. So I'm probably like the most polite motherfucker when it comes to fans because I'm... because it's fun. That's flattering when people approach me. It makes me feel like a superstar. I like that. I think it's cute. Here's what I would say are your guidelines, okay? If you want to come up and get a picture, like, just say it. Like, oh, hey, what's up? Destiny? Oh, cool. I like your shit. Can we grab a picture? That's A-okay. You don't have to, like, bullshit around or like, hey, what's up? Yeah, you're in the mall. Cool. Okay, yeah, I'll see you later. Wait, real quick, though. Before you, just be like, if you're going to come up, just be like, come up, like, hey, you want to grab a picture? Yeah, sure, cool. Boom, boom. You're good. In and out. 10 seconds or less. A second thing that I would say is, personally, I would say no questions at all. If you want to ask a question, like, keep it simple. Because sometimes people will come up to me and they will ask the questions of the universe. Someone will come to me like, hey, what's up, Destiny? Oh, I really like your shit. Can we get a picture? Cool. Also, I was just curious. How do you convince family members not to have the same political lines they've had for the past 50 years of their life? Like, bro, I could do I have done like hour-long like intro to whatever presentations on this shit. Like people invite me to talk about this shit for hours. There's no way I can give you an answer to that question right now. Okay? My God. So if you're gonna ask a question, if you want to be like, Destiny, Mustangs or Camaros, and why? Okay, sure. That's it's a meme question, whatever. Also, third thing, if you are in an area where you can ask questions, and I'm sorry, I know that this sounds mean, and for some reason people cannot help themselves but do this. If you're going to ask a question and you really want to, and there's burning questions on bullshit, you're not auditioning, okay? I'm never giving you a job, and I'm never sucking your dick in public. I might fuck your mom, okay? But let's say somebody comes up and they have a question of like, hey, just curious, why do you support Ukraine, but you don't support Palestine? They won't ask that question, but they'll come up and they'll say, hey, Destiny, what's up? So I've been doing a lot of research over a lot of the wars that America is kind of like supporting and involved in right now. And I've seen like a lot of the arguments for Ukraine fighting Russia and how Russia's the evil guy coming in and invading. And when I'm looking at Palestine, there's like, whoa, I don't care. No, I'm not trying to be mean, but I don't know why you're telling me all this. I don't need this right now, okay? I'm just hanging out in public, okay? I'm trying to fuck your mom. I'm trying to fuck somebody's mom right now. That's what I'm doing. I'm out here, I'm chilling. I don't need you to explain to me your past 2 weeks of research on a topic. If you have a question, just ask. Yeah, it doesn't have to be an audition. I don't know why that happens either. But I would say in general, like if you want to come up and just grab a picture, that's fine, yeah. Also and then final thing I'll say is whispers are way louder than you think, okay? It's hilarious how loud a whisper is. I know when somebody's gonna come up and ask for something because I can hear you 2 minutes at a time where it's, is that Destiny? Is that Destiny? Is that Destiny? Is that Destiny? Like it's very, very, very loud and obvious and it cuts through everything. It's so loud, but yeah. Theater mode and YouTube player. I guess I could just like cut my... Wait, it's not possible in Windows 11. I can't cut a custom... I can't create a custom thing up here, can I? Oh, well, I could do this. And that. I'm not going to remember to do this. And I'm not going to want to do this. I'm not going to want to have my monitor sectioned off like this. I'm trying to think if I would have the discipline to do this or not. I feel like the weirdest shit must be coming up and asking questions like they know you. The imbalance there must be awkward. No, I'm used to it this way. You can create custom resolution in video. No, I'm not trying to do that. There's a program called Power Toys. I don't know if I want that shit. Nah, we're going to keep it here. We're going to roll with this for a while. Oh, wait. It's a Microsoft program. How to use Microsoft Power Toys. 3 years ago.
Microsoft
Why
Power...
does this guy look like a Disney actor? The fuck? Oh, wait. This is like the Toy Story... Watch it though. How do you feel about non-autistic small chat though? E.g., how are you liking the city? If you, it's hard for you to imagine yourself being in my position. I say if you've got like a quick recommendation you want to give me, that's fine. But like, for small talk, it's just like I don't know what the fuck to say. Like, what do you want me to say? How are you liking the city? I don't know. I eat at restaurants and then I go to hotels and I do debates. Like, why not just make an OBS scene for the way you normally open it? Well, that's my OBS scene is right now. But the issue is that I've got all this black area on the top. It's kind of cringe. I don't know if I would do anything different with this space. I don't know. If you went out today for dinner, let's say, how many times do you expect to get recognized? On Miami Beach? Maybe once. I don't get recognized very much here. There was a time where I was in Malibu, and in the course of like an hour and a half in a shopping mall, I got recognized 6 different times. In LA and in that area, I get recognized way more. Miami Beach, not much. If I go down to Brickell, it'll happen a few times, but... When I had my blue hair, it was also way more noticeable. But I think it's because people like see the blue hair immediately, like Destiny. When I was in Manhattan, I got recognized like crazy. What if a DGDR stories out and ask you to stop using the F slur on stream? I usually just call people the N-word. When they approach me in real life and they're like, "Why do you think about slurs?" I call them the N-word. I'm like, well, "You wish you were recording, don't you? You would have had a big clip there. Now kill yourself." And then I leave. If you were Jorah Mormont, would you have taken the pardon and let Daenerys drink the poison? I don't even remember that scene. Mormont. Taken the pardon and let Daenerys drink the poison. Oh, he's the one that stopped her from getting poison. Bro, that guy's arc is so cucked and sad. Will you ever dye your hair again? I don't know. We'll see. Let me wait for my fucking facial hair over here to grow back, right? And then we'll see what else we're doing with our fucking hair. I don't like this goatee. It makes me look like a fucking conservative. Or a pedophile. Of which I am both. Okay. Tinge hair green like Gone? I thought he just wears green outfits. Is his hair actually green? Oh, it is kind of green up here. You know what I realized? This show is missing. Or maybe it's good that they don't have it because it forces things to be more creative. Why doesn't the main character have a sword? Doesn't feel good. Where are my swords at? Also, does he ever bring back his fishing rod? No? Oh, he just lost it after like episode 50 or something? Okay. Shave the beard and keep the mustache. Shaving your chin is the worst. It's like knees on steroids. I would never... Fuck that, dude. I hated that. That's cringe. It's too easy to cut, and it feels bad. Shaved chins just feel weird and bad. Like, after, like, 1 hour, they're already, like, prickly as fuck. If I was, like, falling off a mountain, I could, like smash my chin into the wall, and the friction is so great. It's, like, super strength Velcro. Fuck that. Ugh, I hate that feeling. Ugh. Ugh. Okay. Sorry. Power tools.
Microsoft Power Toys. If you haven't heard me talk about it before, it's an incredibly useful set of tools for Windows that is published by Microsoft. And since my last video about this, they've gone through several updates.
PRP scalp injections. Yeah, they're supposed to, apparently if you lose it in spots, your hair, it's like a autoimmune thing, which can be set by a million things. It's supposed to come back in like a year or less. And I think this happened like 6 months ago. It was when I was in Toronto, I noticed it. I was gonna get Dr. Avi to inject me up in New York, but then my shit got canceled, so fuck it. It'll come back eventually. Or Nina will make me an appointment, finally.
And added a bunch of new tools, so I figured I'd make an updated video with those new tools and features. If you want to install it, there's
topical minoxidil. I don't know what the fuck minoxidil is for or what it does. Isn't this like, this is like if you have, isn't this for like male pattern baldness? Balding? Yeah, this is for hereditary hair loss. This isn't gonna help. It's not gonna do anything.
There's two main ways. One is right through the Microsoft Store, and also you can get it from Microsoft's GitHub page. They have the releases on there.
It regrows all hair? You are wrong? I don't think that's true. It's supposed to work on beards and stuff. No, it's not. I don't think it... No, because the spotty alopecia is supposed to be an autoimmune related thing. Like your immune system is attacking the hair follicles until it gets bored. This male pattern hair loss is a different type of thing that is more complicated and hormonal, and like there's like other shit going on. At some point when the follicles regrow, then the immune system's like, oh, I guess you're actually chilling, and it fucks off. I think that's the reason why, because the treatment I think for the spotty shit is supposed to be like steroid injections or something, because it basically kills the immune system there for a little bit, and then when the immune system is subdued in that area, then your shit can regrow, and then once it regrows, the immune system's like, oh, fuck off, or whatever. But so I don't think this stuff helps at all. Adderall increases heart rate, which inherently increases baseline stress hormones, and the hyper-focus enables you to ignore the water intake, which is causal of hair loss. This fell off before I even got an ADHD diagnosis. Actually, I think I can figure out exactly when this happened. Hold on. Or when I noticed. So it would have been around here or a little bit earlier. It would have been in October. October is when I noticed, so... And I didn't take ADHD medication until when? When did I get my diagnosis? Are we keeping track of this anywhere? It does work for beard. No, hold on. Stop talking about this. I'm gonna kill myself listening to you fucking retards talk. Okay. It's not a matter of if it works for beard or scalp. That's not it's what causes. There's different things that can cause hair loss in different areas. The minoxidil or whatever the fuck that is, or like the finasteride or whatever, this is for like, I think like male pattern baldness. It's like stuff like that. So as you're losing hair as you age and you've got like certain male pattern baldness. But this is, what's the name of the spotty one? Like if you've got like a spot like this, I don't think that stuff will help you, because this isn't like a male pattern baldness spot. It's called alopecia areata. But this is supposed to be an autoimmune disease resulting from a breach in the immune privilege of the hair follicle.
Hey, look up alopecia barbae.
Why?
That's the one. Not Aliata. It's B-A-R-B-A-E. Alopecia barbae.
Why? Wait, why do you think this?
Because I had it.
What's the difference between this and that?
I don't know. That's just the one they use for beards. The autoimmune one. Look it up.
Okay. I think this is the same thing. I think that's like a subset. That's mens rea.
Okay.
Barba, yeah. The disease may only limit the beard, in which case, yeah. So what he's bringing up is the same thing, but the one for the beard would be the Barbea one or whatever, would be the one that is happening here. Why are people so desperate to link every health issue you have to Vyvanse? It's like the open relationship of medication. True. I don't speak about it much because I don't talk about it much because it induces a lot more stupid comments or whatever. But I definitely feel the when I was reading about ADHD treatments and everything, and people talk about like the stigma related to amphetamines. Holy shit, it is very, very, very fucking real. It's usually like a first line go-to attack on me, and it's usually from people that don't even understand it because they'll say things like, "Oh yeah, like you can tell that he's on amphetamines because he's so hyper," and it's like, wait, what the fuck? People have been accusing me of being on amphetamines my entire life. If anything, I was more hyper before I got on them, and people would accuse me. Like Berserker used to say that all the time. You're on amphetamines, aren't you? You're on meth. You're blah blah blah. Like, no, but yeah, it's pretty autistic. KKMD, ignored, good times. Click my link, broski. You ever get chest pain with Vyvanse? No. I had a big, I was really scared when I started Vyvanse because my resting heart rate went up like 20 beats per minute over like 3 months, which is way too much. But I think it was just I was stressed because of all the divorce and all the other stupid shit going on. Now it's everything's like chilled. But I also think if you start to notice your heart rate, I think you get more freaked out about it because then you notice it and then you get more stressed and then you get a higher heart rate and then you get like in a weird cycle of bullshit. I think my sleeping BPM is 56. According to this application. How's your BP on versus off meds? It's probably a little bit higher. I don't think I've done my blood pressure in a while, but. What about sweating for no reason with Vyvanse? I'd never have that happen. For whatever reason, I'm just super lucky. I don't think I have almost any of the, I don't think I have any of like the negative side effects of the Vyvanse shit. Like my sleep is super regular now. My mood is a lot better, I think. The blood pressure and the heart rate doesn't seem to be a big issue. I can sleep. Yeah, I already said my sleep is regular. Yeah. Okay. Why am I reading this? Is an autoimmune disorder caused by T-cell mediated destruction of hair follicles resulting in well-circumscribed patches of non-scarring alopecia involving any part of the body. The two most common sites are the scalp and the beard, with the latter accounting for about 28% of cases, commonly referred to as alopecia areata barbea. Or barbae? Damn, good thing it didn't happen in our hair. Trichoscopic findings of AB include small black dots, yellow dots, exclamation mark hairs, short vellus hairs, tapering hairs, and non-follicular white dots. Biopsy specimens of the acute phase typically show parabulbar inflammatory infiltrate, mostly CD4 plus and CD8 plus T cells within the subcutaneous hair follicles. There's also a significant decrease in the anagen to telogen hair ratio, with an overall decrease in the number of terminal hairs. Histolic findings of chronic AA include variable lymphocytic infiltrate surrounding miniaturized hairs of the papillary dermis with or without fibrosis of the follicle. Okay, Jesus. May have associations with disease states such as diabetes, vitiligo, hypothyroidism, and vitamin D deficiency, and may be secondary to inflammatory stress from infections such as COVID-19. Oh shit, I had that like 3 times. I get the ADHD isn't real. We used to just hit kids with belts to get them in line a lot. People are semi-retarded on this issue, sure. Especially, yeah, and then people like Jordan Peterson are out there talking retarded about it as well. But I don't care. Listen, give me my pills and I'll be a million times a better human being. As long as I'm not gooning. Infectious. It's a rare complication caused by dermatophytes. Damn. There's a clinic in Miami that I might help with your... Bro, I called around and everything's like 2 months to book an appointment. Fuck that. That's why we're just going to go in New York and do it. Oh, so chemotherapy can cause it. Genes can cause it. Non-chemotherapy... Oh, drugs. Oh my god. Click his link. Holy shit. Do you think Biden shot himself in the foot naming today Trans Visibility Day? I don't know. I don't care. Is it still growing? This? There's like very small like white hairs here, which is supposed to be the first stage of regrowth. But apparently one day your immune system just gets bored and it stops raping your hair and then it comes back. But it can take anywhere from, I saw like 3 to 18 months. HIV medications. Beard alopecia following cosmetic procedures. My plastic surgery. Conclusions. Oh, wait, this doesn't even have treatments. Why the fuck did you have me, wait, sorry. Oh. Topical and intralesional steroids are the most common primary treatment modalities for AV. Intralesional is commonly used. Systemic corticosteroids have shown favorable results in treating it, with one study reporting nearly 70%. Topical minoxidil may have a role on hair regrowth. Link reported a case of successful treatment, blah, blah, blah. Targeted treatments for autoimmune conditions, such as alopecia areata, represent a potentially exciting new therapy. Okay. The steroid thing is what I've heard brought up before. Intralesional is just injecting steroids into your scalp, yeah. But, okay. What the fuck is this? Be happy it's not alopecia universalis. That's been my entire life. I've seen a few people with that. No, I'm not trying to sound mean, and I feel the struggle, but you guys look evil. And I'm sure they're like friendly people. Actually, would it be that bad? I think I would just play into it. Wait, is this universalis? I think you lose your eyebrows too. Yeah, this is just, you have, I think you have, if it's universalis, I think you're not supposed to have hair anywhere in your, oh, they're probably drawn on actually. You're not supposed to have hair anywhere in your entire body. Or I'm worried there's going to be nudity if I show this. Okay, no. Just shows a bunch of bald heads. A lot of people would get tattooed eyebrows, sure. Do you ever get recognized much in Dallas? I don't know, bro. I haven't been to Dallas in a while. What the fuck is this? Oh, this is hair transplant surgery, isn't it?
Yo siempre he querido tener barba, así que acudí a las redes sociales y la primera publicidad que me salió fue la de Miami Care for Hair.
Wait, this is like a fresh transplant, right? There's no way this is like fully recovered. And are you actually thinking of getting a Staccato Alien? I think I am. I just need to make that account and not be lazy.
Comuniqué con ellos, asistí aquí a Miami y me atendieron de lo más bien, con mucha empatía. Y estoy contento con los resultados. Les recomiendo a todas las personas que quieran hacerse barba y cabello que no duden en llamar a Miami Care for Hair. La consulta es gratis. Yo siempre...
Why would you get a transplant that stops at the jawline like that? I don't know. Apparently some people wear their facial hair that way. I was always told that's a big no-no. Because I used to shave right up to my chiseled, well-defined jaw. And then people were like, it needs to go down a little more, otherwise you look weird. And I was like, oh shit, okay. So then now I would shave it down here. But apparently some people will shave it literally right up to the jawline. I don't know if there's a right or wrong for that. Father is being criticized after video circulates online of him kissing and hugging his daughter. Some say this is a culture thing, but some are claiming this is parental pedophilia. What do you think? How old is the daughter?
È arrivata l'intrusa, va giù. Lina, vai un altro po' dentro da zio, vai. Sei contenta che babbo ha cenato qua? Bastia, va. È arrivata.
I would need a little more information. There's nothing wrong with this. What? Sometimes when people make out pedophilia call-outs, I feel like they're projecting a little bit. This is not culturally appropriate in Italy. This is a cultural thing. Some Europeans do that. Wait, what do you do? What? I don't even think anything crazy happens here. How old is the girl? She looks like, is she like 10 or 11? I can't tell. It's hard from behind. He's making out? Wait, is he here? Is this an optical illusion? It looks like he's kissing the top of her forehead. Do you think her face is facing him here? Wait, how the fuck do I get to the top left? Hello? Wait, she's looking forward and he's kissing the side of her forehead, right? Spacebar? Yeah, that doesn't help. Also, cupping her ass? Bro, you're picking up a kid. That's where your hand goes. That's pedophile. That's your pedophile. If you see somebody pick up a kid, especially as they get bigger, you have to hold them down there. That's where you hold them. You're not gonna grab them by their back and like hold them in their body. No, your hand goes under their bottom and you pick them up. That's how you pick up babies. And he's sitting in her lap. Like, if you're a guy, if a kid is sitting in my lap, the last thing I'm thinking about is like, how close are my hands to this 10-year-old fucking asshole, to this 10-year-old pussy? You're just supporting the kid. It's a kid in your lap. If your mind goes like, wait, where's his fucking hand at? Oh my God, like, that's weird. You're fucking weird. And you're probably a pedophile. You probably want to fuck kids. Just be aware of it. That's fucking weird. I never trust people that are that insanely fucking awkward around kids. Wherever you're holding especially, yeah, as they get bigger, especially a kid jumps up or whatever, you're holding them, or they're in your lap, you're holding them like, oh, dude, bro, are you finger banging them? Like, the fuck? That's weird.
Sei contenta che babbo ha cenato qua? Bastia, va.
Go look at all their other videos. It's worse. Yeah, you can look at another video. There might be worse stuff, but I don't think there's enough here to say anything like crazy is happening. Do you think America's falling similar to how Rome did? Anybody that compares America to Rome should... What a stupid thing to say. Yes, because multiculturalism destroyed Rome, and now it's destroying America.
We're now stranded on this deserted...
Jesus Christ. Wait, doesn't Mr. Beast super... destroy you? DMCA you or whatever?
island in the middle of the ocean, and we're gonna be stranded here for the next 7 days. And that boat that just left was our only way out of here. Why do we keep doing this? I thought it'd be fun. Despite its beauty, civilization has not been able to survive on this island.
Dude, this guy must be he's a billionaire, right? Do you think Mr. Beast is a billionaire at this point? Did that video have 50 million views in one day? $1.9 billion views over the last 30. Oh my God, 2 billion. Does he do shorts at all? Or is it just... Oh, he does shorts too. He has multiple channels? God damn. Okay. Anyway.
version is 0.73. Just to be sure, if you install it from the Microsoft Store, that you have it checked for updates, so you know that it has the latest version. So let's just get into the new tools, starting off with the System Tray Quick Launch menu. Now, if you click the icon in the System Tray, it pops up a menu with shortcuts for certain tools. This might not exactly be a tool in itself, but I think it still counts.
Okay.
And I will note that it's not going to show a shortcut for every single tool, because for some of them it wouldn't make sense, but these are the ones that do show at the moment if all tools are enabled. And you can also click the More button to look through all the possible tools and enable them or disable them from there. Next up, we have Mouse Without Borders, which is pretty cool. It basically lets you use your cursor for your mouse across multiple devices seamlessly. I believe all the computers...
Is the Alex Debate Part 3 happening today? Seems like a nice guy, but I think it's tomorrow, Monday.
To be on the same network, but you basically generate a key on the one computer and put in the other, which allows it to connect. You can even choose to have it share the clipboard across the different devices, and even use the clipboard to share and move files under a certain size. I believe at the moment it's 100 megabytes. There's also lots of other settings you can look through, having to do with security or how the mouse cursor behaves, but you can just look through those. Moving on, we have Paste as Plain Text, which is pretty self-explanatory. Basically, if you have any text in the clipboard that has formatting, such as font size or color or underline, something like that, if you use the Paste as Plain Text shortcut, it will paste it without all that formatting.
You should be able to do this by default on Windows, I thought. Am I making shit up? So if I copy this and I do Control-C, Control-V, it copies a whole bunch of junk. And then I might have to resize text and like headings and all that dumb shit or whatever. But if you do Control-Shift-V, you should be able to copy plain text regardless. But I guess maybe it's just a right-click shortcut if you want to do it.
Just the raw text, which usually means that the program itself will decide what the formatting will be, so it usually will match the content that you're pasting it into. The next new tool is called Peek, which in File Explorer with a shortcut lets you preview.
I think it's implemented by the apps, not Windows. I'm pretty sure that's a Windows feature. That's Obsidian doing it? No, I do this in my emails. I do this in almost everything. Unless every app I use, program I use, just happens to have that feature.
Files pretty quickly. I actually could not get this one to work in my case. It opened up the window but didn't actually show anything. But you can see Microsoft Power Toys. If you haven't Microsoft all checked, it pops up a menu that wouldn't make the different devices and even use the clipboard to cursor behaves, but you can just look through those. Moving on, we have Paste as Plain Text, which is pretty self-explanatory.
Basically, are you liking the new low-profile boomer? I think it's cool. The only thing is, as long as my hand doesn't hit it. The only thing I don't like is, and this is another reason why I think switching to that Re 20 is gonna be nice. This is like way too much space. It's this like microphone and the pop filter eat up so much camera space. When I start using that Re 20, it's gonna be different.
If you have any text in the clipboard that has formatting, such as font size or color or underline, something like that, if you use the Paste as Plain Text shortcut, it will paste it without all that formatting, just the raw text, which usually means that the program itself will decide what the formatting will be, so it usually will match the content that you're pasting it into. The next new tool is called Peek, which in File Explorer with a shortcut lets you preview files pretty quickly. I actually could not get this one to work in my case. It opened up the window but didn't actually show anything, but you can see what it should look like. And also, if a preview window is open, you can use the arrow keys to navigate through other files to preview. All right, next up we have the new tool Registry Preview, which lets you open .reg registry files and see what's in them, but in a way that is a lot easier than the normal way, which is to open it with Notepad or something, which can be very unreadable depending on how much is in it. With this new tool, you can see it does show you the text on the left, but also on the right-hand side, the key and value structure that you normally see with the registry editor. And you can also have it open the registry editor directly to the key if you want, so you don't have to search for it. And if you click on different keys in that window, it'll also update and show you what's in that.
Wait, why doesn't they ship native with Windows? And then you just turn it on or off, or I guess just more bloat. Well, they bloat it with so much of the retarded shit.
Another neat thing that I noticed is if the reg file would delete a certain key, it'll actually show that with a trash can icon, so that's pretty neat. Now, the next tool is Crop and Lock, and this one's pretty cool. When you press the shortcut, it lets you select a region of the current program, and whatever you outline and select, it will create a second new window just with that selected region. And it actually updates it in real time if the original window changes, and also the cropped window will stay on top. This could definitely be useful, for example, if you need to reference another program, but you don't want to have that program's window all the way open and blocking something. There's also this reparent option with a separate shortcut, where instead of creating a copy window that's cropped, it actually crops the original window. And then when you close the cropped version, it reopens the original. One quick thing to note, if you want to use this tool on a program that's running as administrator, you also have to have Power Toys running as administrator. And the next new tool is actually part of the mouse utilities set, and this is called Mouse Jump. When you go to use this with the shortcut, it will bring up a small image of all your monitors for your computer, and wherever you click, it moves your mouse to the place you clicked on your actual monitors. Probably useful if you have a bunch of screens, though I noticed that the default shortcut is kind of clunky, so you might want to remap that. So those are all the completely new tools, but a lot of the other existing tools also got some features added, so here's some of the notable ones that I noticed. First of all, the Keyboard Manager tool, which lets you remap keys, now supports the numpad, so you can remap those keys. Also, the Text Extractor tool, one of my personal favorites, now lets you change the default language to any other ones that you have installed. Just be sure to read the thing that talks about installing the proper optical character recognition packs to go along with any additional languages you install. Next, for the Power Toys Run tool, this already has a ton of functionality, so I'm not going to be able to cover it all, but a couple things they added is now you can use it to open MSC files, which are like management consoles, such as the group policy editor you couldn't before, apparently. They also added several new plugins, which lets you kind of select specific functionality that you want to enable or disable. One of them lets you list the currently running processes if you just want to look through those. It's called Window Walker, and it's activated using the less than sign you type in. Another new one is the value generator, which is activated with the number sign, and this can actually do a bunch of stuff. For example, you can have it generate a random GUID, or you can also have it encode or decode base 64 text strings. So you can look at Microsoft's documentation page for PowerShell Run to see all the other stuff you can do, because there's quite a lot. And finally, for you IT managers out there, you should probably know that all releases of Power Toys now include a set of group policy objects you can install, which should make it easier to deploy a bunch of machines with Power Toys and only specific tools enabled if you want to do that. All right, so I believe...
Wait, that seems awesome. How to use Microsoft Power Toys? best tools. Wait. Will this tell me all the features?
Everyone, Kevin here. Today
I should download this, right? This seems based. Color picker. Wait, hold on.
Picker. This opens up the color picker, and just like the name implies, I can hover my mouse over anything on my screen, and it'll tell me the exact color value. Down below, we can see the shortcut key that we can press to launch the color picker. Let's try this out. I'll press Windows Shift and C, and this opens up the color picker. So right now, as I hover my mouse over my screen, you'll see it show me the exact color value. Now, I really like this blue over here, so let me hover over that, and then I'll click on that. This now opens up the editor, and I can see the blue that I just selected. Along with that, I see the hex value, the RGB value, and also the HSL value. Yes, these are all the values for the color, just in different color formats. With any one of these, I would get this exact same color. Now, I could click on this if I want to make adjustments to the color, but this looks good. Now that I've copied my favorite blue color, I can go into an image editing program. Here, for example, I'm using getpaint.net. By the way, this is one of my favorite image editing programs. Here, I can click over on this color, and I can now paste in the hex value. When I paste it in, I get that same blue color. Here now, I can use a paint bucket, and I've now reproduced that color.
Wait, hold on 1 second. Ooh, okay. Guys, when I step away for a moment, some of you guys leave the stream. I need you to stop doing that, okay? There's no excuse for you to close the stream just because I step away for a few minutes or for 30 minutes. Just leave it on in the background. You have nothing else going on in your life. You should be supporting me at all points in time.
Exactly within my image editing program. Back within Power Toys, there are all sorts of different settings that you can customize for the color picker. One thing that blew away my mind is how many different color formats you have. Once again, this is a super rich tool, and for picking colors, it's hard to get better than this. This brings us to Power Toys utility number 2, Fancy Zones. With Fancy Zones, you can lay out your screen into different zones, and then you can snap windows to those zones. You might be wondering, well, doesn't Windows...
This is what I was... Oh my god. Wait, I asked for this a long time ago. So on this monitor here, I've got like 5 different windows open at all points in time. OBS, Discord, YouTube chat, Kick chat, TGG chat, and then separate. I could create zones and just... What I was wondering is like, could I create a batch file to auto open with pixel accuracy, like where all these things... I could just make this. I could just do this. I could just do this.
Already supports snapping. Here I could take this notepad window and I could snap it to the left-hand side of my screen. Why would I need to use Power Toys? Well, the version...
Wait. Hold up. Could I do a fancy zone where if I full screen, it only full screens in the zone? There's no way that would be... There's no way that's possible, right? There's no way that's possible.
Comes with Windows in comparison to Power Toys is pretty rudimentary. Here within Fancy Zones, let's start off by clicking into the layout editor to configure what the zones look like.
No,
this
that won't
opens
be
up the
right.
layout editor. At the very top, I have 2 different monitors hooked up to my computer, and I can select the monitor that I want to set up the zones for.
What are these resolutions? Oh, these must be like virtual monitors or something, or this isn't real, right? 2194 by 1234, is this...
For that, I can set up zones using a template, or I can create my own custom zones. Let's take a quick look at templates. Down below here, I can set up a column layout, I can set up a row layout, a grid layout, or a priority grid. Over here, I can choose the number of zones that I want. Right now it's set to 6, but I can change it down to 5 or 4, or however many zones I want. Down below, I can also choose whether I want space around the zones. So when I snap a window, is there a little bit of buffer between these different windows? I can turn that off if I simply want one zone to run into the next one. Let's now click on custom to see how we can set up our own zones. Here, I want to create my own new custom zone, so let's click on this. Next, let's click on edit selected layout. Here now, I can add my very own zone, and here we see a zone, and I can position this wherever I want on the screen. Not only can I position it, I can also change the size and make the zones however big or small I want. And here I can add another zone until I get my screen how I want it to look. Back on the main screen, I want to move forward with a priority grid, so I'll select this one. I also don't want any space around zones. Now that I'm all good, I'm going to click on apply. Now that I have my new zone set up, I can take one of my windows, and if I press the shift key, here I can send it to one of these zones. So here I can send it to zone 3, and my notepad window will fall within that space. Here I can take power toys, and I'll press shift again, and I want to throw this one into zone 2, so I'll simply release it right here, and that falls directly into zone 2. If I want one of the windows to use up both zone 3 and 4, here I can hover over zone 3 while pressing the shift key, and then I can press the control key and then hover over 4, and this window will then take up those two zones. This brings us to Power Toy utility number 3, and that's File Explorer. Power Toys brings additional capabilities to File Explorer. In the past, within File Explorer, you were unable to preview SVG or scalable vector graphics. Also, you weren't able to preview markdown files. Now, if you toggle these on, the preview pane will show you what these look like. Down below, you can also turn on an icon preview for SVG files. So if you have any SVG files, instead of showing the icon of the app that opens the SVG, you'll be able to see a preview of the file itself. To see how this works, I'm in File Explorer, and I have Microsoft Word's logo in SVG format. When I click on View up on the top bar, I can turn on the preview pane, and that opens up the pane on the right-hand side. Now, when I click on this SVG, I'll see a preview over in the right-hand pane. This brings us to Power Toy number 4, and this is the bulk image resizer. If you've ever needed to resize a number of images, you probably know that it's a pain. Luckily, Power Toys helps automate all that for us, and it makes the job a lot easier. Over on the right-hand side here, you can configure what image sizes you want to convert to. These files, right-click on it, and there's now This brings us to Power Toy number 5, and that's the Keyboard Manager. With the Keyboard Manager, I can remap keys, and I can also remap shortcuts. What does it mean to remap a key? Well, let's test this out. Here when I click on remap key, here I'll click on the plus icon, and let's say I want the letter A to actually be the letter B. Here I can set A so it's B. Next, let's click on OK. Here now, if I open the on-screen keyboard, if I press the letter A, it'll show up as a B because I remapped A to be B. You might be wondering, why would you ever want to remap your keys? Well, today most people type on QWERTY keyboards, and it turns out it's not the most efficient layout. Let's say
Is he really about to bring up the Dvorak shit? Dvorak kid's lost. No one cares.
Instead, you want to type in Dvorak. You can use this to remap your keyboard into a new layout that maybe is a little more efficient. Along with remapping keys, you can also remap shortcuts. But before we jump into this, I want to show you how and why this could be useful. Here I am in Microsoft Outlook, and I want to find something within this message. And pretty much every application I use, the shortcut key for find is Control F. When I press Control F in Outlook, it turns out it's actually the forward shortcut key. If I want to find something in a message, I have to press F4. So ideally, I'd like to remap this shortcut so I can use Control F to free cookies, and here brings me to that point in my message. Power Toy number 6, I can bulk rename a whole bunch of files. Here I see a few different settings that I can use, but let's jump over to File Explorer and actually rename some files. Here I have File Explorer open, and I have 3 different files that are all appended with small. I don't want this to appear renamed. This brings us to Power Toy number 7, and this is called Power Toys Run. It's a very quick and fast app launcher. Right down here, I can see the shortcut key that I need to press to launch this. So when I press Alt Space, this opens up my launcher. Let's say I want to open up my video editing program. I use DaVinci Resolve. Here I can type in DaVinci, and immediately I see DaVinci Resolve pop up. Over on the right-hand side, I also have access to some quick tools. For example, I can run as an administrator. I can also open up the containing folder, or I can open up the path in a console. So here, if I click on this, this will now launch the application very quickly. This brings us to Power Toy number 8, and this is the very last one of today, and that's the shortcut guide. Now, many power users have pride in knowing all the different Windows shortcut keys, but sometimes you might not remember them, or maybe you don't know all of them. Trust me, I don't nearly know all of them. So what you can do is simply press and hold the Windows key, and that'll show you all of the.
This is just a free program for Windows. How would you feel about the U.S. designating cartels as terrorist groups in order to go after them directly and efficiently in Mexico due to their role in millions of deaths in their facilitation of the drug trade, especially fentanyl? Thoughts on how it would impact the Mexico-U.S. relationship? Well, to pursue military operations in another country like that, you would have to get their permission. You can't just go in and do it without them. That's like highly adversarial. You would have 30K viewers if we actually did things on stream. We're learning about cool shit right now, loser. I'm helping you guys. You guys are going to be so good at setting up your microphones in the future and downloading random programs. Okay, I'll do this tonight. This sounds fucking awesome. If Mexico said no, then you have to question their intentions, and maybe that could justify going without permission? What do you mean if they said no? They're a sovereign state. Why would they want another country's military operating there without their coordination? Did you switch to Synergy 3 yet? Yes, I like it a lot more. It is a lot better. Do your dailies? Oh, we haven't done our dailies. We'll do that in a sec. Oh, yeah, this video.
This case is probably the most...
Wait, I just want to hear the judge's rationale for what's going on here.
difficult and shocking case that this county in St. Johns County has dealt with. In the 20 years that I have been
or 16 years that I have been practicing law, and the 30 years that I have lived and worked in this all of Northeast Florida, this case is one of only a very small few that had this level and this type of impact on the community. This court gives this factor great weight. As to the last two remaining factors, the effect, if any, of immaturity, impetuosity, or failure to appreciate the risks and consequences of the defendant's participation in the offense, and the effect of the crime, and the nature and circumstances of the offense committed by the defendant, these factors are somewhat combined. 114 stab wounds, 49 defensive wounds, 35 wounds to the head and neck, 29 to the back and shoulder, and 6 fatal wounds. This court has reviewed and seen more than its fair share of autopsy photos. The autopsy photos in this particular case were particularly difficult. The 49 defensive wounds indicate that Tristan Bailey was conscious, that she was aware, and that she was doing everything she could to fend off this attack. She suffered a painful, horrifying death from someone that she trusted. Her screams were most likely stifled by her own suffocating lungs. He lured her into a secluded place in the woods near his home, a person that she trusted, and he led her there under false pretenses. There was a heightened level of premeditation in this case.
Ooh, he was like super plotting.
Based on the prior statements that he made to his girlfriend and his friend, he indicated that he was going to kill someone. At which point he determined that it was going to be Tristan Bailey, I don't know. But there was going to be a victim. He indicated that how he was going to do it, that he would take them into a wooded place, that he would stab them, he would kill them and then run away so that he could keep on killing. He told his best friend that he wanted to kill someone to see what it felt like, and he wanted to watch them bleed out. This particular crime was committed with the weapon of choice as a knife, which he nicknamed Poker. That required a...
Only cunts name their weapons, guys, remember?
Up-close, personal type of murder that is rare. It's unique. The court accepts that in 2019, of all juvenile arrests, only 7% were violent and only 1% of those were homicides. This crime is clearly an outlier, and it was shocking, and it is shocking to the conscious. This court finds that the defendant's participation in this offense was not the result of immaturity or impetuosity. He understood the risks and consequences of his actions. He previously told his girlfriend that he was going to do this. That clearly shows that he had been planning it. He attempted to cover it up by disposing of the murder weapon and throwing it into a lake. He then attempted to conceal evidence by hiding his shoes and shirt and jeans, taking a shower, stealthily entering his home, and then the actions immediately after with the Snapchat videos in the back of the police car and the story that he made up about pushing her and her hitting her head, which was clearly refuted by the video evidence in this case. All of that shows, and this court finds, that this was not an immature or impetuous type of crime.
If we can agree that there are terrorist groups, cartels in Mexico facilitating millions of American deaths, why wouldn't Mexico want to help stop that jointly as an ally of ours? Begs the question if they want it to continue. I don't know. I don't know enough about the ins and outs of how the cartels operate down there, why they do what they do, or how they... I just don't know. The integration they with the state and everything, I can't answer it. I don't know enough.
It makes it unique. It makes it extraordinary. What is also very troubling is that this crime had no motive. This was not done out of greed. It was not done in retaliation, retribution, or revenge. It was not a crime of passion. It was not a crime that was committed because he felt rejected by her. It was not done in a fit of uncontrollable anger. There was no reason. There was no purpose. It was done for no other reason than to satisfy this defendant's internal desire to feel what it was like to kill someone. It was committed in a cold, calculated, and premeditated manner without any pretense for moral or legal justification, and it was heinous, atrocious, and cruel. This factor, and this factor alone, makes this case and this defendant more than just unique. It is for this reason, and all of the reasons previously stated, that leads this court to the conclusion that there is only one appropriate sentence in this case. Mr. Fucci, if you and your attorneys would please rise. Counsel, is there any legal reason why this court cannot impose sentence at this time? Okay. Mr. Fucci, having entered a plea of guilty to the crime of first-degree murder, I adjudicate you guilty of the premeditated first-degree murder of Tristan Bailey. I sentence you to life in prison. Because of your age, you are eligible for review of the sentence in 25 years. I order the Department of Corrections to notify you when you are eligible to apply for your review hearing. Madam Clerk, if you will please impose the minimum fines and court costs. Mr. Fucci, you have 30 days to appeal the legality of this court's sentence. If you wish to appeal but cannot afford an attorney, one will be appointed for you. You will be taken back to the Duval County Jail and then transported into the Florida State Prison System. We are adjourned.
Did he dap him? Oh no, that was a bald head. I thought he was dapping him. He thinks he's a tough guy, but he murdered a defenseless little girl. Nothing tough about that. It's kind of like, hold on. He did murder a little girl, but he was a little boy, right? He killed her, not to excuse it. Well, I mean, to be fair, I don't know what she did. Okay. She might have fucked with his Roblox install, who knows. But he was 14 when he murdered her. Aiden Fucci. Shortly before his trial, Fucci changed his plea from not guilty to guilty. Why? Huh. Wait, in trial, one of the siblings, Lexus, dropped 114 aqua stone hearts into a glass jar, one by one, to represent the stab wounds her sister endured. The jar stayed there for each family member while they read their statements. Each concluded by adding a white stone to represent something related to Bailey's death. Is this, are these impact statements, that part of the trial? That's performative as fuck? Well, I believe that the, I think that the impact statement part of the trial is supposed to be like, that is the performative. It's the most important, or no, not the most important. It's the one where it's supposed to be like the most, how would I explain it? The victims are showing the impact. So of course, like, this is my sister. I loved her. She was so friendly. We played video games all the time. She gave me handies when we were, you know, coming home from school and nobody was dating me yet. And she was the best sister in the world and blah, blah, blah. This is supposed to be where you try to, I think you're supposed to evoke like an emotional response as much as you can out of people, because you're showing the impact that the, I don't remember if this is during the trial or if this is after the, is this during the trial or is this after a conviction when you're waiting for sentencing, they do impact statements? Well, we should just look it up. Impact statements. United States. Judges allow for and give appropriate weight to input at sentencing from victims of violent crime. It might just be after the, after you've done, after the trial is concluded and the jury is convicted and decided you're guilty, I guess, right? Then you do impact statements. Watch Loner Box's stream. He needs your help. You can't have a victim impact statement if you don't know if they're victims yet. I mean, well, they would be the friends of the potential victims or whatever. But yeah, you're right. Wait, Loner Box Live. What's he doing? I'm going to tell my kids. This was Hassan. Oh, God.
What brings you to this community to have these conversations?
I wanted to.
Why is he even talking to her? Oh. Okay. Let's get through the click links and then read a little bit about immigration, I guess. More of that today. Oh shit, this is a how old is this meme? Do you think this meme is like 14 years old? 13 years old? How old do you think this meme is?
Я думал, намного лучше это все будет. Сколько раз сюда ходил, было намного лучше, но на этот раз как-то не удалось. Во-первых, народу мама, музыка не очень. А что за направление? А? Что за направление? Направление? Какое направление? Что за направление музыки играет там? Намного лучше будет это все.
Pepsi okay?
No.
Is Pepsi okay?
No.
He's like laughing it off. Probably because it's awkward as fuck. Are me and Amy cool? I think so. People keep asking me that, which makes me think we're not cool. Did you set up another date to go to Academics Podcast? Not yet, but I need to. What the fuck is happening here? How do you not know? Do you not talk to these people? To Amy? Yeah, my last conversation was fine. Yeah, and I texted her and everything should be fine. But she's also like, she's, I don't know how much she's into like the, I don't know how much Lauren is trying to turn her against her right now. Amy's really been into the culture wars lately. I think we disagree a ton politically, but I don't think that impacts us personally. But I don't know, for a lot of people it does. It doesn't seem like it does for her, I'm not sure. "100% after a sports event?" Okay. Gross. Destiny, I made this for you.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, yeah.
Thanks so much.
I'm sorry, I was
really love
hey, you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on the street.
Why?
Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking into the boycott stuff. Please, Hassan. At least pretend.
I'll put it in FC, okay?
Okay. It's an okay meme. Needs work. Needs work. This is you. Would you shoot? He will shoot you if you don't shoot. Has a dead man's handle. If he dies, he blows up. Based. What about this one? I think we were to watch this one on stream. If it's what I was thinking of.
Of course.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I forgot to say you need to stop drinking Coke Zero on the street.
Why?
Boycott.
Wait, is it?
You're preaching pro-Palestine and you're drinking into the boycott stuff. Please, Hassan. At least pretend. Do it off stream.
Okay, I'll put it in a glass. Is Pepsi okay?
No.
No soda, Hassan. I didn't know it was like that. Yeah, of course.
This man is threatening my family and me because I do not support reparations. Absolutely unhinged behavior. Nashville, the city of my great-grandparents were Nashville, the city of my great-grandparents were slaves in, is just 3 hours away from my current location. I have family members who are active gang members residing there. Send your location, ... Oh, because of this tweet? Gonna move to Montana, I think, that or Tennessee. Tennessee. And then he quote tweeted, what?
I distinctly told you that I wanted you to tell me that I don't deserve reparations to my face. Quoting a tweet and telling me that I don't deserve reparations is not the proper response to what I requested. The proper request would be to send your fucking address. Okay? I want you and your husband to tell me to my face that I don't deserve reparations. I want your husband to be there, and I want all your little white trolls, your little sexually frustrated white trolls who back you up on Twitter to be there as well. And I'll make you change your opinion. Because you see, what we're not going to do, I'm not going to allow a foreigner to disrespect me in my own country. I'm not going to allow a foreigner to reside in the town that my great-grandparents built.
Okay, couple questions for stereotyping people, okay? Tell me if this is legitimate or not. These are some assumptions I make, okay? If you have, if you got braces, do you think it's safe to say that you were like middle class at least? Or do poor people also get braces? I feel like one of the biggest differences between kids that I would see like at my school versus like if I were to hang out with Chris or look at like his friends is that like everybody that went in my schools, everybody had fucking perfect teeth because everybody got fucking braces and shit. And then the second question is, do you think people normally have fucked up teeth? These are some perfect teeth. What do you think? Can we assume this guy is from a middle class background based on bottom row of teeth alone? Or do you think that's too far? Got a lot of people saying, no, I was poor with braces. Poor people get braces too, but only if you get lucky with the insurance, which I did. Do you think all poor people have bad teeth? No, I never said bad teeth. But perfect teeth, I feel like generally you almost always have to get some kind of cosmetic work done. I don't think the modern human mouth can fit all the teeth that you have.
Going to allow a foreigner to reside in the...
Look at that. Perfect. Look at that. That's a sculpted. That is a cosmetically perfect smile. Look at this. Oh my God. Boom, 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 boom. He has a snaggletooth canine. Is this snaggled? I can't tell. This here? Do you think that's turned? Oh, it might be. I can't tell. Need more information. Gap in the top row? Well, he's covering that one up. Maybe he just doesn't wear his retainers.
town that my
people in tribal Africa have perfect teeth. It's possible. The one thing that I haven't done a ton of research on this. My understanding is a lot of the growth for your jaw and the growth for your mouth comes from when you're a child. After you switch from breastfeeding to eating stuff, you're supposed to be eating like roots and hard to digest stuff. Not digest, I'm sorry, but stuff you got to chew a lot. And when you're chewing a lot as a kid growing up, apparently the muscle and everything, like it expands the mouth a bit. So if you're living where you're like having to chew through a lot of shit as a kid, then you'll have enough, or you should have a much higher chance of having enough space in your mouth for your teeth. But if you become, but if you're eating like Gerber or baby food or soft foods as a kid, your mouth tends to be a lot smaller. I read this somewhere. I don't know if that's true or not. Let's check. Why don't humans have enough room in mouth for teeth? Let's see if this is true or not. Cleveland Clinic. Do we trust this? Is Cleveland like the name of a dude or something? Like what? Cleveland. Yeah, well, there is. Is this like from Ohio or why is it called the Cleveland Clinic? It gets linked online a lot. Is it actually related to the city of Cleveland? Oh,
Hey.
fuck. Oh, hi. Top 3 medical centers in the U.S. Gotcha.
So the claim that we have small mouths or our teeth don't develop properly because we're eating too many soft foods, there's not really any evidence to support that, and mechanistically there's no reason you would think that either. The length and shape of your bones aren't impacted by the type of stress that you put on them. So your arms and legs aren't going to grow longer because, I don't know, you lift weights or anything.
Wait, are you sure?
Yeah.
Wait a second.
so-
I thought, okay, I'm going to do 2 really extreme examples. But isn't there some fucking African tribe where they put rings around their neck to make their neck super long and they can actually do that as they grow?
So it doesn't actually make their bones longer. What happens is their shoulders are pressed down and it makes it seem as though their bones are longer, but you can't do anything to actually mechanically lengthen bones.
Well, and then
Yeah,
also too
so-
for your jaw, but I guess, is all of your gums and all of that, is it all bonage under here? It must be, right?
Yeah, so there are bones under there, and the type of forces that you apply to that bone can affect things like bone mineral density and whether or not bone will erode. But in terms of actually affecting the shape and size of the bone, you can't do that.
Wait, then why do we not have enough room in our mouth for our teeth?
It's probably just genetic reasons. It's big in the mewing crowd. People who are into mewing. There have been people on the Joe Rogan Experience who've talked about this too, where if you chew hard foods, your jaw will become more protruded and your mouth will get larger. There's no good evidence for that. And there's no mechanistic reason for why you'd expect that to actually significantly affect the shape of your mouth. Because, just think of how forces are being applied to your jaw. How is that going to elongate your jaw? You can't do that with any other bone in your body, for one thing. And somehow your jaw, which is getting forces applied to it vertically, that's going to somehow lengthen and widen the jaw. It's weird.
I don't know all the underlying. I don't know much about anything really. But so one thing I think is possible is you can break teeth a little bit, or you can move the roots of them a little bit. And rather than identifying it as a broken tooth, the body will see that and kind of like repair and reconstruct and move shit a little bit based on forces applied to your teeth. So this is the principle that makes, like I have Invisalign, or with braces, that's what makes it work. The goal of braces...
I wouldn't get Invisalign, dude. That is rolling the dice. You should get braces.
Well, too late. I'm already on my last tray for Invisalign. But the goal, or the idea, the mechanistic idea behind braces or Invisalign, or anything that moves your teeth, is basically you're kind of breaking the root a little bit, but not so much that it's like, oh, fuck, this is fucked. But if you break it a little bit, it sees it, and then it kind of like deconstructs and repairs it in a different place. Couldn't, like, people that chew a lot of like root food or something like that, couldn't that kind of process theoretically be happening?
Probably not. When you look at how braces work, you're physically moving the teeth in a path that you want them to move. When you're chewing, the force is only going in one direction, basically. Like, there is a bit of lateral movement, but it's not going to widen your jaw. And there are surgeries, actually, to widen your jaw. They have to break your jaw and shit like that. But you're doing something mechanical where you're literally breaking the bone apart and physically widening it. When you're chewing, you're just chewing, and the force is pretty much just going up and down. There's no reason for why you would expect that to actually make your mouth wider.
Okay, I'll read. Wait, why do you hate Invisalign? What's wrong with that?
So, to be fair, there are people who are good candidates for Invisalign, but the way they actually screen for candidacy is really sketchy. So because they want to make money, they're going to want to like accept as many people as they can. And there are people who have like teeth alignment that isn't really suited well for Invisalign. They may need braces or some other orthodontic treatment to actually make their teeth align properly. But what they'll do is they'll accept these clients, even though they're not good candidates. And then when they get Invisalign, the Invisalign just ends up fucking their teeth up and like literally ripping teeth out of the roots. And then
Couldn't the same thing
fall out?
Couldn't you argue
can
these
have
same
teeth
incentives exist with like braces, where somebody could be a good candidate for something way simpler, easier, but people do braces instead? Also, with braces, you can have those issues too. It might be rare with braces, but I have at least one friend who's like one of their teeth got fucked up, and now it's like recalcifying, or it's being digested by the body because the root got moved too much on their braces. I think she said they might have over-tightened it or something, but
yeah, so that can happen. But there's a really good documentary. You should maybe look into this a little bit. But I've seen some of the Invisalign practices. They don't seem as reputable as an actual dentist. And I don't even know if actual dentists are involved in the treatment either.
Well, do you mean dentist, or are you meaning like an orthodontic surgeon versus a dentist?
or orthodontist.
Yeah, it probably won't be an orthodontist. It might just be a dentist, sure. I don't know if you need an orthodontist dentist for braces, or if just a dentist can put in braces, but...
Yeah, it's been a while since I've seen the documentary, but I don't think they actually get orthodontists or dentists to actually make the Invisalign thing. And yeah, I've seen so many horror stories of people getting their teeth like absolutely fucked, like cracked. And there's also problems with quality control when it comes to the Invisalign. It happens relatively frequently where the adjustments from, what do you call it? From Invisalign to Invisalign as you go from month to month.
Yeah, from one tray to the
next. A lot
next.
of the time, they're way too radical.
Really? I thought it was
Like
the
a
opposite. I thought they
change.
weren't, like they used to do trays for 2 weeks, and now you can change them after 1 week or whatever.
Yeah, they may have changed their practices, but from what I've seen of an Invisalign, I'd be very wary. I would actually just go to a dentist or an orthodontist and get their opinion. They seem a lot more reputable.
Don't you normally go to a dentist for Invisalign? Like, I don't think you can do that yourself, no?
They recommend going to see a dentist and asking whether or not you'd be a good candidate, but I think.
Well, let me
there was
reply.
another-
You can't. You have to go to a dentist to do Invisalign. You can't. I don't think you can. I don't think there's
you
any
have
way.
to?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there's also an issue there too, because a lot of the dentists they recommend are in their network. So they're going to be a little biased to recommending Invisalign rather than some other orthodontic treatment.
Well, but then I just don't understand why braces wouldn't have all these same potential problems.
They don't seem to have so they work differently. They don't cover your entire tooth. And again, from what I've seen, like the frequency of people having complications seems a lot higher.
Okay, I'll check it out.
Yeah, but I've been triggered by the whole mewing community on that, like eating hard food and like pushing your tongue up against the roof of your mouth crap. For one thing, there's no evidence actually supporting that it makes your mouth larger, and there's no mechanistic reason for why you'd expect that either. Like when you look at, again, people who actually have to get their like jaw broken to make their mouth wider, that they're actually like forcing a mechanical change, and there's nothing about eating like harder food that you'd expect to force that kind of mechanical change.
Maybe, yeah. Okay. If you say so. Yeah.
All right, we'll take care.
Have fun, be careful. Wouldn't that be about packing extra jaw musculature on the side of your face, not widening your jawbone? I don't know. Well, because adding more musculature or whatever, I mean, it's a good point. I don't know why that would grow your muscles. I'm not sure. I just heard that a long time ago, so I repeat it. But that's why I looked at it now, because I don't actually know if it's true or not. Because I don't know what the mechanism would be. But I also know your teeth are kind of unique compared to other bones in your body, too. Also, all the problems that he's talking about for Invisalign, he might have been talking about... there were a couple other companies. One was called Smile Direct, which was like a knockoff Invisalign. I have heard a lot of bad things about that. I don't know about Invisalign itself, though. I thought that was generally a good thing, but I'm not sure. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh. Beck was right about the mismatch between teeth and jaws, but he got the details wrong. According to anthropologist Rob Corricini of Southern Illinois University, the key change was not to the abrasive environment, but to the stress environment, meaning the mechanical stresses jaws experienced during eating. And the teeth were not too big, the jaw was too small. Remarkably, Charles Darwin made the connection between stress and jaw size in his 1871 book, The Descent of Man. But Corricini was among the first to offer definitive evidence. He had just started teaching at Southern Illinois when a student from nearby rural Kentucky told him that in his community, seniors were raised on hard-to-chew foods, whereas their children and grandchildren had more refined, processed diets. Follow-up study showed that older residents had better bites despite almost no professional dental care than younger ones did. Corricini explained the difference in terms of dietary consistency. Thus, the dental differences were not genetic but environmental. Corricini went on to find many other examples, including the Pima of Arizona before and after they had access to store-bought foods, and rural people near Chandigarh, India, who had diets of coarse millet and tough vegetables as compared with urban dwellers who ate soft bread and mashed lentils. Corricini reasoned that tooth size is pre-programmed to fit a jaw subjected during growth to levels of mechanical stress in line with a natural childhood diet. Subsequently, when the jaw does not get the needed stimulation during development, the teeth become crowded at the front end and impacted in the rear. He confirmed this hypothesis with experimental work on monkeys, evincing that those fed softer diets had smaller jaws and impacted teeth. I wonder what the underlying mechanism is here. General dentist is less suited for ortho situations if they come up. The ortho is more specialized. Invisalign is a computer-generated treatment that guides its dentist on what to do. Yeah, sure, but like obviously an ortho is more specialized, but then it's more expensive, right? That's the whole point. You can get highly specialized people, but it's always a trade-off of like cost versus need, you know? You don't need like the most, like technically having a doctor give me advice on whether or not I should take ibuprofen or Advil would be superior than me deciding on my own, but the cost of consulting a doctor every single time is probably not worth the trade-off of like, if you make the wrong choice between Tylenol or ibuprofen, it's not a big deal. Wait, Tylenol or Advil? Is Tylenol just ibuprofen? Whatever the fuck, I don't know. An evolutionary perspective reveals our dental disorders are as a consequence of an ecological shift. The new vantage point is starting to help researchers and clinicians tackle the root cause of dental disease. Sealants shield our crowns, and fluoride strengthens and remineralizes enamel. However, these measures do nothing to change the conditions in the mouth that bring about decay. Antiseptic mouthwash kills the bacteria that cause cavities, but they also kill beneficial strains that have evolved to keep harmful bacteria in check. Inspired by recent innovations in microbiome therapies, researchers are beginning to focus on remodeling the dental plaque community. Oral probiotics, targeted antimicrobials, and microbiota transplants are on the horizon. Oh, this is what Ayla's friend, that one guy, the business he's starting, is trying to do. Hi, Destiny. Good luck with your research. Okay, bye. Fuck you. 199 dono. Tylenol is acetaminophen. Advil is ibuprofen. Okay. No one wants toddlers to choke when they eat, but perhaps there are better options for weaning our youngsters than mashed peas. Over the past few years, a whole new industry has developed that focuses on growing the jaws to open the airway and fit the teeth as nature originally intended. Effective treatments range from removable palatal expanders and other growth guidance applications or appliances to surgery. But perhaps if we fed our children foods requiring vigorous chewing from an early age, like our ancestors did, we could spare many of them the need for such interventions. Okay, what is this? This is from 2020. Wow, look at that. Lycan was completely wrong. What a self-aggrandizing joke. Wait, that wasn't Lycan that came in. That was Vegan Games. Chill. But also, okay. What is the mechanism for jaw growth chewing children? Development of chewing in children from 12 to 48 months, longitudinal study of EMG patterns. Developmental changes in the coordinative organization of masticatory muscles were examined longitudinally in 4 children over 49 experimental sessions spanning the ages of 12 to 48 months. Huh. Interesting. The development of jaw motion for mastication, 2010. Interesting. Okay, well, I'm going to keep repeating this until somebody proves me wrong. Okay, Invisalign versus braces. Side effects. Is there anything that like... Is there like numbers on this anywhere? Why do we have crooked teeth? And our ancestors didn't. Oh boy.
All these ancient skulls have perfectly straight teeth, despite almost certainly never
Perfectly straight teeth? Are these all perfectly straight? Okay.
almost certainly never sporting braces. And this isn't some strange sample. According to the fossil record, ancient humans usually had straight teeth, complete with third molars or wisdom teeth. In fact, the dental dilemmas that fuel the demand for braces and wisdom teeth extractions today appear to be recent developments. So what happened? While it's nearly impossible to know for sure, scientists have a hypothesis. A couple million years ago, the ancestors of modern humans lived a subsistence lifestyle. Their teeth and jaws had to work hard to make the food they ate digestible. Indeed, the surfaces of many of their teeth show extensive wear and flattening. They also had larger jaws and teeth overall. At some point, they began using tools and fire to cook and prepare food, which helped break it down. A lot more time passed, and around 12,000 years ago, some humans started farming and domesticating animals and plants. Over the course of several thousand years, it became more common for people to process and refine their food. Milling technologies helped remove the tougher parts of grains, like the germ and bran, from rice and wheat. Fast forward to the Industrial Revolution, and technological innovations dramatically accelerated these processes. In a relatively short time, many human mouths were relieved of a great deal of their grinding, crushing, and pulverizing duties. And interestingly, it was around this time that tooth crookedness appears to have become more common. Examining fossils spanning millions of years of evolution, researchers have observed a gradual decrease in tooth and jaw size in humans and our ancestors. Many think that for most of human history, dietary shifts, like the introduction of meat and the advent of cooking, were gradual, and that changes in tooth and jaw size basically kept pace with one another. But with the more recent revolutions in agricultural and culinary habits, that relationship changed. As the theory goes, over a relatively short period, some human populations saw a decrease in jawbone size, while teeth stayed roughly the same size, meaning they're left vying for limited space. When they do grow in, they may displace others and get jostled into some eccentric positions. And then wisdom teeth, which are usually the
mewing stuff is. I don't think mewing is real. I don't believe any of that. That sounds fucking retarded. I don't know why the mewing shit. Nobody will know about it in 2 years. It sounds fucking retarded.
To make their debut seem to only complicate things further. In many cases, they have little or no space to emerge. This can lead to impacted wisdom teeth, which may cause discomfort and infections if not surgically removed. So, larger jaws appear to be associated with greater chewing demands, and many scientists think that as people's diets have become less chewy, their jaws have gotten smaller, and that this has led to dental crowding, resulting in dental crookedness and impacted wisdom teeth. This hypothesis has been supported by some preliminary experimental data. In a 1983 study, researchers raised 43 squirrel monkeys on diets of either naturally tough
Oh,
or
this is referring to the
artificially
same
soft
probably
food.
thing.
Those fed
Yeah.
softer food had more crowded premolars, rotated or displaced teeth, and narrower dental arches. And a 2004 study similarly observed that hyraxes raised on cooked foods experienced roughly 10% less growth in facial areas involved in chewing compared to those given raw and dried foods. In other words, the issue at large seems to be environmental or one of lifestyle instead of a genetic one, though heritable factors may be at play in some instances. It's estimated that somewhere between 30 to 60% of people today experience some level of tooth crowding, but this trend varies across global populations. Some people naturally never have wisdom teeth, and some don't experience tooth crowding or crookedness and still get their wisdom teeth without a hitch. This seems to coincide with diets that are less processed. So, how can we prevent tooth crowding early using lifestyle changes and orthodontics? Well, it's certainly something to chew over.
I love how young. It's been around for over half a decade. It's not going anywhere. Over half a decade? It's been around for 6 or 7 years, so it's a permanent fixture in our lives now? Oh my God.
Is a nonprofit. Please consider supporting our mission to provide free, high-quality educational materials by donating to us on Patreon.
Dr. Mike's Ultimate Mewing Guide.
This is mewing. It's a possible technique that involves placing the tongue on the roof of the mouth to gain health and facial improvements. The aim is to align the teeth, accentuate your... Is mewing. It's a possible technique that involves placing the tongue on the roof of the mouth to gain health.
What? Okay. After orthotropics. Wait. This is what mewing means? Mewing is unironically just proper tongue posture. It has benefits like much better airflow. Airflow through what? Like if you breathe with your mouth open?
And facial improvements. The aim is to align the teeth, accentuate your cheekbones, sharpen your jawline, or even straighten your nose naturally, all without invasive surgeries or expensive orthodontics. This may also
Straighten your nose?
accentuate your cheekbones, sharpen your jawline, or even straighten your nose naturally, all without invasive surgeries or expensive orthodontics. This may also diminish wrinkles and improve your airways, bringing the maxilla forwards, potentially extending your lifespan by enlarging your airways, reducing snoring and sleep apnea. It works because in your skull you have these cracks called potentially extending your lifespan by enlarging your airways, reducing snoring and sleep apnea. It works because in your skull you have these cracks called sutures that help the bone to enlarge evenly as children grow, one of them being on the roof of your mouth. If you apply consistent pressure on this using your tongue, it can make your face grow, just like using an expander device. This theory is called orthotropics. Ortho for straight, tropos meaning grow.
Okay, this is fucking retarded. Okay, this, what else do we have open? Oh boy, what's this? Wait, why did we, oh, we stopped this guy for the dental exam. That's how we got him.
Town that my great grandparents built. Okay? Johnny Somali learned this the hard way. When he came to Japan and disrespected the natives there, he got dealt with, and you will get dealt with.
Am I wrong for cuddling with my little sister? I'm 18 female. My sister's turned 9 and yesterday around 5 a.m. She came to my room and I was already awake and watching a movie. She asked if she could spend time with me since I'm always working or at school, and I told her she could. She climbed into bed with me and we cuddled up on the blanket. A while later, my dad walks in and sees us and starts yelling loud enough that everyone woke up. According to him, it's not appropriate for sisters to cuddle when one is significantly older. My mom is mad that I caused him to yell loud enough to wake her. Her and I were both dressed. We both had shirts. She was wearing pajama pants and I had some shorts on, so I personally don't understand the issue. This dad is a pedophile. 100%. If you press your tongue against your teeth, it can cause an overbite/underbite. I don't believe it. I'm sorry, I don't believe that at all. To apply that much force for that long of a time period, your tongue would be dying. I don't believe it. But maybe. I just personally don't. What is this? A not insignificant amount of content on this Italian family blogger TikTok account is a father being disturbingly intimate with his very young daughter while the mom doesn't seem to care.
Dite che io sto con il telefono in mano. È normale che io lo invito a cena e lui sta in camera?
Okay. This is significantly more fucking weird than, This is significantly more fucking weird than the kitchen table one. You were underestimating the strength of the human tongue? I don't think the human tongue is that... Okay.
Telefono in mano. È normale che io lo invito a cena e lui sta in camera con la figlia?
Senti, bella, io non mi sento bene.
Ugh. That's super weird. Hold on, more clips. Oh, what's happening here? What the fuck is going on? Why is he...
Cioè, va giù, trovate l'intruso. Faccio capire, ma già me... Telefono in mano.
We already saw this
Telefono in
one.
mano.
El señor es demasiado afectuoso con su hija. Bueno, su hijastra, porque al parecer ni siquiera es su hija verdadera. Y al parecer tampoco vive ya con la mamá, ya se separaron. Es él y otra es la mamá o la hermana, no estoy segura, y abre las piernas y se ve como si le estuviera haciendo algo en medio de su parte privada. Y le han dicho varias cosas a la mamá de que esto no está bien y dice ella que es normal en Italia, pero muchos italianos han dicho que esto no es normal. ¿Ustedes qué opinan? Yo para mí esto no es normal.
Wait, what is happening? Is there like a filter being applied? Why the fuck do their faces keep zipping in and out?
¿Ustedes qué opinan? Yo para mí esto no es normal, esto son cochinadas. Yo digo que este hombre está enfatuado, ¿cómo se dice? Está como enamorado de su hija o de su hijastra, no estoy segura si es su hijastra, pero la
The Spanish is saying it's not his real daughter. I don't even know how much that changes things. It's so fucking weird.
Pero la besa como si besara una mujer y la toca de sus...
Like, some of these aren't that bad. Like, some people kiss their kids on the lips. That's whatever. Or that one of him picking her up. But some of the ones in bed are kind of weird.
Sus pechos.
Like, this is...
Hace cosas que un padre no debería hacer.
I don't know why you would ever...
Con una hija. Y lo peor de todo es que la madre está bien con eso. Yo pienso que ya... Que les digo que él la está tocando del medio de sus piernas. Oye, ay, el abuso...
I don't know. Okay, what is this? This guy's me blocked on Twitter. Who's this? A not insignificant amount of content. Oh, it's the same thing. Wait, why the fuck does this account of me blocked? Cringe. When told of Tristan Bailey's death, the teen suspect allegedly responded, "How is that my problem?" Okay, that was that. We got 3 more links. Boner box. Is this a timeline or? Damn, why is he so fucking try hard when he does paint? Okay. One more video.
Guys, I have a cold, so you're gonna have to deal with it.
1 hour and 24 minutes? Fuck this.
But the show goes on. I don't care what you think about these conflicts. Whether you like them, whether you hate them, whether you support
Why would you like a conflict?
or hate the men who participate in them.
It's a dope
it doesn't
video.
Matter. If you intellectually can't understand the value behind getting real-world combat information, that is incredibly valuable, because combat, you have to understand, is changing a lot right now, then I don't know what to tell you. In today's video, we'll be talking about a very complex issue, and that is going to be urban combat. A place that urban combat is taking place in right now is in Gaza. So with us, we're gonna have 2 Israeli special operations men who, as of 4 days ago, were fighting on the front. So a lot of you are going to be angry at the way they think about their convictions. Again, I don't care. They're gonna be the way they're gonna be. We're not gonna censor them. This is history. This is what's actually occurring on the ground. This is reality. Separate your emotions from however you feel and learn some very valuable information. In today's video, they are 2 professional military members fighting against a terrorist organization. Again, I don't care what you think about that. Here's the thing. This goes both ways, the information that we're learning. Whether you are fighting against an enemy that is entrenched in a city, which is a very plausible situation, or whether you're on the opposite end, this information is highly, highly valuable. So I hope you guys will enjoy, as today we talk about urban combat from men who are currently fighting in a complex
Did you meet Grand Thumb with Tom? He's always with those guys. Garand Thumb? No, I don't think so.
urban environment.
I don't remember him if I did. We might not have spoken, or I just don't think he was there.
But before we get into it, we do have to thank the sponsors of this channel. So the biggest sponsor of the channel is the Sonoran Desert Institute. Charles is actually working, so we can't screw this up. I'm sure he'd say something about Israel, but we are where we are. So if you're looking to get your start in gunsmithing, they're the people to go to. They support the channel, and the support they give us allows us to bring you this type of material for free. And who can we not forget? Micah?
Primary arms.
Probably combat-proven optics at this point in these conflicts. And where are they made?
Not in Israel.
Mountains back there. And of course, Mantis. If you're trying to get better at shooting, dry fire is the way to go. Mantis is awesome. It will turn your weapon into a dry fire machine with a little laser. You can see where your impacts are. We love them. It also helps you with that trigger reset. Go and check them out. And finally, AAC.
Did he break his fingernail off? What's going on with his hand?
All of our ammunition is sponsored through AAC.
Jesus.
So we can't thank them enough. With all that being said, guys, this is a very important topic, so let's get into it. So if you're not familiar with my background, my name is Michael Jones. I'm a former Air Force Special Warfare member, served for 9 years.
Why does he have this bullshit ass fucking Union Jack shit here? What's going on? He operated too hard?
Served in survival and then as a TAC P. This is a topic that I can't speak to. This is why we brought on 2 experts from this local conflict. You have to understand, guys, they were just in the conflict. So again, separate your feelings from the information that you're going to learn. We do have to give a big shout out to Agilite. It should be noted that Agilite did sponsor them, get them out here and everything. Agilite is a equipment company. They make a lot of good stuff. Full disclosure, we did have the Israeli public affairs hit us up when the war kicked off, asking if we wanted to do anything. We declined. We try to stay as neutral as possible on this stuff. So understand, we're not connected at all with any of the public affairs or anything that's going on there. This is merely for combat information. With all that being said, gentlemen, please, come on. How's it going? Thanks for coming. Gentlemen, please introduce yourselves to the audience. I understand you have to stay a little bit more anonymous, but please go ahead.
All right. Well, I served in Egoz, which is a commando unit for 4 years. I've been in a reserve unit right now for the past 4 or 5 months in Gaza.
I'm Lev. I was in paratroopers in the 101st Israeli 101st Paratrooper Brigade for about 2.5 years, and now I've been in reserves also in the paratroopers for the last 7-8 years. And I was in Gaza for a little bit less time. I was in for about a month and a half, and before that we were basically up north for a couple months, and before that, right after the 7th of October, we were clearing houses and clearing Israeli bodies out of Kfar Aza.
Gentlemen, so there's a lot to talk about today. I do want to start off by saying that we did talk to the U.S. government to change the weather, so it's really close to Gaza right now for you guys. I'm sure you guys are...
Yeah, I was gonna say, damn, isn't it like rude to bring these guys out in the fucking winter? In the cold mountains of fucking Colorado? Where are they? Where is this guy at right now? Jesus.
used to the cold and everything, right?
Yeah.
This is
Oh,
perfect
yeah.
weather for what you do.
Yeah, that's exactly what we do.
It is what it is, guys. We can't control the weather on that. But that being said, gentlemen, let's get into it. We're going to kick this thing off with the most intense information.
Montana.
Urban combat.
Idaho.
There's a lot to it. We're not going to make you guys experts in urban combat, but we're going to learn some firsthand experience for the guys who have been there as of recently, as a couple days ago.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, I know there's a lot here. You guys are the subject matter experts. Please take it away.
Yeah, I would first start by saying that I at least feel like I'm by no means an expert in urban combat. I think you'd have to be years in urban combat to become an expert.
That's exactly what the
agree.
Ukrainians said. They're like,
Yeah.
oh, we're not. I don't feel like I don't have enough experience killing people. I'm like, you guys have been doing this for a long time.
Yeah, like I've seen the unit I'm in getting so much better over the period of time, and you kind of develop a sense for it, for
Definitely,
sure.
definitely.
And
Same by us.
And developing like a spatial awareness of what windows are looking at you, where you're. And
Imagine not cutting that. Oh man, they should have reshot that. You should be like, hold on, can you do that again? Bro, I just got fucked.
When you're doing CQB, you probably experience this when you like do something wrong and keep going. You're like, ooh, I feel like I'm slightly more in danger than I should be right now. You know what I mean? So you have that a lot, and then you're like, oh, okay, I can do that better next time. But like, there are definitely a lot of lessons we learned about how Hamas fights, how they set up situations for us to fall into, ambushes or whatever, how they try to draw us in. You want to talk about some of that?
We had some reports of them basically like using tape recordings of like baby crying and stuff like that, injuring dogs so that the dog is making like a whining noise. Just things that draw you into to an area to be like, okay, what's that? And that's where they want to ambush you and hit you with explosives, RPGs, and just lead you into their spot and take you out.
There's also the classic ambush technique, which is where they would fire at us from a position, hoping we would close the distance and move in so that they could hit us with another ambush.
Yeah,
that's all the time.
How does that typically look?
I mean, it'll look like you come to like an open area, say like an kind of an open city center or something, or like a open marketplace or something. You're in a house and suddenly a tank gets hit by an RPG or something, right? And if they're shooting just an RPG-7 at a tank, it's not going to do anything to the tank. They're doing that so that you're going to come out and try to get over to their building and attack them, and that's exactly the last thing you need to do.
Yep,
for sure.
Yep.
Because you get some hungry predator drones up there in the sky who can help you out with that.
So when you guys are hearing noises now, whether it be whining dogs, crying kids and stuff, are you sending drones up to investigate beforehand now?
Definitely, we're reporting it, and in any ways that don't endanger our teams to investigate the sources of these sounds.
Yeah.
It's an indication to more combat, yeah, we have drones for that. We have more expendable methods.
I mean, anytime we can basically send in a drone, but you can only carry so many drone batteries. And those little DJI Avata batteries, they last like 18 minutes or something. How long do those things last?
It depends on the drone, but
the Avata, the one with the closed off propellers.
Yeah, that one's a short battery.
Yeah, and maybe you carry like 9 batteries, 10 batteries
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
So obviously you can't send it everywhere, but yeah, obviously if you see something suspicious, if you hear something suspicious, you're gonna send that in.
You said you guys are using the DJI Avatas.
Yeah.
Why is that?
They're super durable and they're really small, basically.
So if I'm not mistaken, the Avatas have the protection around the propellers.
Yeah.
So do you guys how are you implementing them? How are you using them?
So if we were gonna go into a house and we felt that there was a high chance, either because of intelligence reports that we got saying that that was a dangerous house, a house that had known Hamas operatives working out of it or something, or if someone had seen movement in that house in the, like a couple days leading up to that. So when we got there, we might send in the drone, send it in through one of the windows or through a hole in the wall or through the door, and just have that drone go around as much as possible.
So you're actually sending the drone into the building.
Yeah,
no shit.
And you send the drone inside the building, and then you have the drone operator, right, who's wearing his VR glasses, and he also has a flip-down phone screen connected to the drone. So he's looking to the glasses, and then the platoon commander is next to him looking at the screen. Maybe also the company commander, depending on where he is in the combat. So then the platoon commander can build a plan for how to clear the building because he knows the internal layout, and you can look for suspicious stuff. And if you see that there's someone inside the building, you can choose to deal with him as you please.
How are individuals typically, so combatants, how are they reacting to these drones flying in their face?
So it kind of depends on the mental and physical state of the combatant. You have some guys that are like their tunnel was airstriked or something. They come out and they haven't eaten or really they might be injured and they may be sitting in a house for a couple days waiting for someone to come in so they can throw their last grenade at him. And those guys are just gonna kind of just look at it maybe, right? But then you have some guys who are trying to hit it with like brooms or sticks or like shooting at it, throwing rocks at it, trying to swat them out of the air. It's hilarious. It's really good.
Can they survive that being swatted out of the air?
I mean, who knows? It doesn't really matter. Like I think a drone is worth the terrorist. Like most people, but yeah, they're pretty.
A terrorist?
They're pretty strong. What happens a lot when you send them into a house is that they just eventually lose connection with the operator. So either he sees that it's losing connection and pulls out, or he loses connection and just falls on the floor. And then when we clear.
Wait, for just like a little scout drone like this, for something with a camera, and then how are these things communicating back? If you're flying a drone around, what are they communicating with? It can't be like SIM cards and shit, right? But Bluetooth wouldn't have the range, would it? What is the radio? Wi-Fi? Wi-Fi hotspot type. What's the range on that? Because I feel like some of them have a huge range, no? Short range radio / Wi-Fi. Oh, okay. Huh.
The house afterwards. Just kick it to the side as we're going through and then pick it up after.
DJI Avatas, huh?
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Nice.
You mentioned throwing a grenade at it. Why would they not just shoot it? Why would they throw a grenade at a drone? That makes no sense to me.
I mean, it's kind of like a Hamas tactic in general. They realize that because of rules of engagement, if they're out walking with a uniform, a vest, and a weapon, they're going to get shot. But if they're, at the other extreme, walking around in civilian clothing with nothing visible on them, they're not going to get shot most of the time. So, what a lot of them have started doing is they leave their rifles in a stash somewhere, and then they walk around with just grenades in their pockets because you can still do something with a grenade. And if you're looking from a UAV or from a helicopter or from a drone, you're not going to spot a grenade in someone's pocket. So some of these guys end up in some house, and all they have with them is grenades.
Yeah.
Hence throwing the baseball at them, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, good times. Now, in terms of your drones, are you guys implementing thermal drones at all?
Yeah, for sure. We have thermal drones. I don't think I can say on what level and how many and how we use them exactly, but we have thermal everything. I'll tell you some interesting stuff after. But we have a lot of thermals. Thermals are one of the big changes in this war for sure. Implementation for marksmen, for snipers, and just for general use. Because tanks have always had them in the IDF for a long time. But it's nice to have, being able to cross-identify and have a tank say, I see something, and look at it with other thermals, and you understand what you're talking about. Being able to look from above with thermals it's super critical.
Now, we've talked a lot about drones on your side. What do you guys see in terms of drones from the enemy side?
I mean, did you see any on the 7th of October?
I personally didn't.
Yeah, I mean, there are videos from the 7th of October of them taking out.
Destiny, let's see if you are neutral or just Islamophobic as... What are you talking about? Why do you keep spamming this message? What am I even supposed to be Islamophobic or not neutral about in what we're watching? Somebody linked a video of them going through a house with a drone. IDF drone running surveillance inside the apartment at the Hamad Towers in Khan Yunis catches a Hamas militant hiding in a room. Oh, this is a drone right now that's flying? Damn. Oh. Wait, what is this guy doing? Is he like, fuck? What, he doesn't try to swat it or... He's like, well, awkward. Is he on his phone? No, that's a magazine. Awkward. Holy shit. It's the admin moving around the map. He's invisible.
And taking out tanks with drone drop munitions that had their open hatches that weren't basically ready for it. FPV drones attacking like comms towers and stuff like that.
Let's slow down for a second. Let's talk both of those really quickly. So there's two types of drones. If you've seen the Ukraine video, you're going to be familiar with this, but you have your typical like DJI drone.
Don't those shoot in 1080p? Why does that look so bad when it was posted? This literally looks like it's being recorded off of a TV screen. It looks like a camera, because look, there's like a screen. It looks like there's a camera or something. Am I crazy? Like somebody's pointing a camera at a screen somewhere.
Big old quadcopter, and they can have little fishing lure attachments to drop fishing lures.
Yeah.
But in this case, it's a grenade or a munition of some type, like a mortar round that will explode on impact. Yeah. Then you have the FPVs. Those are basically racing drones. They're flown from the first person. Those are used with a munition attached to suicide into something, whether it be a human being or some type of vehicle.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. I just want to make sure.
No, for sure. And like, and then so there's a third type that they use, which is just reconnaissance drones.
Okay.
And those are probably the ones they use the most, I think.
Yeah.
Also because if you see a drone with something dangling from it, we're not currently doing that really much. So if you see a drone like that, it's very clear that it's an enemy drone and it's gonna get shot down within seconds. Either by like someone with a smart shooter on his gun or just some good marksman. We do have drone jamming stuff, but we also have like a bit of a proliferation of smart shooters. You know those?
I'm not familiar with those. Please tell me about them.
It's basically a site. It's a site called the Smart Shooter. It's an Israeli startup, and it's connected to a unit within the handle over here. And then there's basically a pin that blocks the trigger. So if you have it on Smart Shooter mode, you can use it regularly as a regular AR-15, or you can make it so.
Destiny scolds when Israeli civilians are hurt, but smiles from cheek to cheek to see Palestinians hurt. Nasty. Are you okay? Hello, dude? Bro, you're telling me all the doors in the building are conveniently open so the drone can fly all the way to his room? Weird. My guess is going to be, it's probably easier to hide in a room with an open door than a closed door, psychologically. Like, if you come up to a closed door and you open it, there's going to be, like, a whole check of, like, what's going on, blah, blah. But if the door is a little bit open, you might just think you can walk in. Maybe? I don't fucking know. Do you think this was staged? Do you think that was, like, an IDF soldier dressed in whatever garb with an AK-47 to get, like, sick drone footage for? Or... Destiny said the opposite yesterday. I guess he's wrong. My bad then. Wait, what? Stock umbrella. Literally, no, they can't. No, who can't what? Okay.
so that it locks onto a target, and then you squeeze the trigger, and it lets it fire when it's at optimal.
I am familiar with that. Yeah, so it can track targets.
So those are great for drones.
Yeah.
It can track a drone?
Yeah, you can track a drone, shoot it out of the sky, 100 meters easily. Farther than that, it gets a little bit sketchy, but still doable.
Yeah.
And you can shoot out cameras, stuff like that, really easily.
Now, do you guys have any tactics as far as when you see drones overhead, if you're unsure if they're friendly or enemy? What do you typically do?
I mean, you're gonna take cover. You're gonna take cover for sure, and you're gonna try to figure out. You're gonna say, you're just gonna ask like, what is that drone? And then someone's gonna get on the radio, figure out, say who has a drone up. Someone's gonna say I have a drone up. And then you're gonna say Juan Taquin, which means good drone, basically.
Yeah.
And then everyone's gonna yell it, and everyone's gonna know.
Yeah.
Although you don't.
Doors are open so the dude can chuck a grenade into the entrance area of the house and kill soldiers without the fragmentation killing them too. That would be my guess. Oh, okay. Why not like open the door enough to throw it in, but not enough to let the drone in, you know? Bring a ruler and measure it out.
Wait, you don't wait around.
If they take too long getting that answer back to you, that drone's going down. And it's.
You guys ever shot a friendly drone?
Oh yeah.
I haven't, but someone in my company did. We were all so proud of him. He was like, he shot a drone that belonged to a different company, and we like have a rivalry with them. So we were like, yeah, fuck them, Messiah. Yeah, good job, you did it. We called him like drone hunter and stuff.
This seems to be a problem with Ukrainians as well, where it's hard to identify whose drones are who. Yeah. There's just not a good method of that currently. So I can see that's still a problem.
Yep.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I would imagine there'd be like a giant electronic map, or there'd be a map that like just basically tracks everything in the area. Like everything is being reported through. Maybe that would be really difficult. I imagine. I guess if they're not doing it, the military would have a good reason not to, I guess. Huh?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not worth the risk.
Now, are you still seeing those drones this late in the war from the enemy, or is it kind of slowed down?
Much
There's
fewer.
a lot fewer.
We've denied them a lot of the places where their drone operators can operate a drone from, basically. As far as good fortified buildings that are close to tunnels. And it's kind of a very high risk, low reward activity to leave the safety of a tunnel to go and position yourself in a spot where you have a direct line of sight to the drone. Which means you're either going to be in a window or you're going to be out in the open, just so that you can get reconnaissance on a drone. You have to be part of a much bigger attack, and there's not a lot of ROI on it, you know.
Now, when it comes to tunnels, you guys have talked about that a few times. We're not talking about the tunnels in New York and those other dudes. I'm just fucking with you. How are you guys dealing with those? How are those typically assaulted? How are those taken care of? What are you doing with those?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff you can do with them, but like on the immediate level and in the dealing with them on a deeper level, which we can't talk about.
Sure.
For sure, that'll definitely get censored. But
just emit RF leaking your location constantly. Good take there. Wait, how do you think the drones communicate with the people operating the drones, Turble? Do you think they use ESP or?
On an immediate level, it's basically just adds, like when you're in urban combat, you have the stuff that's on your eyesight, and then you have all the above, so now you also have the below, basically.
Yeah.
So on one hand, you're basically expecting people to pop out, not just from behind corners and around doors. People could come out literally from a tunnel, they could pop their head up. When you're inside a tunnel, I guess it's probably pretty disorienting to know what's going on above you.
Sure.
So sometimes people can pop up and take a while to orient themselves. But basically, you're looking for suspicious things, and there's a lot of things that look like tunnels in Gaza. There's really bad sewage infrastructure, so a lot of them just dig sewage drainage pits outside their houses and then cover them, obviously, because you don't want your kids falling into a pit of sewage. So they cover them with a piece of wood and then sometimes some trash, just because they're Arabs and like making piles of trash. So then you get to that, and you say, oh shit, is this a tunnel? You start take a grappling hook, you start pulling stuff away. You're like, oh my god, it's got a wooden cover. You're like, oh my god, wooden cover. You get the drone, and you pull that off, and you throw in a grenade. And then you send in a drone to look, and they're like, yeah, it's just full of shit. And sometimes the drone loses connection and falls into shit, but that's...
So you are sending drones into tunnels then?
In a limited sense, because the connection capabilities. And there are drones that are better suited for that. Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't have much, and we probably can't talk about that.
Yep, I understand fully.
As an infantryman, for us, we were basically just finding the tunnels.
Wait, that was mask off racism.
Pull that off, and you throw in a grenade, and then you send in a drone to look, and they're like, yeah, it's just full of shit. And sometimes the drone loses connection and falls into shit, but that's...
So you are sending drones into...
Wait, was that the racism? That it's full of... Back more.
Falling into a pit of sewage, so they cover them with a piece of wood and then sometimes some trash, just because they're Arabs and like making piles of trash. So then you get to that...
Oh, that one.
You say, oh shit, is this a tunnel? You start take a grappling hook, you start pulling stuff away. You're like, oh my god, it's got a...
The Ben Shapiro take.
Wooden cover. You're like, oh my god, wooden cover. You get the drone, and you pull that off, and you throw in a grenade. And then you send in a drone to look, and they're like, yeah, it's just full of shit. And sometimes the drone loses connection and falls into shit, but that's...
So you are sending drones into tunnels then?
In a limited sense, because the connection capabilities. And there are drones that are better suited for that. Yeah, I'm not sure. We don't have much, and we probably can't talk about that.
Yep, I understand fully.
As an infantryman, for us, we're basically just finding the tunnels and making sure no one's coming out of the tunnel. Yep. And the most we're going to do is throw a couple grenades down there or something. And then we're going to leave it to professionals to take care of that.
Until a tunnel is taken care of, and the special forces units that deal with that kind of sensitive thing, infantry's just going to be, like Lev said, pointing their rifles at the threat.
Taking selfies.
Yeah, taking selfies.
Let's talk a little bit about how you guys are reacting to contact. What are the typical engagement distances you guys are seeing?
Are we actually demonstrating anything out here? Or are we just outside because it's like epic to film outside?
Are you putting down fire superiority? How does it work with the IDF or with your teams in particular?
So in general, once contacted, an entire team will search for cover or just get down and return fire. Generally, we're getting contacted from pretty far ranges.
What would you say, like in meters?
We're talking like 100, like above 150 usually is what we're dealing with. For shooting from afar, snipers, RPGs, they tend to get pretty close. Those guys like to get in close so that they can be accurate. More like 50 under the hundreds.
No, we don't know. Yeah, I mean they do.
What
that
he
a lot,
does on
which
his
is what
channel
tanks
is all
deal
it's
with,
in.
but,
Okay, gotcha.
like, for the trophy system to deal with and stuff for really close shots. But they shot at a tank that was right outside of our building, hit it with an RPG from I think like 200 meters or something. It was like a really far shot, and I think part of that is because they realized that once we get up to where they are, there's going to be like an overwhelming amount of fire on them. So they kind of want to shoot and then get out of there.
When you say sniper fire, are you talking from AKM or?
When you saw that father-daughter video, you described it as weird. Would you call it inappropriate or morally wrong or just potential of being one? What does really weird mean? Weird means that I am not sure what the intentions are of the father engaging the daughter or stepdaughter in that manner. Weird means it's hard to distinguish. So like, for instance, if the dad was fucking the girl, I wouldn't say that's weird. I would say that's really wrong. That's like pedophilia or not even, that's child rape. If the father was like hugging the daughter and saying like, oh yeah, I love hugging little children, I'd say, okay, that's bad. That's wrong. Weird, when you say something's really weird, the implication is that you don't know what's going on 100%, but there's a lot of indications that something not good is going on. I think when people say weird. So like potentially highly inappropriate, I think.
Or specialized weapon systems.
When I say sniper fire, they're using M24s. Some Dragunovs also, but generally it's been M24s. What I say?
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of snipers, which is strange because you'd think that they'd be very prolific in urban.
M24. If I had to guess, with absolutely no fucking, oh shit, M24 and Dragunovs. These are both Arma 2 snipers, right? If I had to guess, do you think snipers are more expensive than like just AK-47s than rifles? Do you think it costs more to manufacture and make a good sniper rifle than like an ordinary fully automatic or select fire assault rifle? Someone said about the same. Yes, yes. Probably, absolutely, yes. Huh. The scope, yes, but the rifle, no. Oh, that's true too if they're scoped. And they probably will be, right? If you're not anymore, maybe. Well, hold on. To be fair, the scopes on these, you're not talking like the $500 whatever. You're usually just talking like the simple whatever scopes. No? Like it's just a shitty telescope. They're still hard to get. Okay, I don't know. How much M24 cost? How much Dragunov cost? I am at least 18-year-olds. I don't need this. Okay. M24, Remington M24. 1600 short action. I don't know anything about this fucking bullshit. 4,000 blah blah blah. Jesus, okay. Can you buy AK-47s for like a few $100? How, like overseas or whatever? If you're just like buying an AK-47, you're not in the US. What do you think? Oh fuck, I'm not gonna be able to look at this in the US. Cost of AK-47 black market, Europe, Middle East. $1,200 in Pakistan. But a locally produced model could be obtained there for as little as $1 or $148. When people are using AK-47s, are they usually using like World War II surplus and shit, or are they using the newly manufactured ones? Today, only the average black market price of an AK-47 worldwide is $534. That's 7 years ago. In certain areas in Africa, price of AK pattern rifles can be as low as $30. They're usually World War II. They didn't exist in World War II, or not. Whenever the fuck they were Cold War. I don't know. When did they make? When did they manufacture AK-47s? Oh, okay. So not until the 50s, I guess? Cringe. Okay.
Scenario like that, but you really would. Just a lot of pot shots from AKs and stuff.
Are you not debating Alex again? Tomorrow, Monday, supposedly.
A lot of times if you're engaged from far away, sometimes there's not even anything you will do about it. You kind of get cover, so it's kind of like a reminder, I should probably not be sticking my head out. You know what I mean? Yeah, like if you're engaged from really far away, if there's just bullets coming over your head, you're gonna try to figure out, use the tools you have to figure out who's shooting you, if it's friendly, if it's not friendly, and then have someone do something.
Why don't you pronounce Pakistan? Pakistan? It's Pakistan, right?
Something about it, but it might not be in your area. Like if I'm being shot at from 300 meters away, and that's...
Or is it Pakistan? I don't fucking know. Pakistan.
A direction of fire that I'm definitely close to because there's a friendly unit over there. So we're just gonna tell them, and they're gonna deal with it. They're probably already dealing with it, So like, but definitely, yeah, get some cover. Figure out what's going on. Make sure that all your angles are covered.
The wisecrack guy wants to talk to you. Stop saying people want to talk to me. If somebody wants to talk to me, they just have to DM me. DM me on Twitter. We can chat. It's so easy. Don't tell me people want to talk to me. They just tell them to DM me.
Sometimes they'll try to give you some fire to keep you down, and then they're going to send out an attack, or they're going to wait for you to come into the attack. So,
how's it been for you as far as recognizing when the shots are coming towards you, or whether the shots are just the general background of what's going on, like recognizing the chatter of different weapons?
So once you spend some time, like I have to say, when I first went into Gaza, I didn't really know that. I knew that different calibers have different sounds, but once you're living it day to day and you're hearing the gunfire of the tanks and the Apaches, and you just get to know that every gun has its own voice, and the AK-47 is just you can spot it in just a fire of an array of weapons. You'll hear that crack. You'll be like, that's enemy fire. And if it's not in your quadrant, then you're gonna get on the comms and you're gonna let the relevant battalion know.
Yeah, although in urban warfare it can get really confusing with all the echoes off of buildings. Yeah, kind of hard to hear who's shooting and from where. And very often you're kind of just aware that a firefight or something is happening somewhere. So you hear a lot of fire coming from one area. You try to kind of figure out what's going on, and then maybe you might see like the 669 rescue helicopters coming in, and then we have injured people.
In the UK, Packy can be an insult, so you don't usually... Yeah, but we don't have that insult over here. Packy? That's like a racial slur in the UK, but when nobody says that in the United States. No one gives a fuck, okay? You guys also call Indians Asians. You guys are fucking weird. No one cares.
Or, you'll just hear something interesting about it on the radio. Then you have, did you guys have a radio station with like Radio Halal? You have that?
Yeah. We're
the name of it.
Whenever you're on guard duty, you just got this little mini radio next to you.
No, I'm talking about something else. We had basically, like, everyone wants to know what's going on all the time, right? So we ended up just having once a day at like 8:30 p.m. or 9 p.m. like on one of the radios, like one of the radio bandwidths, someone just gave the news for the whole day. Oh, it was great. Like, we found these terrorists and killed them. This guy got injured. We found a tunnel here. We found this. We found this.
Yeah, we did.
Everyone just listening to it like, oh fuck yeah.
Yeah. So we had a guy.
Yeah, Radio Halal.
So we had a guy who would also give the sports news for soccer for all the Israelis, and he would just right after he goes up to the day's updates of what actually is relevant, tactically. He starts going. He also did like updates on celebrities. What's Edin Ben Zakan doing?
Nobody cares about soccer. Except for the rest of the world.
Yeah, except for the rest of the world.
Except for the rest of the world. Are you into soccer now, even in Israel for a while?
Shit.
Absolutely not.
There we go.
What am I?
I still like American football?
I don't care about football.
I don't really follow sports now.
There's a little bit of MMA, but like that's about it.
That's fair. Gentlemen, so we have our kit set up on the ground.
Why is this not like book or what do you call it? Where they make the time stamped?
Right here I have a Cry DS. This is a pretty close setup to what I ran in the U.S. military. Obviously, my job was way different. My level of training was different. Everything was different. Your carriers are different in terms of camouflage, in terms of what you have on it, everything. So let's talk a little bit about your kit setups. Let's go ahead and start with you and talk about the hows and whys. People want to know why your kit is set up. You've been fighting for a while.
112-15.
All right. So I'm running a Agilite K0, running level 4 armor, side plates.
Hold on.
As far as ammunition,
level 4.
Around, about 6 to 8 mags. I'll run a double mag in the weapon. I'll have another mag on my battle belt, 3 mags here, and then a couple more in my battle pack. Medical gear. So medical gear. I'm running 2 tourniquets usually, one over here, and I'll usually keep another one either here or in my pack.
So we can lose 2 limbs.
And then over here I have a personal bandage. And on my battle belt, so I'm running a personal first aid kit over here. It's got combat gauze and some basic stuff. And then finally, I got these scissors for cutting through uniforms and vests and whatnot. Next, ammunition. Lastly, I have 2 9mm mags over here. Okay, and then I have my personal sidearm.
What are you typically carrying?
Typically carrying a Glock.
Staccato XC. He's about to say a Glock. He's gonna say Glock 19.
I have 2 9mm mags over here. Okay, and then I have my personal sidearm.
What are you typically carrying?
Typically carrying a Glock 19.
Nice.
Loser.
All right.
Weapon light, optic?
Yeah, both
times.
Mm-hmm. Over here we got
Imagine not carrying a $5,000 pistol instead of a cheap polymer $350 piece of shit.
Tool. It's a must-have. It's an SOG. I use it usually to like cut wires, fences. Helps me out sometimes when I'm busting into a building or trying to just get through an area. On that note, as far as
Bro, some dude is like out for his fucking morning jog, thinks he's witnessing like the setup to a fucking terrorist attack. Did you see this guy back here jogging? Wait, where the fuck are they?
Helps me out sometimes when I'm busting into a building or trying to just get through an area. On that note, as far as breaching.
Did you see this guy back here? Sorry, it's probably somebody working with the set. That'd be my guess. I know there's people jogging back here.
And stuff like that. I'm usually running also a cutter.
Oh, someone said they're on a gun range. Okay.
In my battle pack.
You mean like a
bolt
cutter?
Yeah, bolt cutter. Yeah. Front. We got here red light. This is mostly stuff that I'm going to use like inside a building once we've taken it over. I got some stick lights in here, so you're going to use them to basically mark hazards or anything that needs to be marked. It's useful also for miscellaneous things, like say we have like a detonation cord set up and we don't want guys to step on it. So we'll like cut this and we'll just drizzle a little bit of that glowing liquid on it, and then the team leader will explain to the team that
To use different colors for different things. I understand the tactics, techniques, and procedures between different units or militaries are going to differ heavily, so that's fine. Just understand that Chem 6 are important.
From the Jewish community, so many people who are no longer in a unit who want to donate back to people in our unit. So we've kind of been upgrading our gear the whole time. And I think it's kind of that's super important when you get new gear, obviously, to go out and test it and run around in it before you get to combat.
Sure.
Don't be a dumbass and like cross the border into Gaza and be like, oh, my backpack's uncomfortable. You're a dumbass. Just test it on your base.
Yep. Awesome. Well, gentlemen, thank you for talking about the weapons. Let's talk a little bit about October 7th. It was a pretty interesting scenario, and I know there's some good lessons learned.
I'm sorry. What a choice of words. I wonder how many months ago they filmed this.
There, so let's go ahead and roll into that. So a lot of people might not be familiar with what October 7th was and how it kind of redefined a lot of combat for you guys. So if you could explain what October 7th was, and then explain a lot of the combat and how things were kind of different during that time.
Basically, October 7th was a super well coordinated, really hardcore attack across the border, the southern border with Gaza by Hamas. It started with leading up to it, basically systematically removing and overpowering.
Wait, if you're in the military, do you have to wear the yarmulke thing? If you're like with helmets and shit, do you have to wear it under? What are the rules for that? When do Jews have to wear yarmulkes? It is worn by all men in Orthodox Jewish communities during prayers and by most Orthodox Jewish men at all other times. Among non-Orthodox Jewish communities, some who wear them do so at all times, while others wear them only during prayer. Oh, okay.
The, what do you call it, surveillance systems on the border. So sending drones in to attack surveillance towers, taking out cameras. And then there was like a very heavy rocket barrage in the morning. Personally, I was in Beersheba at my parents' house with my wife, and you were with your kid there basically. And so we all went into our bomb shelters, and that's kind of what they were counting on, is having a really powerful long barrage to keep people's heads down. Then they had a multi-pronged approach where they crossed the border by ramming and having bulldozers ram holes in the fence, like enough holes to basically overwhelm any quick reaction force that could come and counterattack. Having paragliders who came in, Hamas paragliders. You have one or two guys on a paraglider come in and dismount and start setting up roadblocks on roads and attacking, and just having a ton of classic, Middle East white pickup truck full of terrorists just crossing again and again, having a ton of those, and having terrorists on dirt bikes who were super mobile. And the idea was to go and attack and overwhelm the bases, kidnap or slaughter everyone on the army bases on the border, and also attack all of the kibbutzim, which are like small communal villages on the border. And they were also the reason they did it on that date specifically was because of the Nova Music Festival, which was a huge music festival where they killed hundreds.
Is there any evidence of that they knew 100%? Well, they might have been able to know because it's public information, but is there any evidence that they planned to attack on the day to get the people at the festival? I've never heard that before. So he's either leaking top secret IDF info, or this is just like a talking point to make it sound worse than it was. Wasn't it a holiday? Oh yeah, wait, was it Yom? Wait, fuck me, I should know this. We're basically honorary Israelis at this point. October 7th, was it Yom Kippur or was it something different? Or was it just the anniversary of the war? '50-year anniversary. Okay.
Killed and raped hundreds of people at the festival and kidnapped a bunch of them, turned it into just a straight up massacre. So one of the hardest things for the IDF on this day was that the QRFs were set up to take on small individual attacks. So each kibbutz had their own quick reaction called the Kitat Konut, which is like a readiness party that has a couple guys, maybe, and you have the guy in charge, and they're ready for someone to come and attack a certain house.
It would make no sense for them to not know there was a festival there, and if they knew, they were... Well, I'm not saying that they would have known or wouldn't have known. I'm saying, did they plan around it? Like, ahead of time, where they like, okay, there's a festival on October 7th, we're going to hit then. Rather than like, okay, we're going to do this on October 7th, then as the date approaches, like, oh shit, there's a festival going on, we should hit that up, right? I think there's a meaningful difference there.
Or one guy on the border, one guy to attack this. You have, people getting ambushed with hundreds of terrorists outside their houses, just getting absolutely cut down. And like the security at the music festival of like a dozen cops or whatever with Glock 19s, 2 mags each or something like that, just getting absolutely torn apart by PK fire and AK fire. And you
RPGs.
Have RPGs. A lot of people basically take shelter.
PK, is that PKM? It's a big boy rifle, right? Do you think that's what it... Oh, that means PK? Jesus.
from the rockets, and those shelters turned into their final resting places because people would go into like in Israel in the south you have a lot of bomb shelters and rocket shelters that are just next to bus stops. People would go into them, get trapped inside, and Hamas terrorists would come and throw grenades inside.
But those festivals aren't planned 5 days before. It's months at least. No, yeah, probably. Yeah.
When people run out of shelters and rocket shelters that are just next to bus stops, people would go into them, get trapped inside, and Hamas terrorists would come and throw grenades inside. When people run out, just gun them down basically. It turned into a very chaotic situation. People didn't quite understand what was going on in the beginning, and it took just way too long to get it under control. All the QRF teams that went in were just hit really heavily, took really heavy casualties, and you ended up having like a couple of helicopters per each area, and the guys killing dozens, if not tens of terrorists, taking really heavy casualties. And you have some really crazy stories from that. I was only involved in that on the 8th and 9th. I went into Kfar Aza, which is one of the villages that got hit very hard. You were involved on the first day, but basically I was drafted on the first day, and then they didn't really quite know what to do with us because there were already so many forces converging on the area. Held us back a little bit and then sent us in after to start clearing bodies. But why don't you talk about your experience?
So on the 7th, after we got the message to go to base and arm up, this was around like 12 in the afternoon. We spent 2 hours gearing up, and we made it to the south on our Hummers. And I remember when we were on the road number 6, I'm just seeing all these cars like running away from the south, like just traffic jam of cars running away from the south, and we're just going down. So like whatever they're running from, we're going towards it. I remember once we passed a certain point, like we were like in the area of like that south of Gaza, we started seeing just carnage along the streets, just bodies all along the streets of terrorists. I saw a car with civilian casualties as well. It looked like the Purge. It looked like something out of the movie The Purge. Just cars burning, fire, destruction everywhere. We went to a kibbutz called Kibbutz Sad, and we holed up over there. And from there, we went out to scanning missions, just searching the surrounding nature and surrounding agricultural fields for stragglers, for any terrorists that may be hiding there. During one of our missions, we actually found we had a report of a terrorist hiding in a orchard, and me and my team were doing a scan of the orchard, which is just everyone just gets a strip of their own. In between each line of trees is a strip. A guy on my team sees the terrorist from 5 meters away. It's slow moving, slowly through the orchard. Sees him 5 meters away, puts 3 in him, and then neutralizes him. We ended up checking his phone, and we found out that he was one of the guys basically helping Hamas find. So he was a scout, basically just finding stragglers and killing civilians. So
what does that mean? We ended up checking his phone? How would they have gotten in? Do you think Hamas is using phones with no fucking with no like lock code on the screen?
From there, after the search parties that we were doing around the kibbutz, we got the mission to retake the base Nahal Oz. We went to the base, and at the front gates of the base,
Face ID and fingerprint. I feel like if you were operating in the field, you wouldn't use Face ID or fingerprint because you know if you get killed, they've got biometrics are like the worst security thing you could ever do. They're just really convenient. That's why people use them. But yeah, I feel like this is the last thing in the world you would want to cover military people who are going to get killed, and now all of your biometrics are available.
We were contacted by a terrorist from inside the base. We took cover, returned fire, and the platoon commander called in a tank to take out the terrorist.
The military has shit to crack it? To crack what? Androids or iPhones? I don't think that's true. Unless they're using like other weird shit phones that are easier to crack or something. But there might be different smartphones that are available in the Middle East that people are using but why are you assuming smartphones couldn't just as easily be a cheap flip phone? If it was a flip phone, maybe, but aren't smartphones like pretty widely available now? Can't you buy cheap as shit smartphones or get the import? Like they're getting supplies and shit from other countries and shit too. I don't fucking know. I don't know.
After the terrorists were neutralized, we started clearing the base of terrorist threats. And once it was clear, we basically got the mission of clearing out 70.
Israel is the best hacking software on the planet. Just because you have good hacking software doesn't mean you automatically have 0 days on Android and iPhone and every operating system in the world or whatever. That's not what that means. There's no such thing as magic hackers, okay?
Casualties of our own soldiers, male and female, some of them non-combatant. A good portion of them weren't even combatants. Bodies were mutilated, and we basically just bagged them and brought them back home.
Obviously, you're dealing with a tough situation. There are no rules in this conflict as far as their side, so you're dealing with a lot of very tough situations. Now, what were some things and tactics that
their password is always Allah? Shut the fuck up.
They did once you were entering these locations to clean up bodies that put you guys in vulnerable situations that you weren't aware of until it occurred that day?
They were basically booby trapping dead bodies, like taking grenades, for example, removing the handle and basically just removing the pin and leaving it under a body.
I understand the. Sorry, this is really minor. The music for this track is fine, except I don't like the trumpet or whatever the fuck is playing in the background. I don't think it adds anything to this song at all. It's driving me crazy. It sounds horrible. I don't know if they composed the music for this, but can you hear this?
So they were basically booby trapping dead bodies, like taking grenades, for example, removing the handle and basically just removing the pin and leaving it under a body.
I don't know. It's either playing wrong notes or it's playing like a part of a chord that is just way too loud, and it does this over and over again. Bum bum. It's like not even in key. I don't know what the fuck the point is of this. I don't know if I'm having a stroke or. Hold on, listen to this. Can you hear it? It's not playing the right notes. So it's either an effect that they want for the track, or it's like exaggerating a part of a chord, like a non-tonal or non-diatonic passing tone. It's driving me crazy.
The handle and basically just removing the pin and leaving it under a body, and then
Why?
when paramedics or soldiers will come to the dead body and touch it, move it.
It happens over and over again. It drives me crazy.
Injure soldiers.
So they pull the pin out and the handle will be against the body. So when the body's moved, the handle will pop off and start to fuse.
They were also doing that. They were also doing that with bags, like putting them in bags, kind of, so that when you touch the bag or step on it. Also,
this is the booby track of being of corpses and stuff I spoke about. Yeah, they do this shit.
RPG warheads. They were leaving weapons behind and booby trapping the weapons. Yeah.
Were there any ambushes when it came to that? When as far as like recovering dead bodies, would they be in weight?
I didn't really see that because. It's kind of like at that point it was retaking Israel. So there's so many soldiers in the area. The choppers that Lev was talking about, they kind of just hit and ran.
Okay.
But there were some stragglers, but not many.
There were also a lot of Gazan civilians basically that took the opportunity to cross the border and start looting. So you have like guys who come into like donkey cart or whatever and start loading up washing machines and TVs and stuff. Had those guys, and that was also in the beginning that Hamas said that they couldn't even say how many prisoners they had because they didn't have all the prisoners. Basically, people were just taking their own prisoners because they knew they'd be worth something eventually. And a lot of the guys that we ran into in Kfar Aza, we went into after Kfar Aza was already partially retaken. We went in and finished taking it on the 8th and 9th, and we basically cleared it house to house at night, and then we set up basically bases inside civilian houses and set up a line, basically a friendly line, and the next day we cleared the rest of it, and we bagged, like you said, and protected the non-combatants and combatants who had the unfortunate job of having to bag up, identify.
What are these guys' backgrounds from Israel but speak perfect American English? I think that some people like went back to Israel to fight and shit, didn't they? Also, there's probably a lot of people that are born in America, raised in America, and go back and forth or some shit like that too, right? That's why they do their birthright shit to encourage people to go to Israel and everything.
I bag up Israeli civilians and remove them. So we saw a lot of that, and we saw a lot of just butchered Israelis in their homes. And I think it was just the creepiest thing was just the fact that it was like a city, like a neighborhood that I wasn't familiar with that one, but it was very similar to ones that I lived in Israel, and it was just like completely empty of life. It was just here and there a soldier, and you'd have maybe a cat walking around, and there were just dead dogs and dead people in the street, dead terrorists everywhere. Tanks had like run over cars while trying to get a better firing position, burning cars, burned out houses.
What is Iran's main goal? Is using Hamas as a proxy? Is there an end goal? It just represents the Iranian axis of power, right? Iran, Syria, and then in opposition to like the Saudi axis of power, which involves like Saudi Arabia and I guess technically Israel. So it's just like putting pressure against that, basically, right?
Houses, like the strong, like a lot of houses have, or all new houses in Israel are built with a safe room, and a lot of the safe rooms were just RPG'd open, basically. So someone would just shoot in through the wall, and it was just really creepy. It was really very eerie.
I think when it comes to that, there's a definite thing we have to speak to, which is urban civilian readiness, right? Yeah. So despite where you are, no matter where you are, we talked about it in past survival situations, in videos that we've done, but you never know when the situation's going to hit you. As safe as you can be, obviously Israel, being so close to the border to people who hate you, you're going to get a little bit more of that than what we see, obviously, here in the United States. But nonetheless, the information that we're showing here, that we're presenting here, is incredibly valuable. And the time that you need it, that you absolutely need it, it's too late to learn it. So this is where it's really important to take these lessons that we've talked about today and begin to implement them and do your own training. That's going to be extremely important. Gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and finish up here, and I can't think.
I would like to know why Israel cannot exactly do what Chowder's told you. NSO Group and Pegasus was a huge topic. Pegasus Software Wikipedia. Cyber developed by the Israeli cyber arms company NSO Group that is designed to be covertly and remotely installed on mobile phones running iOS and Android, while NSO Group markets Pegasus as a product for fighting crime terrorism, government criminal. Let's see, we're able to remotely install the spyware on iOS versions through 16.0.3. Is the 16th major. I wonder how out of date this was when this happened. While the capabilities of Pegasus may vary over time due to software updates, Pegasus is generally capable of reading text messages, call snooping, collecting passwords, location tracking, accessing the target device's microphone and camera, and harvesting information from apps. The spyware is named after Pegasus, the winged horse of Greek mythology. Cyberwatch, okay. Publish the first public technical analysis after they captured the spyware in a failed attempt to spy on the iPhone of a human rights activist. Let's see. How does this work? iOS exploitation was identified in August 2016. Arab human rights defender Ahmed Mansour received a text message promising secrets about torture happening in prisons in the UAE by following a link. He sent that link to Citizens Lab, the University of Toronto, which investigated with the collaborator. Oh, okay. This is different. I'm not saying, hold on. Oh, fuck me. I forgot. My bad. There's a difference between if somebody were to tell me, okay. If somebody were to tell me some governments, some individuals, or some companies have 0 days, have exploits that are not publicly known that allow you to compromise a user's phone, if you can get the user to exhibit some sort of behavior, like clicking a link especially, I believe you. I'm sure those exploits exist. Obviously, we've just read. I'm sure these exploits exist. That is a far, far, far less powerful 0 day. That's a far less powerful exploit than I can pick up an Android phone or an iOS device and crack the opening screen and unlock the phone. I would be shocked if there was any government that could do that right now, because the FBI literally sued Apple, I think, to try to get a way to open iOS phones. I don't think the FBI could do it. And if those exploits existed, they would be worth tens of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars. I'm curious. I don't know. Stuxnet had 4 0 days in it. Trust me, they had them to spare. Okay, you don't understand what I'm saying. Okay, that's good. All right. Let's see. These types of zero-click exploits were deployed by Pegasus. For the exploit chain as BlastPass, the exploit was capable of compromising iPhones running the latest version of iOS without any interaction from the victim. The exploit involved passkit attachments containing malicious images sent from an attacker iMessaging out to the victim. We expect to publish more. Okay. Zero-click exploits are still not... I'm not saying that there's no possible zero. I'm saying that taking a phone and cracking the unlock screen... I understand what you're saying. There were 0 days without needing to click any link. Okay, can you... Ion Cannon, can you give me an example of that? Because it sounds like here they have to interact with something. They have to open or do something. Or wait, this is sending it to... Oh, this is if you get a text message, I guess. It'll automatically open it. I'm going to get my shit hacked. You don't have to crack an unlock screen in order to access the data in the phone. In this BlastPass exploit, they don't have to click the images. The image download via iMessage as a background activity is all it needs, and that can unlock the entire drive for you. Building a path. This doesn't help us. Well, does it? On the day Apple released iOS 15, a Spanish security researcher disclosed an iPhone lock screen bypass can be exploited to grant attackers access to a user's notes. Okay, so this is for a particular program. No shot Apple doesn't just patch it. Well, if it's a 0 day, the idea is the developer doesn't know about it, right? I believe that's what a 0 day, by definition, the developer can't know about it, because 0 day means that the developer hasn't been brought to their awareness, right? Zero-click attacks are highly targeted and use sophisticated tactics. They can have devastating consequences without the victim even knowing that something's wrong in the background. The term zero-click attacks and zero-click exploits are often used interchangeably. Zero-click malware. A hypothetical zero-click attack might work like this. Cyber criminals identify a vulnerability in a mail or messaging app. They exploit the vulnerability by sending a carefully crafted message to the target. When they say carefully crafted, is in to get the target to open it or to get the, or just to like have the malicious code. The vulnerability allows malicious actors to infect the device remotely via emails that consume extensive memory. This makes it sound like you'd have to open the email, but you wouldn't have to necessarily click the link, I guess. Zero-day attacks are attacks that sit on your device quietly until a specified date. Well, that guy, I'm getting trolled. Okay, why am I? Okay. Hacker's email, message, or call won't necessarily remain on the device. As a result of the attack, cybercriminals can read, edit, leak, or delete messages. Do you think these types of exploits generally give you access to the program itself, or do you think these can give you access to the entire operating system? What? Nice bunny ears. Merry, happy Easter, whatever.
See my whole outfit, Destiny?
It's beautiful, yes. I see it, I'm looking at it. Jesus Christ.
What do you think?
It's adorable. Nice job.
Okay, I just came to show you my outfit.
Well,
Bye-bye.
Be careful. LastPass was able to tap into the microphone camera. I don't remember if it accessed text information. Blasto, which was intended to prevent this kind of device hacks by filtering malicious data sent over iMessage because of its ability to overcome Blasto. The exploit was dubbed forced entry. Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Hi, what's up? Why would you not share with us? I don't know. You should probably post pictures on Twitter or some shit, right? There's no way he keeps getting 0-day and backdoor mixed up by accident. What have I said that has made you think that we're interchangeably using 0-day and backdoor? Have I even said the term backdoor? Ban them, you have to be getting trolled. True. Okay.
You guys enough coming up?
Here. Go support my Mossad brothers, my Haspera. Because what you're dealing with is a backdoor, not a 0-day. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you're saying. If you have a backdoor but it's not a 0-day, then the only way it should be affecting you is if you have outdated software, theoretically, right? You missed the mask off moment at 54 minutes in the video. Mask off time. Nope, a backdoor is something built in intentionally by the dev for governments. Sure, okay. Absolutely nothing of what we've talked about or what we're doing here has anything to do with like official like backdoors put in for governments. None of what we've been talking about today has anything to do with that. All the Pegasus programs and all that shit were about finding exploits in software, not using officially created backdoors or whatever. What do we? Why are you even bringing this up? You're asking how Israel would get into a phone. It's not 0 day. You think it's a backdoor? You think Apple built backdoors into iOS for Israel? Obviously, yes, they're working with Western government for years. Polarized XD in chat. Can you link me one example of Apple building backdoors for the government? For any government? I think he's confusing it with this. Israeli tech company says it can unlock all iPhones ever made, some Androids. This is talking about hacking, though. It's not using officially created backdoors. iOS equals Israeli operating system. Oh, shit. True. Whoa.
Naki! Got 2% on right quarter. You see anything in the house in your area?
Nope, we're clear.
All right, let's go. Let's bring in some guys. Let's get it done. Jakob, תקרא למ"מ, תגיד לו שיכניס את החבר'ה. יאללה.
נקי, אפשר להיכנס.
Good job, Mike.
Good job.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Your first war crime. First recorded war crime.
First time fighting for Israel. So a lot just went on there, gentlemen, and I had no idea what the fuck you were saying. So let's go ahead and let's go through it one more time.
Okay. He posted a link. Wait, where? What was the link? I work for Apple. We do build backdoors for Israel, but it's only to get the IDF using our ecosystems to crack anything. They need to have an Apple Watch paired with an iPhone 14 or newer. Snowden leaks. Secret program gives NSA, FBI backdoor access to Apple, Google, Facebook, Microsoft data. 5-year-old program provides government with direct access to email, messages, browser history, and more. From the internal servers of 9 major technology companies, this isn't the same as creating a backdoor into an iPhone. Also, this isn't even technically a backdoor. I don't think this would be considered a backdoor. They're using this term informally here. Microsoft and Google like 10,000% backdoors, I believe. U.S. government got so many contracts with them. If I had to guess, my prior assumption would be that no large tech company would ever do this, because if you got caught, I feel like you would destroy your entire company. Like, If it came out that Google or Apple was giving unrestricted backdoor access to any government, I feel like you could run the risk of destroying your entire company. Like, you would be annihilated. No one would ever use any of your shit ever again. That would be my assumption, my prior assumption. It came out in the Patriot Act? Shut the fuck up. Well, they are at Destiny. Sorry to break the news. Polarized, did you link anything? Wait, what is your example? You asked for one example, and this is obviously one. What the fuck skipped over my link? Wait, you're talking about this what you're linking? This doesn't sound like a backdoor. This sounded like this just sounded like a program that gave them access to a database. But it's not like, a backdoor implies that you're, I think from the software exploit world, or hacking world, or whatever the fuck, a backdoor implies that you found some way to get around user authentication. You found some way to get by like credentials or whatever. If I create a database and I allow like you guys to store with your phones, you store information in, and then I build into that database, oh, by the way, I'm gonna allow the FBI and the NSA to query this database for information if they want it. I don't think that's not a backdoor. No, you're not skipping any sort of credentials. You're creating like a custom login or something, or API, like a unique API access or something to allow them to query information out of a database. I don't think you would consider that a backdoor. If this was true, no other country would ever allow iPhone / etc. for security reasons. It's obviously not true to anyone's knowledge. Oh, that's a good point as well.
Hello.
Hi, what's up?
Oh, just streaming.
Well, I don't know, because I just asked you. You didn't fucking tell me, except you said streaming. Well, what's up?
Oh, just streaming. How are you?
Okay, about to do, read a little bit on immigration, because that's what I've been doing all day for 6 hours and 13 minutes. Definitely not just random shit all day.
I didn't know that, but thanks for telling me.
What's up?
Query. We're watching your debates with Alex. I watched both of them now.
I'm sorry.
That's fine. I enjoyed myself.
Okay.
A couple of questions.
Yeah, sure.
How the guys with the white flag getting shot? How committed to you are the idea, say the percentage, that they were intentionally crossing that line in order to get hit and make the IDF look bad while the cameras were rolling?
I feel like 65 to 75%. Pretty convinced.
Okay. And what's the next 35 or whatever being taken up by?
I don't know. I mean, there could be. I mean, I all I'm going by is like some footage that I've seen from different angles, and then the translations of what's being shown on camera. But I mean, I could conceive of other things that are happening. Right?
Yeah, I think I'm kind of between maybe that, although again, like that level of them like coordinating that, I don't know, but I feel like another potential thing could just be that
wait. When you said that level of them coordinating that, what do you mean? Or what coordination are we
as
talking
in
about?
like we're going to walk towards these people who we know are going to fire on us until one of us gets shot, and we're going to make sure that there are people on camera there to see it. So like the goal is to go there, get shot, and then capture it all, like with the camera panning onto the lady and everything.
Well, I feel like all of that is undeniably true. The conspiratorial part of the question would be is like, did they wait? Because it could be the fact that there was just a guy recording there, and then they got all this set up before going in because there happened to be a journalist or somebody, the I-24 guy beforehand. But I mean, like everything else that you just said, I mean, kind of did happen, right? They gave interviews before. They said that they captured, or my brother, or some family members are being captured. We know that the IDF is over there. We're going to walk over there and try to get our brother out. Like all of that is like laid out clearly in video, right?
Yeah, although I don't know, the way that people are with family members is, although this would make them very naive, but I don't think if you feel like your family is in danger, I feel like there might be some possibility that they thought that they could go there, get a bit closer, and establish some communication with the IDF people to see what's happening with their family, or to try and like get them into the safe zone, because apparently they were coming from a safe zone towards a place that was not safe, right? That's where the IDF were.
I'm not going to say that it's inconceivable, but I mean, like, you're walking with 4 or 5 people. You're walking slowly, holding like a flag and a passport up in the air. Like, would you ever in any circumstance be expecting to be able to approach a military like this and not get shot at if you're entering a zone that they've told you to stay out of?
Depending, it doesn't look like they're particularly close. So if you're fairly far away, I would imagine you'd maybe hope to get to some point, and then maybe someone tries to speak to you or something. I don't know, or some communication.
I mean, they see tanks in the distance. They clearly know about how far they can go because they're stopped before they start to walk forward, and then they get shot and then pulled back a little bit. And it seemed like it wasn't random at all in terms of where they got shot and everything. It seems like they had a pretty good, decent expectation of everything that was going to happen. Like everything, that's what it feels like, at least looking at it. Although maybe I'm making too many assumptions for that.
Yeah, or they might have thought, well, we want to just try and establish some communication to see what's happening with our relatives or whatever, or try to get them somewhere safer. But we know that these IDF guys are a bit wacky, so we want, or maybe they thought the cameras being on them would make them safer in doing that, because they might think if the IDF are there, then they might be less likely to actually shoot us if there are cameras there. But yeah.
Maybe. Although, I mean, the camera, to be fair, the camera guy ducked to the side behind the building and started recording. If you look at the footage, there's like a white box shed or something in front of him, and he moves behind it to start recording the guys walking forward.
I don't think I saw that.
If you want, you can shoot me the thing and we can watch it real quick. Because that was a thing that I'd noticed when the ITV or the I-24 guy starts recording. He moves kind of like behind a thing to the left and then starts recording. Maybe,
This
but
is
maybe
the
I'm.
ITV one.
Is it ITV or is it I-24 or what the fuck is the?
I think it was ITV. Hang on.
I don't know what the fuck it's called. Might be TV24 or T24 or D24.
I've also been trying to learn a lot about the correct use of white flags in conflict. Let me see. Apparently, walking very slowly towards someone with a white flag is seen generally as a reasonable means of surrender. Obviously, context can change, but
yeah, but I don't know what what does it mean when civilians don't surrender to armies. I don't know what any of that means. I tweeted out earlier because I'm actually curious. I'm curious because it feels logical to me that if you've marked a zone off as a combat zone and you say don't enter here, a civilian could walk in and you could shoot them if you give them enough warning. That seems like immediately obvious, but I'm actually curious because I haven't seen any international rules on it. I wonder if that actually is legal or not. I'm not sure.
it's all very dependent on the situation, because they also put caveats for a force is allowed to reject someone coming towards them with a white flag if they think that they've got precedent to believe that that might be misused, right? Like
yeah, it's called perfidy or something. Perfidy?
I don't know.
It's when it's basically when you're like when you're trying to deceive the enemy by looking like you're surrendering or a civilian or something. Hold on.
Perfidy.
Perfidy, yeah.
Okay. So where in this clip is it? I think that's the news item, isn't it?
Yeah, hold on, let me check one sec.
And just a few seconds.
So you don't really see it. Doesn't have like the full thing in this video, but if you look from like if you go to like 112, you can see that like where the camera guy is, he stepped off the side of the road behind that little white thing or whatever. I don't know where the tanks are if they could see him, but my understanding is the tanks are beyond that white thing, kind of to the left.
So the camera at 112 starts moving. Wait, what's the cameraman doing at 112?
So if you scroll earlier, if you go to like 1 minute and you look at them, they're interviewing the people like up close. They're interviewing and getting footage for what's about to happen basically. And then when he begins recording for the guys moving forward, he's moved off to the road on the left.
He moved away from the people who were advancing. Yeah.
Now this isn't like hard proof of anything, but I challenged the earlier narrative of like, well, what if they wanted to have a camera guy showing that he was recording things to discourage the IDF from doing what they're doing? It seems like the guy would try to be a little bit more visible if that was the case, instead of moving literally off the road behind this kind of like white thing to record it. But I mean, I don't know how important that is or not.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like things like this that have probably at least maybe 3 or 4 alternative explanations. I don't really know why anyone would use something like this. I don't even know what claim this is in aid of.
Wait, what? Well, I mean, why would they do it is obvious. It's to show that the IDF are savages that shoot and kill innocent civilians for no reason with white flags up, right?
Oh, yeah, okay, yeah, I know that. But yeah, I don't know. I think as far as this one, like, I don't really know if the Hollywood claim is. I would give it probably less than 40%, because I don't really know how you would expect people to act when they feel like they've been separated from family and they don't know if they're safe. Like, I don't know.
I could envision a few ways people could act.
Being there for that other.
I mean, I can envision people being like traumatized, or people screaming or shouting, or people being like very upset. But none of that is happening here. These guys are like, they're very clearly like premeditating this entire thing. They said, hey, they told us to abandon our place and, you know, our villages. Like, you can see them, like, if you go to 54 seconds, they're just kind of like looking around at each other. The guy looks at the camera, sees he's recording. Like, they're just like chilling. These people are not like distraught or screaming or super traumatized or whatever. Like, they're very clearly telling you, like, yeah, the IDF soldiers are up there. They told us to leave. It's a combat zone. You know, we're going to go up and see if we can get our brother back. Like, everything's like pretty, yeah. Like, if it was like a screaming person like running towards the IDF because they heard that their brother was gone or something, like, I can understand that for sure. But like, these people seem pretty calm and everything here is like pretty planned out, and like everything happens about as you would expect it to. We're gonna walk up.
They're calm because they're like, we need to be careful if we're actually going to try and get contact with our family, right? Like, we don't want to look like we're ready to charge them to death. We want to approach slowly so that they are willing to communicate with us before seeing us as a threat. So is what you're seeing guys who are just ready to get shahided, basically?
Yeah, they're betting a shot, basically. You know you're going into an area where you're not supposed to. It's clearly an active combat zone. You see smoke billowing from everything. You're walking up, advancing slowly. You've got your flag and your passport out. You've got the camera guy ready. You did your pre-show interviews, and then unfortunately one of them gets shot and killed. I doubt they wanted to die, but one of them gets shot and killed. A guy runs back, it looks like, to tell the wife. The wife comes forward to cry. We've got the running, moving shot of the wife crying as she's running up to her husband who's brought back, and then, yeah, you've got your, I guess, your scene for the day. But I mean, I'm curious. I guess one central part of this, or I guess like a big central part of this, is like, how reasonable is it that people think that they could approach the military and ask for clarification on somebody else who'd been captured by the military? My prior assumption of that would be very, 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 very low. But it sounds like you're rating that a bit higher, that maybe a person in that scenario could reasonably think that if they would approach the military with 4 other adult men, the military would like tell them what's going on and potentially release their brother.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to, again, I don't know how I would behave in a war in general, but I imagine if I've been separated from my family and I'm worried about what's going to happen to them because I'm in the safe place and they're not, and there's a tank and there's like, I don't know. I don't think it would be inconceivable for me to try and go there with a white flag and just move up to them and be like, look, I'm not trying to cause trouble, just like my fucking loved ones and shit. I don't know. But as far as ascribing that intent, I feel like I can't really add anything factual to that argument. It's just, maybe I'm just guessing what I'd be like. Yeah, I don't know.
Huh. Yeah. I mean,
but yeah, it's just a question of interpretation. There's not like any extra evidence, and I think either of us are going to show each other for that.
Yeah, I mean, I agree, but I don't know what, like, I'm trying to think of like in any other comparable circumstance. Like, if I ran into a policing situation and there was like a sectioned off place, I was like, oh my God, I think my brother's inside. Like, if I were to break a line and run forward, if it was like an active situation, an active shooter situation, and a police officer shot me, like, I would kind of expect that's probably what's going to happen. That would be my expectation. Not like, oh, maybe I can run up to the police and talk to them to get him out. Especially if he's like a suspect.
Yeah, but that's what we don't know, right? We don't know if these relatives, because if these guys had reason to believe that their relatives were completely innocent and that some level of negotiation with the IDF could get them like over into the safe area, like evacuated with them. But if they know that their relatives that they're talking about actually were up to no good, then that would be different. But that's the part that I don't think we know.
Well, yeah, I guess some of this might come down to translation, because I think I've seen a couple different things for this. But it sounds like the thing that I'm running with in my head, I don't remember if this was directly from him or from an article that I read. Is there a translation in this video? It sounded like he had said, I thought the subtitles were like, we were allowed to leave, but they kept my brother and some family members. They made it sound like the IDF had intentionally kept his brother and some family members. But I've seen a couple different translations of this, so maybe that's not exactly what he said.
Okay.
Let me...
What were the other translations?
One, I think I saw one that just said 50 family members were cut off. It spoke more passively. Like, as in, like, it just happened that they got split up. I feel like in one of the translations I read for the guy, he made it sound like, or the translation rather, made it sound like his brother and other people were intentionally kept by the IDF. And then in another translation, it sounded like more passive, like, oh, well, when we were evacuated, the IDF, like, cut off, like, 50 of our family members and they couldn't get away. So,
would let them
no, so.
A cameraman working for ITV News interviewed Mr. Abu Salul
Yeah,
about
I think that
his
was my
intent-
only substantial contention. Felt like there was maybe a bit more ambiguity than you were making out with the whole, like, this is definitely Pallywood thing, but...
I mean, it looks kind of, there's a lot of weird stuff on the other end, I think, that, like, imagine having a wife back there and you're like, okay, well, I'm going to walk forward towards these IDF soldiers and see what happens, like holding flags and passports out because we know they're probably going to want to shoot us. And then you walk forward and you get shot and then somebody runs back and then she's allowed to, like, run up where that's supposedly not even safe and then cry on camera. And there's, like, a running shot of her crying, like, side by side. And I don't know, it just feels like very, very, very weird how it's all
Yeah, but
set
that
up
could,
to me.
again, at the same time, it could also be, and again, I'm not adding any extra evidence, but it could also be that I don't think our family was, like, rightfully separated from us. I know that they're not up to anything bad. They're just, like, they should be in the safe zone area with us. So we're gonna go there. We're gonna approach very slowly to try and see if we can, like, make any of that happen. We'll have a camera next to us to see if that, like, the IDF is less likely to shoot. And then, well, oh shit, they did shoot. And then the camera's like, oh fuck, maybe I've just seen a war crime. Maybe I'll just film this and get it all.
Yeah, I don't necessarily disagree that that's possible. I mean, like I said, like, or you said, yeah. That's why I'm not, like, 100% sure that, like, but it feels a little cringe to me. That's my feeling, though. But like I said, I could be wrong.
Cringe. Okay. I think in your other debate with Alex, that's his name, I think you were a bit off with the claim about them shutting off the water. I think you wrote it off as, like, they just did it for 2 days.
I think it was closer to 2 weeks. I think it was about 10 to 12 days. I read a couple different things on that.
There are 3 pipes from Israel into Gaza. I was able to find out what happened to 2 of them. Yeah, 2 of them were back up within about 2 weeks, fully functional, I think 3 or 4 weeks. But there's a 3rd pipe that I just don't know if it's actually, I have no idea what's happened to it. I think it goes into the north. But that one I haven't been able to find if it ever got turned back on.
Huh. I think Abby sent me something that showed that, I think, like, 2 were destroyed and they were either one was working or they were working on getting it, like, fully working, or something was happening. I don't know what the status of those were. I don't know if they were, like, destroyed in the war or damaged or if something else was going on.
Okay, I'll maybe ask Avi about that because I've been digging around for that 3rd pipe, that mysterious 3rd pipe. I can't find it anywhere. Would you say, actually, also someone in chat saying it's only 12% of their water. I think even some estimates are only 9%, but that also depends on where in the region, right? Like, it might be 9% of the total strip's water, but for some area, it might be like 50% of the water for a particular part of the strip. That's not a good argument. Do you think was shutting off the water a violation of IHL?
My feeling would be almost for sure. I don't know. I can't imagine the justification for that. Even if you thought Hamas was using water or something, I can't imagine what the military justification could be for that. Unless, do you have any idea? I don't know what the IDF said for. I would try to see what their statement was for, but I can't imagine why.
I'm pretty sure it's like Article 54. It says, you can't attack, destroy, remove, or render useless objects indispensable to the survival of the civilian population, such as foodstuffs, agriculture, crops, livestock, drinking water installations, and supplies and irrigation works. Obviously, that doesn't include fuel, which a lot of people are kicking up a thing about because there's, like, fuel.
Sure, but without getting into all of the, you don't even have to get into all of the specifics. Israel has an obligation to the enemy civilian population to make sure, and not just make sure it's possible to, but to make sure that humanitarian aid is delivered to those people, that civilians aren't being, like, destroyed as part of combat. So Israel, like, opening a crossing to allow humanitarian aid in my understanding is that wouldn't be enough. You have to make sure that it's actually getting to the people. So like one thing that I've seen posted a lot by Kogat is that the humanitarian aid is getting in, but then it's being stuck at the other side and it's not being distributed. If it's not being distributed because of like what's going on in the military shit, then Israel has an obligation to make sure that's not happening. I think the ruling is to the best of their ability. So that regardless of why the pipes were turned on or off or what was going on, like Israel has that obligation. They can't. That's like an undeniable obligation that they would have to the other population, regardless of any other reason. So even if they turned the water off because they felt like there was a military reason for it, they still have to make sure the civilians are getting water.
Yeah, they'd have to just get it to an alternative way.
Yeah.
Do you think they are? Yeah, it's Article 55. I know. I just read it before coming on. Did you think that when people like even those in America, like Blinken, are saying that they shouldn't go into Rafah, they should focus on distribution in the north, do you think that should be the first priority? Because I don't know if they can necessarily do both at once.
Should they focus on like humanitarian aid in the north?
Yeah, like establishing some kind of like order in the north so that they can start distributing. Because my understanding of what's happened in the north is that a lot of the way that they're occupying the north, I think, is they've got like particular routes that the IDF can move through from north to south. But obviously there are entire areas like neighborhoods and enclaves where people are just kind of like breaking down into gang warfare and all this kind of shit, right? And that's why the aid distribution is such a failure.
Unless there's a really good reason, and I say all this cautiously because there's always reasons why people do things and they're not just like bloodthirsty, horrible animals, okay? But unless there's a really good reason otherwise, I give Israel pretty wide leeway to conduct things in such a way that I think they have a moral argument to do so. So like I think they have a moral argument to go in and destroy Hamas. I think they can attack, where they see fit in order to, as long as they're not intentionally targeting civilians, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay. But if you've been granted that leeway, and they kind of have been internationally, to go in and clear out certain areas and then continue military operations on other areas, I think that you have to grant all of what would logically follow if you've been given so much leeway. So if we were told that all the civilians are going to flee the north and go south because Israel wants to clear out Hamas from the north, and you've been granted the ability to do that, which they have, then fine, you've done that. But now that the north is supposedly clear, now you have to create humanitarian conditions in the north. That can't not happen. Those have to be paired together. Because if you're going to say something like, well, we don't really know if like it's safe to do so, or there's still a ton of Hamas there, blah, blah, and it's like, okay, well, hold on. Well, you just got so much leeway to conduct all these military operations. What do you mean it's not clear now? Or what have you been doing the whole time? Well, like you have to have something to show for all the damage and everything. It's like after this conflict, when I was arguing with that Israeli crazy far right dude, the Simcha Rockman or whatever, one of the arguments I made is like, I think Israel can go in and remove Hamas, and they've got the right to do so. But after that happens, like the blockade probably needs to be lifted, because the whole reason for the blockade, which I support, fuck Hamas, is to prevent like dangerous stuff from falling into their hands and either being resold or used as terrorist attacks Israel. But if you've removed Hamas, you should have theoretically removed the reason for the blockade. So if you're going to give Israel the ability to do something, you're going to give them leeway or large leeway to conduct military operations. That's fine, but that has to be paired with some sort of relief for the Palestinian civilians in the Gaza Strip. It can't just be crazy military action and no relief whatsoever, and you're all going to get like, it can't be like that, right?
Yeah, and I really hope that energy kind of stays, because it does seem like the Democrats in particular are being shifted on Israel-Palestine in a way that I don't think I've ever seen them do before. Like the fact that you've got Blinken asking the Secretary of State Department or whoever to actually start reviewing policy options for recognizing a Palestinian state, and obviously all the fallouts that Biden's having Netanyahu, I'd hope that just remains in place and just keeps going after, if Hamas are ever fully defeated, right? Because if they're not, and Israel's just left to their own devices, I'm pretty sure it's just going to be like I think the right wingers will start building in Gaza, and the government.
Wait, like you think like settlements?
Yeah.
That would be more like outposts, because I don't think Israel would be hooking them up.
Yeah, not government and settlements. Yeah, outposts. And I think the government just won't stop them. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, they already do build settlements, outposts in the West Bank. It's just like if they're really in a terrible spot, Israel just wouldn't hook them up with electricity and water, and eventually, if there's like too much violence from that outpost, they will just demolish it like over time. But if it's in a place that it's like not that much violence from those guys or towards them, they would just officially make it like a settlement by hooking them up with stuff like that. But in Gaza, I highly doubt it. I highly doubt they're gonna actually like go through with it by hooking them up with electricity and water.
Yeah, they're also. I mean, they're already aggressively like accelerating their expansion of outposts up into the West Bank as well, because they're kind of using. It's like again, they've done that since I guess since the 6-Day War. It's always using the cover of war to do as much as possible.
Yeah, but I think it's a bit different. That there's if they were to do that, it would be crazy. They would be drawing so much like ire internationally and domestically if they were to start expanding settlements back into the Gaza Strip. It would be wild.
But they did not in the Gaza Strip, but they did that in the West Bank during this war. They approved like fucking I don't know 7,000, 6,000 housing units.
Wait, in Area C or?
It has to be in Area C. They can't like if it's in Area B, that it's like illegal by Israel.
Yeah,
standards.
so I mean I think Israel is that's already the path they were on, is trying to annex like parts of Area C into Israel. I think that's already the goal.
Well, that's a terrible fucking road for Palestinians.
Yeah.
I do want to note something because you said you'd like support the blockade because fuck Hamas. Yeah, I agree. Fuck Hamas. I understand the blockade for certain things to not let Hamas make weapons, etc., etc. But there's some things that are not allowed in that are doesn't make sense. Like why is, for example, in terms of food, like they don't let in certain foods. And remember how you talked about like they're getting an over excess of calories per person from food before October 7th, obviously before the war. But the thing is, like, just having like the calorie count isn't like a good representation of like nutrition, right? Like, there's people that are probably you could eat like 7 boxes of fucking cup noodles and you would not be getting the nutrition your body needs, but you would still be getting like 2,000 calories or plus.
Okay.
Right. So.
Do we know are they not being sent like the proper nutrients? Is that a thing that we know or?
Well, we know that like pasta isn't allowed in or some shit. Like there's like just certain foods that they don't allow in for no like.
What are the foods that are? This would be the question. What don't they allow in for no reason? Is that true?
Like pasta is one of the foods for some reason.
Well, what is that? Does the IDF say something about it, or does it?
No, they don't really make it clear why they don't send these things.
Okay, so is pasta allowed into Gaza? And then if I see,
I think it used to not be allowed, but didn't they lift the ban on pasta?
Oh no, it looks like they lifted the ban on a ton of stuff.
Got lifted, yeah.
Yeah, pasta, sugar, soda, juice, jam, spices, shaving cream.
Yeah. Another thing is like they do. This is a theory, not necessarily like backed by evidence or anything. It does look like they really like having Gaza reliant on them for food because they don't like. Well, another reason why they would do this is the fishing space, right? They limit it by half, and usually, I do think this is more so like a revenge tactic. Well, this is prior to the war as well. They used to have like 12 kilometers in diameter on the shore to fish, and then after I think. Some Hamas guys sent incendiary balloons into Israel. They limited that, like they cut that by half, like, which, like it seems like Hamas has to do something for something to happen in response, but usually the response just like fucks over Gazans way more than it would fuck Hamas.
Okay, I mean I have to look into why they do the fishing thing or whatever. I'm not sure. Or if it was in response to something, or
they actually have given a reason for that from their side, from the IDF side, is like to prevent more smuggling of weapons. But if you want to buy that, you can buy that. I think they like if it was to prevent weapon smuggling, they would have done it way before Hamas like did incendiary balloons and stuff into Israel.
Did you ever get to the bottom of the breakup of the 500 food trucks?
The breakup of the 500 food trucks?
As in, like, how many trucks were for food, how many were
for
construction?
Fuck. Abby had let me get a bunch of this shit. I think you only need, what, like 20 or so a day, I think, for as much food that needs to go in?
I think it's 70 or 80.
Is it 70 or 80?
Yeah.
How many food trucks per day needed for... It might be that much. Needed for Gaza Strip.
Because as entertaining as it was to watch you guys do fucking truck size of pallets discourse for 2 hours, I think all you needed was this link. Like, it shows you the year and the month.
Oh, I linked
how
it to him, but
many
he didn't want to
trucks per
actually
month
like.
were.
He didn't want to look at any of this.
I do want to ask, like, it's still no matter how big the trucks are or not, how many the trucks are. Like, the proper food needs to still be going in. People can still be malnourished from like an over excess of calories.
Yeah.
Yeah. So like, I don't think like the argument about the size of the trucks or like how many trucks go in aren't necessarily. I would say it isn't really a point to argue that Gaza like isn't like suffering from malnutrition, at least right now.
Well,
like,
no, I'm not arguing that. I'm just
a
saying that
famine.
like fixating on the, and also you keep bringing this up that they're not getting like the right nutrition or whatever. Do we have a breakdown of like the nutrition that goes in, or is there like a source, or like why do we have that feeling, that implication
Isn't food insecurity a really big fucking factor in Gaza even before the war?
I believe so, yeah. But is it like more so than anything else in the region, or I'm not sure.
I mean, it's not more so than like. I think it's more so than like usually Jordan. Maybe I don't think Egypt. Egypt because like it's a really fucking big country.
It also depends because there's like 5 different ways I think to define like different types of food insecurity. So I don't know as much for what the how they measure that.
It's definitely not more than Yemen. I just think Yemen needs more. Yemen and not Syria anymore, but Yemen definitely needs what's it called? More attention in that regard. Yemen are people are actually starved to death.
I think the problem before October 7th was unemployment, and
that's a huge problem.
Dependency on international aid. Yeah, because I think unemployment was like 50% or around that area before.
But another issue is that all the money that goes into there, like the administrators to the region have no desire to build anything economically. Like it all goes into like this stupid fucking war effort.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and there have been, people never mention this. Like in 2019 and 2020, there were anti-government protests against Hamas, like constantly over economic issues, over economic corruption, over their tax rises, over like suppression of opposition, and people were getting tortured and shit like that. But they were literally having like strikes in the streets over this stuff.
There's been protests like before the war in like 2013 as well, 2023 as well. There've been protests like almost every year. It's just like I think 2019 one was the biggest. They don't necessarily, like I said before when you asked me, they don't necessarily support Hamas because they like Hamas. They more so support Hamas because it's like dealing a blow to the enemy, who's like making them suffer. Have any of you covered the new PA president that's kind of becoming?
There's another one coming. Abbas is being replaced.
Yeah, well, Abbas is 90 years old. He's gonna die.
Yeah, he is fucking old. Who's the guy replacing him?
I think it's called Mahmoud Mohammed something. Apparently, he's fuck, I forgot.
Is it not Mustafa? Mohammed Mustafa?
No. Oh, Mohammed Mustafa. Yes. He's a long-time advisor to him. But what's it called? Apparently, he's U.S. educated economist. Not communist, economist. There's not much information on him, so I don't know how it's gonna be afterwards.
Yeah, I don't know anything about this guy. Revitalize the governing body, improve its governance in the West Bank where it's based. Oh, fuck knows.
Where it's based, that means Area A and slightly Area B.
I'd never heard of this guy before.
Yeah, neither have I. I was like, when one of my friend told me, "Oh, new PA president," I was like, "Oh, is it Barghouti?" He's like, "No, definitely not."
Well.
Oh, Destiny, when you say that you keep on hearing everyone saying that Gaza's being starved, that there's starvation in Gaza, and they've been saying that for decades. Where are you hearing that?
So the thing that Finkel Dick quotes a lot is, I believe they're statements from UNRWA, and I think that the term that they use is Gaza will become unlivable in a few years. And they've said this since, I think the earliest one I think was 2010, or it might have been 2013. But if I search this now, it's going to be all fucking recent news stories. There's ways to search before October 7th. But I keep seeing that term used over and again. It's going to be unlivable. It's going to be uninhabitable. Actually, I bet if I search through his fucking book, I bet I can find something.
Isn't it like it's just like a much smaller issue than it is? Well, it's not much smaller. It's a smaller issue than what people are saying. It's just the headline to get your attention to read about it.
Yeah, but the issue is that, like...
But that's what they usually do, right? Like,
yeah, but the
almost
issue is that right
everything-
now, if you look at what's going on in Gaza, I think you legitimately are approaching a situation where you might
Where it's
have,
unlivable,
like,
yeah.
tens or hundreds of thousands of people, potentially, that would be worst case, like, dying of starvation. And prior to October 7th, nobody died of starvation. But I think if you ask people that, they wouldn't really know the difference. So it just seems like the situation has gone from absolutely fucking terrible to a little bit more absolutely fucking terrible. There's not, like, a huge change in the situation. It's just gotten
A
a little bit...
little bit more fucking. I would say it's a lot more fucking terrible.
Yeah, I agree,
mean-
but I'm saying that when you say that, like, when you've said for a decade the region is going to become unlivable, I mean, how much worse does it get than unlivable?
I mean, in 2012, there's a press release from them saying that Gaza in 2020 will it be a livable place, and they're just saying that the economy is going to grow slowly, and people in Gaza will have a harder time getting enough drinking water, electricity, or sending their kids to school.
Mhm.
It seems like they're talking about a declining humanitarian situation, but I don't think they're. The way you're talking about it, you sound like they're saying that there's going to be like imminent famine or there's starvation happening, like there's going to be mass starvation. I don't feel like anyone really made that claim at all before, just recently. Maybe
I don't think
concentration camp
that
invokes that.
I don't think that I don't know if the UN itself makes those claims. Or if UNRWA doesn't. So I need to find these fucking statements.
UNRWA probably does.
Well, because the UNRWA guy was the one that I watched a while ago say, this is a region that's never experienced famine before, and now they're on the verge of famine because of everything else. Wait. I'm so sorry. Hold on. Did I just get baited by Finkelstein? Okay, are you reading a Time article that's saying that? For the Gaza Strip could become uninhabitable within 5 years. A United Nations report released Tuesday warns.
No, I'm not reading that. Where's that?
It's a Time magazine. Here you go. Loaner box. Do you have this off the United Nations report directly?
No, this was an UNRWA press release from 2012, and when they're saying about Gaza being livable or not, they're talking about the fact that the infrastructure problems like water, electricity, education, health are going to worsen, which they were worsening. Like, yeah, but that doesn't surprise me. What's this one? Could become uninhabitable. I think this might be the same thing that they're referring to because they're talking about 2020.
Well, this was in 2015. And this says within 5 years, yeah. So I don't know if this is a separate report, but I mean uninhabitable, unlivable, like.
So density, overcrowding, reconstruction efforts being slow. Yeah, they say this, and you can say the language is too strong, obviously, but yeah, this isn't them warning about starvation and famine, right?
The wording of this probably not.
Okay.
I mean, they also put uninhabitable in quotations.
Yeah.
It's because you keep saying that. I feel like I often hear in your debates that your response to the people talking about the famine is like, you're like, well, they've all been saying that, so they can like cheapen the use of the word. And it's like, they haven't really always been saying. I feel like 99.9% people who are talking about famine or starvation are talking about since October 7th because of the war and the humanitarian crisis, right? Like
that might be maybe I could go back and try to find exact sourcing on that. I feel like I saw that a lot, but maybe I'm overstating what they had said in the past. Or maybe I'm just hearing the word uninhabitable or unlivable, and I'm assuming that they're, because saying that like the infrastructure is not developing fast enough seems like a strong claim.
For what it's worth, every time I've heard it from local people, I don't think they've ever heard them say they were starving in Gaza. They were mahshurin, which means
Sure. Local people
stuck.
in the West are gonna have it's gonna be different. I'm just thinking in terms of the stuff we hear in the West.
They said it's stuck. They don't have jobs. They have way shittier economy. I think I've said this before. Here, the hourly wage in Israel is around 33 shekels an hour right now. Well, in Gaza, if you're lucky, you can find a job that's 20 shekels a day.
Mm-hmm.
So, and obviously unemployment is massive there as well.
I mean, you tell some people their flats are uninhabitable. It depends on the context.
Yes, I'd agree that there's there's a new type of claim that's being made from Western sources, because it's in a very extreme claim. It's so extreme that I think it's kind of laughable, especially going through the IPC report and all the things that it claimed. But yeah, it is a new kind of claim. It's famine as defined by the IPC, which is a projection of at some point between the initial of the projection and the end of the projection to have an average of 2 to 4 deaths per day of starvation per 10,000 population every day, which is wild.
And that's what that's like a recent claim, right?
Yeah, that's the reason. I mean, just because when people say famine, that doesn't just like, it's not like a throwaway term. Like there's a technical definition of this.
Well, but most people have no idea what IPC5 or the different.
Yeah. Sure.
Usually people say famine, they just mean like there's not. Yeah.
I mean, like, hey, not enough food. Like, but just to be clear, when the IPC makes this claim, they're not just saying like, hey, not enough food. Hey, people are hungry. Like, no. They're saying that at some point between between their starting and ending of their projection points, there's going to be a hit where they reach a rate of starvation deaths of either 4 children dying of starvation per day or 2 adults dying for starvation per day, or some combination in between, per 10,000 of the population. So for every 10,000 in the population classified under famine, which is in the North Gaza, on their projections, they're going to expect per every 10,000, 2 to 4 starvation deaths per day. Now I don't think we'll ever see that, and I very strongly don't think we'll ever see that. And there's numerous reasons for that. Part of the reasons is the situation has changed since that projection, but more of the reasons is that, like, more so than that, like, the numbers they're basing those projections off are some of those numbers are just straight up fabricated numbers. But we can go through that if you like. Like the truck meme figures, they actually went with the 500 truck meme figure, and they cited 150 food trucks of that per day, which never actually happened. It's really why pre-war. They're saying pre-war there was 500 trucks a day, and then 150 food trucks a day in the IPC report.
I never heard 150 trucks before.
No, 150 food. 150.
For
no,
food,
it's worse than that.
I know. As far as I'm aware, it's less than that, even before the war.
It was always less than that. It was never 150. But the IPC is running with that number.
God damn it. Javi, I was going to ask you, when it comes to definitions of famine, does it not factor in starvation-related disease? Because I'd always understood that, and this might be from Warsaw Ghetto I learned this, but that when people are starving, the first deaths are not from people who are like skinny and like down to the bone. It's from diseases that are to do with malnutrition that kill people first. Is that not the case, or do they factor that in?
Well, when you say diseases due to malnutrition, or diseases due to sanitation, which are you talking about? Because what they're talking about, they're including all deaths from disease and dehydration, from starvation, dehydration under the starvation deaths. There's a separate category of sanitation, which is a different issue.
Well, aren't there some? Well, you're a doctor, you can tell me. For things like cholera, isn't that not really that big of a deal? Assuming you can get a bunch of like fluids and food, it just is annoying. But if you're in an area that's suffering like dehydration or whatever, cholera can almost be like a death sentence because you can't replace your fluids in time.
That's right. If you can get enough fluids and you can get enough supportive care for cholera, there's a much better prognosis than if you have a very like you're on the threshold of access to water. Then cholera is a huge issue.
So I'm guessing if you died of cholera, would that be considered like a death due to like malnutrition?
Yeah. So you can start. So okay, that's a good question. Like, how are they classifying cholera deaths? Are they classifying it as a sanitation death or due to starvation or dehydration?
Because my understanding is like people that
you can do it as both.
People who die of cholera, like in Yemen, that was a huge issue, but they weren't actually dying of cholera, right? Weren't they just becoming dehydrated and dying as a result of the cholera because they didn't have access to?
I mean, you can make the case both ways. You can say it's both. You can say like in a sense it is a death due to sanitation, because if there was improved sanitation, they wouldn't have gotten cholera in the first place. However, on the other hand, if they had enough water, then they wouldn't have died of the cholera even if they got it. It's a similar thing to like COVID deaths. That's why they have multiple causes of death on a death certificate for COVID. Like you can say, all right, well, they had pre-existing conditions when they got COVID. That's why they died. Well, no, actually, it's like they died because of COVID and their pre-existing condition. It's like, yes, like if they had their pre-existing condition, didn't have COVID, they would have lived. But also, if they didn't have their pre-existing condition, then they wouldn't have pushed it over to like a cardiomyopathy, heart failure from the COVID. So it's both. Like you can classify. I mean, the reasonable thing I would do is classify it as both.
Sure. Which ultimately would still classify it as a death due to malnutrition or whatever,
Yeah,
right?
as
Right.
death due to malnutrition and sanitation, correct. Yeah, I would overlap that personally. But yeah, it's a good question of what they would do. But we haven't actually seen any of the last starvation death that was reported by the Gaza Ministry of Health was on day 159 specifically, and we're at day 177 at this point. Yeah, I don't know if anyone has my chart. I'm on my phone. I'll get to my computer soon, but I have.
Wait, when was the last death that they report?
Day 159. 159
okay.
was the last starvation death. Yeah, that was when it went up to 31 deaths. I'll pull up my chart. I'll send
starvation.
Yes, 31 cumulative, as reported by the Gaza Ministry of Health.
That's
I'm in an elevator.
Because I still haven't heard of deaths from starvation till now. I didn't know there was deaths from starvation.
I'm gonna get my computer soon.
Nice, good one.
It's an elevator.
And,
This happens so much. Mossad gave me an Avibot so he could come in and do Hasbara or whatever, but it malfunctions
I
sometimes.
still don't understand how people bought that fucking joke as actually real.
Well,
I have to make a quick stop above. I got to make a quick stop above Finkelstein's apartment. 1 second.
Yeah.
Get out, you apes.
True.
No, the thing is, when you were saying that, you threw in every like anti-Semitic stereotype in there. And they still fucking bought it.
Oh yeah, I was stupid. Dumb. The Jew alumni. I can't believe that. Whatever.
The Jew Illuminati.
Yeah, that's what one guy on Twitter said.
They believe that there's a Discord server with all the powerful Jews. Oh god. Hey, by the way, Lona, I sent you like an article regarding like the campaign to resettle Gaza and shit.
Yeah, I watched the thing with that fucking psycho lady who's saying that.
Oh yeah, remember when I told you there's people worse than Ben Gvir and I showed you her? She's basically a Jewish crusader.
Yeah, she's
That's
a big
it.
deal.
Jesus.
She's a girl boss.
Oh.
More female settler colonizers.
She's insane, Destiny. I think you should get a conversation with her.
With what's the person's name?
Fuck, can you give her? You have the article with her name, Lona? I forgot her name. She is insane though.
Is it not Daniela or some shit? What's her
It is
name?
Daniela something.
Daniela Weiss. Right?
That sounds like an American Jew.
Damn.
I don't know, but she's the one, isn't she? She's the
She's
settler
one of
fucking
them.
overlord.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, if we could get in contact with her, holy shit.
Bro, I think that's like a minus for Israelis if Destiny gets to talk to her.
But no, she's not. She was born in. She's like Polish origin. She was born in Palestine before the 48 war. She was born in 45 in Bnei Brak.
How old is she? What the fuck?
She's 78.
She doesn't look that old.
Yeah.
Oh.
She was a little
Being-
bubba during the war.
She's sapping the Palestinians of their youth.
Okay. I'm fucking off now. I think I've done enough Destiny pushback for the week.
Good job, comrade.
Thanks. Just keeping my fucking dribblers happy in my chat. All right. See you guys soon. Okay. Bye-bye.
I love you. Be careful. Bye.
Right, this is just when I had all the pushback to the pushback on the family. No, I wasn't even listening to what you were to what you were pushing back on.
Nah, my pushback was reasonable. I don't know. Okay. Bye.
Bye.
I wonder if I have pushback on your pushback to his
All
pushback.
right, all right. Well, I'll show it. I mean, I look. What I did was I went through the UNRWA database. I went through the OSHA database. I screenshot every COGAT update every day because they don't list their shit like they should. So the only way I have a record of it is just to screenshot all their updates.
Uh-huh.
And I cross-check it. Oh, then there's another one, NGO called Gisha. And what I've done is I've graphed out the imports of food trucks since the war began. And I've superimposed that on several threshold lines. One is an estimated threshold line to prevent famine conditions, starvation, deaths. The other is a threshold line to reach pre-war levels of food that is defined as both the imports of food and the local production in truckload equivalents. And then there's a green line, which is something Gaza never reached, was the Red Lines document in 2007 that was calculated, which had a good margin of safety. It's labeled as preventing malnutrition, but really it's way above that. But at this point, the truck entries are not only above pre-war truck entries for food, but they're actually above pre-war truck entries of food and local agriculture production of food in truckload equivalents combined. And so the point is, if there's a problem, the problem is distribution. If anything, it's not going to be just how much trucks you can flood across the border, even though that may help alleviate some distribution concerns to some degree.
Wow. Okay.
So I've
were you one of the people I asked earlier about that shooting civilians in a military area?
Oh no, you asked that lawyer guy, right?
Which lawyer guy?
Was the lawyer guy Israeli?
The one you the one you tagged on, is that the one you tagged on Twitter?
Oh yeah, fuck. Do you know the answer to that question? I tweeted out the question. Okay, are you allowed as a military to say, I don't know why you guys are only giving me Lycan's answer. Stop. Are you allowed to sanction off an area and then tell civilians you can't enter here, this is military only, it's a combat zone, and then if a civilian enters and you know it's a civilian 100%, can you are you allowed to shoot the civilians at that point?
I'd imagine not. But I think Israel does do that. Like, what's it called? Not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank, where they just take a dude's land that he has like fucking olive trees on and be like, hey, this is a designated military area. And then the dude's just basically fucked. And if they catch someone on it, I don't think they shoot them dead. I'm pretty sure they arrest them when they catch someone on it.
Yeah, but that's very different.
Yeah, so... But they do designate random areas, like in the West Bank, as military areas.
Sure, I'm not talking about random shit. I'm talking about like an actual active combat zone. Could you designate an area? That's what I'm talking about. The West Bank.
Yeah, I don't know the answer to that. I wouldn't be surprised if the answer is no. Although I don't think that's what Israel claims to be doing. I know there's like the recent Haaretz smear article about that. They have these like kill zones or like free fire zones, but I don't think Israel even claims to be doing that. I think that they do claim to have these designated zones where there's no civilians allowed, but I don't think that their policy is to just shoot any civilian in there.
No. That's not. I'm not just talking about. Hold on. This is wild. That's not what I'm saying. You have an area. There's a combat zone ahead. You marked off a street, and you tell people like, hey, like don't cross here, military area. Civilian, has a white flag, passport, whatever. He's like, no, I want to cross here. I need to go see if my family's safe or whatever. And you're like, no, don't. There's a military area. You can't cross here. If the civilian crosses in, can you kill the civilian? That's the question.
Yeah, I think it would depend on. I mean,
I'm just curious if there's is there like an IHO rule? Like, is there a clear rule that says something that like you can't? Because my assumption would be that you could. Otherwise, like, could you just get like 1,000 civilians that are like, oh, we're just going to run through the combat area, and since we're civilians, we can't be shot. I feel like that can't possibly be the case. But then on the other hand, I don't know where the justification for shooting a civilian would come through, unless you make a strange argument or you do a roundabout argument of like, well, now you're directly taking, the quote is actively taking part in hostilities.
Right, you're obstructing military engagement. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, that's about what I was saying. I was saying, like, okay, well, it depends. Like, if you have a case to make that them doing that is obstructing military operations, then you can make a case.
I have a question regarding that. Would that be that much different than them, like, at the beginning of the war, how they told people to evacuate northern Gaza, and they just started, like, bombing the shit out of it, and, like, it wasn't just, like, bombing like Hamas guys. They were bombing like buildings that were like residential buildings. You might
Well,
say
no,
there was
they're
military
supposed
target
whatever they're attacking or bombing, they're still supposed to be
a
doing
military target.
Yeah.
I highly doubt all of northern Gaza was like a military target, but they fucking decimated it. But
I don't
like,
think they bombed
they
all of northern Gaza. I don't think they destroyed all of northern Gaza.
There's barely any infrastructure operating in there anymore.
Well, that's compatible with them not destroying all of northern Gaza. And by the way, when you're talking about infrastructure destroyed, you should be using the UN satellite imagery. You shouldn't be using things like from Associated Press and other things, because their methodology includes has a much lower resolution on the structures destroyed. And so what they do, if they see any aberrancy, they have like 100 nearby pixels, and then any structure within those pixels, they'll just include as destroyed or partially destroyed. Whereas the UN satellite study has a much higher resolution and doesn't do that, and you'll see radically different numbers for the total buildings destroyed. So in the UN
Is there
data,
numbers for total buildings destroyed?
yeah, it's
What are
for
they?
completely destroyed. Yeah, I'll get it to you. For completely destroyed, it's when the last I checked, there's a new UN study now, but the one I checked, it was only 10% for completely destroyed, and partially destroyed or moderately destroyed, some and completely destroyed, summed up to around 30%. Compared that to the other poorer resolution satellite studies by Associated Press and whatnot, and then you get to like 70% totally destroyed or partially destroyed.
30% is still like a ridiculously high number to assume that every single building is like military target.
10% for totally destroyed, by the way. 10% for totally
yeah,
destroyed.
but that 30% means they were attacked at some point, right?
No,
I'm just saying that when I hear the term northern Gaza has been completely destroyed, my assumption is that like 70% plus of buildings have been completely destroyed. That's what I'm hearing when
I think that's maybe where it comes from, the Associated Press having 70% of buildings destroyed, and people say, "Oh, it's completely destroyed."
Just to be clear, it's not that it's not completely destroyed. The problem with Associated Press is that they are including buildings that are not even damaged as destroyed or
yeah,
damaged.
I understand. That's why I'm not taking their numbers, but I'm saying that's probably why you hear people saying completely destroyed. It's because the Associated Press releasing 70% of buildings were gone in Gaza. That's probably why you see it here completely destroyed. I think of it like as destroyed mainly because like the situation in northern Gaza is like fucking terrible right now. There's like not really like here they don't have infrastructure to distribute aid to people. There's run by gangs. There's not really like I think it's one of the issues
No one's denying that the conditions are terrible.
Yeah. I'm saying it's like for basically, I highly doubt like everything that was airstriked in northern Gaza was a military target.
Well, that's not even the claim.
But not necessarily like civilians, though. I'm saying about infrastructure, right?
Wait, this is not the claim either. It's like
that should be the claim. Yes, that every single airstrike is a military target. That should be the claim, right?
Wait, no, but that you have reason to believe that it was a military target, not that it ended up being a military target.
Well, sure, but when you're drawing military targets up, the analysis is done prospectively. Now, did there end up being anything there? I mean, maybe there were mistakes, or maybe there's bad intel, sure. But prospectively, every single munition that's sent in should be a military target. 100% should be. Any that wasn't would be, by definition, a war crime. Because either
wait. To be viewed to have wait. Hold, just to be clear. When you say everything that should be, do you mean like after the fact, or do you mean like just we have evidence to believe that this is a military target at the time?
Yeah, military target is always defined like prospectively when we're looking at the law.
Cool.
Yes,
yeah, we're on the same page then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do want to ask you, Dustin, regarding yesterday I joined after your stream ended and I talked to you about it. What's it called? Regarding the people, getting killed by an airstrike or like by some sort of like ammunition that needs to be like cleared through like several groups of people, not just like one or two guys. Because here I do believe there's probably IDF soldiers in Gaza right now that are evil as fuck that will shoot a defenseless Palestinian or like a civilian Palestinian just out of revenge. I do believe that's gonna fucking happen, which I'm pretty sure it happens in every war.
Sure.
But do you think there's an instance where these ammunitions that need clearance from several groups of people, there was like false intel given out from a malicious soldier that like the intel was gone through with, and then it got cleared on malicious intel?
Well, yeah, but that would be That wouldn't be then on every single person saying we're going to kill 4 civilians. It would have been
Yeah, it
bad
wouldn't be
info.
saying
Yeah.
that. That's what I'm saying. It's like, but it would be negligence on their part because they're supposed to verify, right?
Sure, but I mean, if you're telling me the verification process was tainted somehow, I mean, that could be possible, I guess. But,
Yeah, no,
but it's still
that's-
different. The claim
that's
that's
what I'm
being made on the
thinking.
pro-Palestinian side is not tainted intelligence. The claim being made on the pro-Palestinian side is they intentionally, every single part of that cell wanted to intentionally kill 4 civilians with an expensive
which
bomb.
is just not logically possible. There's no way every single person like that was supposed to clear an airstrike wants to kill, you know, a Palestinian civilian. There's no possible way every single one of these, because it's like what, like it's probably in the 50s or 60s amount of people that need to clear this airstrike or something. There's no possible way every single one of them is like an evil scumbag. It's not possible.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I agree with you,
You
yeah.
could probably ask an IDF person that is in the Air Force to how many people need to clear an airstrike like this.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite a few people. But yeah, I don't know the exact number, yeah.
I'm not sure about the lawyer thing, though, that you and Morris mentioned. I've never heard that before from any IDF guy.
I think lawyers, in modern combat, I think lawyers are involved in almost all, like, big military ops now. I think that's just, like, a standard procedure. You always have a lawyer involved. Are they called JAGs in the U.S.? Am I making that up? You're a JAG attorney. Judge, advocate, general court? I don't know.
I have an opinion on what your, what's it called? Here, there's a lot of people, there's a popular sentiment in Israel. I would say somewhat popular, not entirely popular, that anyone that supports Hamas is also like on the killing, on the chopping block. What would you say to that?
Well, I don't know what you mean by supports Hamas, and I don't know what you mean by chopping
in their
block.
action, they voted for them, they would vote for them again, etc.
I don't think that
Chopping
makes
block
you...
as in, like, they're valid targets.
No, absolutely not.
Okay, yeah, thankful, because I've seen that sentiment, and it was crazy to me. Just because someone supports a group, that means they, what's it called, deserve to get killed.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah. I was just, I'm glad you agree there.
All right. Well, anything else from you guys?
Well, no, because I am a loner box orbiter, so I'm gonna go there.
Okay.
Show you.
Have fun. Be careful.
You too.
All right. Well, I haven't heard back from Alex on the moderating thing, but if he views me as too impartial, Isaac is willing to moderate.
Oh God.
Actually, no, I will vouch for him. He's actually very fair. I know, despite anything that you've had in the past, like he's like super like strict and fair.
Okay. I'll think about it. All right.
All right. Yep.
All right.
Sure. All right. Later.
I love you. Bye. Huh. Well. Listen, tomorrow, guys, we're going to have so much fun research on immigration. What is the, what's the next thing? This gave us a lot of info about the immigration process. We know a bit about the involved bodies. And some of the policy. Wait, is it Control P for expand? Fuck. What was the name for the expanding the groups? Toggle? Oh, fold. It was fold and unfold. I wonder if we should do 9-minute Candace Owens Shapiro video before you leave. If you really want it, August. Or did he watch it already? I wonder if we should do a Supreme Court reading, a Supreme Court case reading. trying to think of what we should do next. We've got illegal immigrants. We've got economics of immigration, political impact, culture, crime, border security. Maybe we should do the crime section next. Orbiter drama? I don't know if there is any orbiter drama right now.
She's free to do whatever she wants to do, to be wherever she wants to be. And the difference between a publisher like the Daily Wire and a platform like Locals is obviously that a platform should have a very broad range of speech that it allows, including speech that maybe even the creators don't believe is inside what they would consider to be the Overton window. It's a very different thing than direct subsidization of particular opinions.
All right, Shapiro, here we go. In person once again. I was told that the last time we actually sat in person together was July of 2020. Here we are in the free state of Florida.
And
you did it.
Not everything I say is prophetic. That one, that felt like an easy call at the time and turned out to be like actually a really easy call. The good news is you did get the upside on the house that you bought in LA, so you didn't get totally hosed on that.
That's true.
Which is my fear for you when you bought that second house. I will say you could have saved yourself a few years and a lot of money in income tax.
A lot of money, a fruitless effort to depose Gavin Newsom in a recall election. I got audited by the state after that.
Your optimism had costs.
I tried. You know what I mean? And trying is always worth it, right? In this world that we're in right now.
I wish that were true.
No?
I wish that
Have you shifted now to the other side of this?
Every time I think I've hit the bottom of the pessimistic well, it turns out that there are leagues below me. And I can always find new ways to be pessimistic.
All right, so let's do a bunch of stuff here. We've done this over Skype and that kind of stuff a couple times, even just in the last few months, but it's been a while since we've sat down. I actually have notes here, which I hate having, but I want to kind of cover everything. In some ways, I want to do this as if I had never seen you before or know some of your stuff or interviewed you before, because I think there's a lot of confusion about you and your positions, which is, do you find that odd, like someone who speaks as precisely and fast as you do, that people seem to be confused over your positions?
Yes. You know what I should have asked, Ben? Do you get irritated when people say you talk fast? I feel like I don't speak so quickly you can't understand what I'm saying, unless we're like in a screaming match debate. Like,
and I find it deeply confusing because, again, I'm public record on everything for at least 20 years. I started writing syndicated column when I was 17. I'm currently 40. So the notion that you have to go far to search for my opinions is strange to me. But the online world is not a real world. And the phrase I've been finding myself using a lot lately is touch some grass.
Mm-hmm.
And people need to go outside and they need to touch some grass. Like turn off X, go touch some grass. Turn off Instagram, go outside, look at the sky. Like the reality is that if you want to know my positions, I've now spoken about literally all of them. I've not been unclear about them. There are, of course, people who are going to seek to twist those positions into something that
Kevin
they are
Base
not.
guy get back
I understand that's the nature of
I
it.
don't think
Nothing's
so.
changed there.
I can
But
check
the prevalence
later.
and speed with which that happens, that has changed. And that's gotten significantly worse over the course of the last few years.
How do you balance that for yourself? Because I talk about it on the show all the time. I mean, we're in this digital world. We're basically existing in the matrix, which I would say if you spend more than 12 hours and 1 second on there, you pretty much are just the battery for the thing. Versus we all go out and about, and at least here in Florida, we have a functional society and we have law and order and things like that. So just contrasting the lunacy that's happening there versus actually, not that everything's great in America, it certainly isn't, we're going to get to it, but there's a huge chasm between those two.
For sure. And I think that for me, the big move that I made in my life was probably 5-6 years ago now, where my wife turned to me and she said, Twitter, even then, was taking up too much of your time in your life. You really need to not have Twitter on your phone. And so I took Twitter off my phone. So what I'll do is I'll check in on specific accounts from the outside of Twitter where I actually have to spend the effort to log into to Twitter and look up what a specific news account is saying, as opposed to just having the scrolling doom feed that is also filled with an echo chamber about you. The notifications button on Twitter is bad. It's gotten way worse since listen, I love that Elon took over X.
You check the Ben Shapiro notifications?
No, I gave that up a long time ago. I will say
there's no way. That would be scrolling by so fast.
It did get significantly worse when I would check on it since the changes to the blue check. I mean, the changes to the blue check mark definitely opened up all the floodgates in terms of anyone now being in your notifications. So it made it a lot less usable just in terms of being user-friendly and people who actually cared about commenting on what you were doing. But with all that said, I really don't check Twitter a lot except for the news when I'm attempting to prep for the show. And I really try never to check the notifications or the comments or anything remotely like that because it is toxicity all the way up, all the way down.
All right, so let's do the elephant in the room for just a moment because I saw you this week on Piers Morgan. He asked you repeatedly about Candace. You repeatedly basically said,
I won't talk about that.
Don't want to talk
I'll
about
say
it.
that here too.
Yeah, and that's fine. And, you know, it's interesting because we all sort of came up together to different extents and we've all done a million things together in public events and networks and all those things. It seems to me that at this moment, she's now a free agent. She happened to end up on Locals, which I created, and we're a platform, not a publisher that you guys are. Can you at least talk to just sort of where it's at?
What is his section, is it section 230? Is that what they used to talk about all the time? He just said, Locals is a platform, not a publisher. I wonder if Dave Rubin's ever made the section 230 argument that like Twitter should be treated as a publisher, not a platform. It's just interesting that he said that. Absolutely ridiculous. Tons of people were sharing that video. Pretty sure that's exactly why Trump removed the Section 230 protections. You can still find Don over on his local committee, which he owns and controls that. Wait, so is he... First of all, I don't think Trump removed any Section 230 protections, right? I don't think the president can do that unilaterally. So was this him saying that it's good that he removed them because somebody deleted a video? I feel like he probably was on that fucking train. I don't know. Fuck him. Okay.
If they were a platform, not a publisher that you guys are, can you at least talk to just sort of...
Am I jumping at a non-existent dog whistle? What did Ruben mean by the free state of Florida? Are some states not free? He's mentioned it twice now. Yeah, they hate California because of high taxes and liberals and blah, blah, blah. And Florida's like the DeSantis COVID-free, no restriction, whatever bullshit.
Just sort of where it's at now. She's not with you. She's free.
She's free to do whatever she wants to do, to be wherever she wants to be. And the difference between a publisher like the Daily Wire and a platform like Locals is obviously that a platform should have a very broad range of speech that it allows, including speech that maybe even the creators don't believe is inside what they would consider to be the Overton window. It's a very different thing than direct subsidization of particular opinions. The Daily Wire would not have a host, would not pay a host who was staunchly pro-abortion. They'd have no obligation to pay a host who is staunchly pro-abortion. And so when it comes to the hosts on the Daily Wire, obviously everyone's able to say what they want. Nobody ever comes to me and says you can't say X. Nobody ever says that to Walsh. No one ever said that to Candace. But the reality is that there is an Overton window at the Daily Wire. Obviously there was a non-meeting of minds. That's pretty much all I can say on this. And you know, a lot of this has happened publicly. But to the extent that the Daily Wire is in fact not a publisher, that is in fact not a platform, it is a publisher, that means that there is no moral obligation for the Daily, and there's no free speech problem with the Daily Wire saying we don't wish to pay a particular host, or that host saying I don't wish to work here anymore, because again, there's a parting of the ways that is not really open for discussion at this point.
Does it surprise you that so many people, even on our side of this, are confused about that as it relates to free speech and quote-unquote cancel culture? Like severing a business tie, as long as you're not throwing someone in jail, they're able to be everywhere else, is not...
I'm not super surprised at the controversy, honestly, because to a certain extent, I think that there's been a reaction on the right to the excesses of the left. So because what the left did is they said that the Overton window ought to be closed so tight that no one can get inside the Overton window. Basically, if you're to the right of Hillary Clinton, you can't be allowed inside the Overton window. Yes, exactly. And not just with regard to platforms, but with regard to publishers. So, for example, this week, NBC News deciding that Ronna McDaniel was too much for them. Ronna McDaniel can't work at NBC News. The sacred halls of NBC News must not be sullied by the former head of the RNC. Jen Psaki, however, can have a show on MSNBC despite being the press secretary for the White House 5 seconds ago. Right? The right's response to that is, I think, correct to say you guys have shut the Overton window too tight, but I think some elements of the right have basically said there is no Overton window. The Overton window should be completely exploded with regard not just to platforms, with which I kind of agree, but with regard to publishers. So NBC News not only has an obligation to hire Ronna McDaniel, NBC News has the obligation to hire Alex Jones, for example.
Right, which just makes no sense at a business level, beyond free speech. I mean, there's a reason that networks exist.
They have editorial positions. Yeah. Daily Wire has a very strong editorial position on a wide variety of issues. And by the way, I should say that there are a lot of people who are suggesting this is about disagreements over Israel. I mean, I can safely say it is not about disagreements over Israel, to the extent that, without reference to Candace at all here, Matt Walsh has taken the position that America ought not be involved in the Middle East at all. Matt Walsh's position, so far as I understand it, and I've talked to him about it, is that Israel, in a conflict between Israel and Hamas, Israel is obviously a more moral party than the genocidal terrorist group Hamas, but also it's very far away. He doesn't care and it doesn't involve America. That's just a pure isolationist position. I disagree with it. I think it's wrong. I think that it's short-sighted. But again, he's on our platform. That is well within the range of acceptable discourse at the Daily Wire. So the notion that you have to mirror my exact perspectives on what Israel is doing in Gaza is obviously not true, based on the roster of hosts that we currently have. There are a lot of other factors, obviously, at play.
If you're looking for...
What am I supposed to comment on here? Apparently, Candace tweeted this and said, Ben, we agreed not to talk about this, but you are very much going on a public tour right now, pretending not to talk about it. Well, you're very much talking about it. Would you like me to do the same? I mean, Ben didn't really say much here.
Window.
You know.
Glenn Dipshitwald. I don't know. Okay. Well, okay, listen, tomorrow is going to be a full day. No, it's not. It's kick or keep tomorrow, isn't it? And then it's an Alex debate, a classroom thing. Oof. I should have just watched Glenn's reaction to this instead, because he watches like the whole fucking video, it looks like. All right, well, I love you guys. It's been fun. We'll be back tomorrow. Represent cappuccino, my dinner. You tease new Finkelstein memes? No, I just somebody sent me emails where he was unhinged, but I can't release those emails. They're private correspondence. Be careful, my duties. I love you.